What is that? It is the prince. He is coming.
Hello and welcome to the stream today. This is going to be fun. It's a double feature of Confused Matthew's first Lion King review and his second Lion King re-review. But joining me today are my lovely guests. Welcome.
Yes, Wildcats work perfectly because I'm ready to go to town on his ass.
And not in a fun way.
Everyone.
And
Yes.
not in a fun way.
No. Well, fun for me, but not fun for him.
Well, he's never going to watch this.
Well, that's true.
Alrighty, and please welcome.
He's going right for the crew!
Matthew is confused. It hurt itself in confusion.
Yes, it did.
Yep. And our third and final guest.
This cannot be.
Oh boy. Somebody's gonna get eaten today.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I wouldn't want you to get indigestion, Wolf.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna eat it. I'm just gonna spread it out and leave it for the hyenas.
You wouldn't want them to get indigestion either, would you? I mean, they deserve better, even if they are the bad guys.
Well, whatever you wish for me, Mr. Sniff, I will command. I will do as you command.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to basically be covering roughly an hour and a half of stuff.
AKA stuff that makes you think about suicide every single day.
Yeah. It's basically he's going to come up with so many weird like arguments for stuff, and it's going to be just headache-inducing. Like this guy, like I don't really like. There's a lot of inaccurate prequel criticism that's just not factually accurate. He takes it to a whole new level where it's just like, I don't even like the prequels. I don't think they're that good, but I can admit that like Confused Matthew gets a lot of crap wrong. Like he gets basic historical knowledge wrong.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, where do I... Okay.
So he didn't like Lion King either?
No, he hates Lion King.
What does he like?
He likes...
Okay, he likes the bad Disney movies. That's what he likes. And no, I'm not talking about the remake. I'm talking about the damn Star Wars movies.
Yeah, he likes Last Jedi and Force Awakens, but he hates Rise of Skywalker. We'll have to do that one.
Fun fact.
I am very confused by this guy's thing.
I got something interesting to say on this. Guys, you may not know this, but in the AI core, we actually have
you covered server. It. What?
Yeah.
You almost brought him onto the server?
No.
Or you already...
I know he was actually on the server, but it doesn't look like he's there anymore. But I do know that he was actually on there at one point, and I even confirmed that he had his account connected to his YouTube channel, and I was capable of finding out that this was the real deal. This It was one of Confused Matthew's brother. No, it was his brother. It was Gabriel.
Wow.
And he was on the server.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, apparently he heard about the live stream Anomaly did for Confused Matthew, and he hopped on board. And he was a very chill dude.
Does he not like his brother or something?
Well, get this. Get this. He actually liked Rise of Skywalker for what it was.
But his brother hated it a lot.
Yes.
His brother really frickin' hated it.
And an interesting fun fact: his son actually likes the Phantom Menace.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
How ironic.
Yeah. So you asked a little bit earlier of what movies he likes. Like he likes he feels mixed on Dark Knight Rises. He likes Iron Man 3. It's like
Oh, hang on. I think I got no.
Iron Man 3 is like his second favorite superhero movie. Next to The Dark Knight, which is one of his other favorite movies. He likes Moulin Rouge is his favorite movie. He likes Frozen. He likes Blade Runner. And
he likes Blade Runner but hates No Country? What the hell?
Is it?
I know, it's weird.
I didn't really like Frozen. I only saw it the once, and I was like, so that was a movie?
Yeah, I had to lie to everybody about liking Frozen.
It was a movie to me. Like I liked Let It Go. That was
Frozen.
Yeah.
Elsa is best Disney villain.
And I even said it. I think Coolman knows this. Because I said it, since I actually stated that that out of all the films I saw in 2020, since I didn't watch Frozen when it came out, when I watched it in 2020, I was like, I did not like Frozen, but near that I stated I hated it. It's just it didn't resonate with me. It felt like it was there. It's like, what kind of phrase? It's like it's nothing special to me. It's nothing dear to me, and neither do I think it's particularly all that interesting.
Well, I'm just in Disney for the songs, and they seem to be stripping the frickin' songs out of everything.
Wait, songs? What are those? Let's just have characters say stuff relating to those songs, but not play them. Or just have them be horrible.
By the way, they got Christina Aguilera to do a remastered version of Reflection. She nailed it again, but I would have much rather had actually seen that song in the frickin' movie.
I used to the Frozen, but I let it go.
So, back to Confused Matthew. I think his deal is he likes things that make him feel smart, but he's not terribly smart himself.
So not a lot makes him feel smart then.
No.
If it challenges his brain too much, then he goes kaput.
That seems to be the consistent thread with everything you're breaking down. I'm just going to say it, Blade Runner's kind of sledgehammer metaphors.
So it has to be it has to be super obvious and in your face about it. Otherwise, it's bad. But it can't be but it can't be dumb about it. Otherwise, it's bad.
Alrighty.
Why is it?
So
why is it buffering?
Because he haven't started playing it yet.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's get going, shall we?
Yep.
This commentary is going to be tough because a lot of the clarifications I feel like I should make here have mostly been made in the Lion King re-review, which, if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend.
Oh, wow.
As I
this
consider
came out in 2008. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
That's not all. His prequel videos came out before Regular Media's did.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Doesn't change the fact those videos were horrible.
12 years a moron.
Very pertinent joke. But yeah, this is and I think like he re-released his Lion King review like 2013, 2015 or something.
Well, you're on that video, right?
Oh, what?
You could check the upload date there.
I think partially because it was originally uploaded on Blip, not his channel. So, and he re-released a lot of his stuff on his channel a lot later.
Fun fact: that channel was not. Fun fact: when he renamed his channel, Confused Matthew, before it was the Brothers Warren.
Yeah, well, and then he went back to the Brothers Warren, and still the Brothers Warren.
No, wait, no, I checked it like a couple of weeks ago. I thought it was still Confused Matthew. Let me check. Confused Matthew. Oh my god, he has a TV tropes page.
Oh, for what?
Really?
Yes,
please.
I have to check this out.
Here, okay, want me to line you guys? Sure, I'll line you. Confused Matthew. Do web video. Okay, what is Confused Matthew so confused about? Why so many people like so many bad films and TV shows, of course. Confused Matthew, real name Daniel Warren, film critic who made his name making reviews. Nope, not gonna read that. Here it is. Actually pretty funny. He admits the hula scene in the Lion King 1994 made him laugh very hard. He found some gags in Back to the Future Part 2 funny.
Yeah, he hates Back to the Future Part 2.
All-loving hero in his review of Terminator 2, he believes that this is the reason why John Connor is one of the greatest movie characters of all time, despite being raised to be a warrior. He really shows nothing but utter respect for the value of human life. Matthew points out
those aren't contradictory.
All there in the manual. He really didn't care for the number of things in Iron Man 2 that required knowledge of the Marvel Universe to understand, especially Nick Fury suddenly coming in halfway through the film and the film acting like we were all aware of who he is. After just one brief scene after credits in the first film, he ended up declaring that he refused to see Avengers just out of spite over this. Because he later saw it anyway and didn't care for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. It's like, and let's see. He announced he would stop producing videos in 2015 because he felt most of his original work hadn't held up. Well, of course it wouldn't hold. Of course the stuff you put out several years ago is gonna be worse than the stuff you're putting out now. That's no reason to stop.
He's barely improved.
Oh my god.
He's barely improved in terms of his opinion. He still believes The Last Jedi's good.
Guys, he said that 2001 A Space Odyssey was about nothing.
What? He seriously said that?
Good Lord. Sparked a similar flow of controversy towards Matthew after he posted a review that basically accused the movie of being about nothing, having nothing happen in it, and not even qualifying as an actual movie.
That sounds familiar.
Lacking any story or characters.
Really? Did you just hear that on his No Country for Old Men video?
Yeah. So, like, I will say this regarding what is it? 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2001: A Space Odyssey is a very niche movie. It's very, very, very experimental, where it's basically the story of humanity going from a section where it's mostly silent with just apes and and then a space venture, and then it's just kind of an experimental, like, weird reality warping thing. Like, just, even though, like, I have never seen the movie, I've seen multiple, like, synopsis of it, and that's just, like, the only thing that I can see of it.
So
personally, after realizing what Marvel Studios was trying to do, okay, I have a question. What does he think Marvel was trying to do?
Oh, he just wanted to see a sequel to Iron Man. He didn't really care about anything else.
The thing is that the Phase 1 of the MCU is still the best phase.
Yep.
Yeah.
I dropped out of the MCU around Phase 2.
I dropped out after Thor: The Dark World.
Yeah, Thor: The Dark World. Well, Captain America: Winter Soldier's really solid. I maintain that it's the best of the MCU. It's better than Avengers. It's better than Avengers 2. It's better than Infinity War.
And I maintain that Civil War is extremely overrated.
It is. And actually, I only saw only two of the Phase 2 films I've actually seen, and it was only Avengers: Age of Ultron, which convinced me to drop out, and Captain America: Winter Soldier, which I didn't watch till like years later. It's like I have seen I have watched them out. 2 films of the Phase 3 films. I don't count. And well, Endgame was Phase 4, right?
Technically, no.
No, Endgame is the end of Phase 3.
Okay, I watched 3 films of Phase 3, and I didn't like, and I only liked Infinity War. Or I could, and I am not going to bother myself to watch Winter Soldier again because I'm still wondering how the heck Tony, rebuilt weapons for S.H.I.E.L.D.
Fair enough.
And how Fury just didn't say. Now Fury just never mind.
We are so off topic.
Okay, yeah. Let's move on. We'll have the Marvel discussion another time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consider it to be an improved version of my thoughts. I feel like everything that should go into this commentary is actually there, so I figure I'll talk about the show itself instead, and maybe some of the unfortunate side effects this review may have had at the time.
You're calling this a show? This is a movie!
The reaction to this review was pretty much all over the map.
No,
some people thought that there was a bit of
what he's referring to is his review.
Oh, okay.
Of insight here and there, even if they didn't agree. Some people just thought it was dirt stupid. And unfortunately, I think there was a certain subset of fans that took this review very personally. I'll go more into that in the commentary in a sec. But you have to understand that at the time, I think I only had around 100 subscribers or so, 20 of which were made up of my family and friends. So like Back to the Future Part 2, I was trying to mold this...
Oh my god! You cruel!
Wow.
It's like, Don, I think you've got that many subscribers now.
Yeah, without begging for family and friends. Most of my family and friends do not know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and my family all know that I write fanfic, but I would never, ever ask that they actually read any of it.
And I hide my supervillain life from everybody.
Yeah.
Only I fix myself in no video somehow.
Yes, he has a fairly good one, but let's just let this play.
I had 12 subscribers before he uploaded anything.
To a format, but I still wasn't really making this for an audience yet. To the best of my recollection, the first reviews I did with an audience in mind were the prequel reviews, right after this one. It was my hope that this review would be interesting and entertaining for some people, but mostly, I was really just trying to make my friends and family laugh. You can really tell that I was trying to figure out what Confused Matthew's thing was at this point. I ended the Back to the Future 2 review by saying, "May the Force be with you," because I was going to review the Star Wars prequels next. But Back to the Future Part 2 had worked out really well. When I did that one, I only had about 30 subscribers, and by the time I started on The Lion King, I had over 100.
This is completely off topic.
Just skip it. This is just fluff. The sooner we get through this fluff, the better.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
and then we can get to his re-review.
It goes 5 minutes.
It's 6 minutes.
Oh my god, 6 minutes. I on nothing.
House rules, Matthew. Driver picks music. Shotgun just as cake hole.
I think you
Alrighty.
need Kyle.
Okay, Cole.
We'll get you farther than the film will ever go. Give him a moment.
Adam. Honey.
What the hell? A freaking ad?
tell you what's wrong with the show. He knows what's good, what's bad, what's really bad. His face is just a sign. Say hello to confused.
Well, we got to skip over a lot.
I've hated The Lion King from the moment I first saw it as a kid. I left the theater back then completely astounded by what Disney had done to their once flawless...
You do not know what's bad either.
Mm-hmm.
You lost all credibility as a creator when you liked The Last Jedi.
You lost all credibility when you used that opening, too.
Yeah.
I know what's right and I know what's wrong. Therefore, you should listen to me.
At least Linkara got a guy with decent audio mixing.
Yeah. It's like, oh, good God.
Yeah.
Literally an uncultured swine, lol.
Yeah, let's keep going.
I left the theater back then completely astounded by what Disney had done to their once flawless succession of films, and instantly predicted that this would be a phenomenal flop. I mean, no one could actually like this film, right? What's there to like? Suffice it to say, I was completely wrong.
Yes.
How old was he at the time?
I believe this came out in the 1990s. 1994, I want to say.
I'll do the fact check.
Yeah, I'm calling full honky.
You're correct, Neph. It did
There's
come out.
no way he is that critical when he's a kid.
Okay, yeah.
You're correct, Neph. It did come out in 94.
Okay, you are an idiot, Matthew. You are a freaking idiot. You were not a critic when this came out. I really, really doubt it.
So you can find most of his stuff on Confused Matthew Memorial, where that's where we found his No Country for Old Men review, since a lot of his stuff got lost on Blip. Yeah.
Given the age of this crap, it's like he ripped off AVGN and decided he had to hate everything.
Oh my God. It's okay to like stuff that's bad, but it's also okay to like stuff that's phenomenal, like The Lion King.
But even James Rolfe likes things, and he literally is the AVGN.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. It's like people are capable of hating stuff that's bad and hating stuff that's good, and liking stuff that's bad, but also liking stuff that's good.
Actually, I want to know how old Matthew is.
Let's see if there's an answer.
He's like late 30s around, I imagine.
Oh, hang on. What the? Oh, sorry, wrong person. I was like, wait, what? I'm like, oh no, that's Matthew McConaughey.
I say that because his voice doesn't sound mature enough to be that of an adult.
Okay, going off of base.
His voice hasn't changed. His voice hasn't changed in 12 years.
Oh no, it has not. I have listened to bits of his Lion King 2019 review. He has not changed. I think he and his about around the same age, and from the sound of when I think Gabriel stated he was at least in his 30s. So we just gotta narrow down mid, early, or late.
Yeah.
Because he sounds like a kid. Is why I say that.
But does somebody kick him in the balls and it never dropped?
Yeah, he's just cursed with the high pitched voice, but we should probably keep going.
Yeah, let's keep
move
going.
on. There's actual arguments.
Are you done? What space
Lion King made it.
The film was a huge hit and even has a tremendous fan base even to this day. I've never been so dumbfounded by a bad movie's success in all of my life, not even after Star Trek Generations. This film does not deserve any of the success or accolades it's received.
The Last Jedi, The Force Awakens.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, Lion King went way into uncanny valley territory.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why nobody likes it.
And yet it made $1 billion more than the original.
I call bullshit.
Oh, it did hit $1 billion. Let's see, how much did The Lion King all the way back in 1994 made? The Lion King 1994 made
Over $1 billion.
I'm still looking. God dang, it didn't tell me. It's not there for some reason. Hang on. There's got to be a. Hang on. The Lion King, 1994, made over $968.5 million.
Okay, so nearly $1 billion. Okay.
Meanwhile, The Lion King 2019 made $1.657 billion.
Okay, I call bullshit with what happened with Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Adjust for inflation, guys.
Yeah. Adjust for inflation.
Just for inflation, the 1994 film made more than the remake.
No, it does not. Then it must not have counted for inflation at the time.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, yeah. Well, let's keep going.
It deserves to be completely ignored. Moreover, it should be ignored, because when you make a shitty film popular, you give writers and studio executives the impression that you want to see shitty films, and they're usually more than happy.
Oh God! You say this, and yet you like the shitty Disney Star Wars movies.
Where's your double standard? What a double standard!
You also like Moulin Rouge, which is not a good movie. Wait, is
he saying Hercules is trash?
He must be. Disney's Hercules was fine. And there were actually two animated Hercules movies.
That
was Disney, and one that looked more like the show from the 1990s.
It's basically 3 episodes of this. It's basically 3 episodes of the series mangled together in a show pilot. It's what they did with Atlantis: The Lost Empire, only it was not as successful.
Well, Matthew, you obviously cannot spot good writing if this leaves you confused.
Yeah. And his arguments are going to be really bad, but we'll get into them.
Wait, you mean tell me that confused Matthew?
The impression that you want to see.
You tell me that confused Matthew could make good arguments?
No, he can't.
He makes decent arguments for The Dark Knight, and I don't think I'll have to watch Minority Report, but most people say that Minority Report is good. Let me think. What are some other things? Yeah, mostly it's just Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises, and Star Trek Into Darkness. Those are the main ones.
Oh dear.
Everything else of his is pretty bad. Since Moulin Rouge is just, it's weirdly interpretive and subjective. It's like an hour of just talking about a movie.
Oh God.
So just right, just being just right.
No, it's like Just Right's videos. The longest video he's ever done is 20 minutes.
Wow. Short man bad.
Whereas Confused Matthew talks about Moulin Rouge for an hour. Same with Dark Knight.
Oh, good Lord. You mean the Disney's Atlantis? That was amazing.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of selecting the movies he likes. It's fine. We're not picking on him. I like The Dark Knight. I think The Dark Knight's solid. I'm just kind of assessing what he's good, usually his good takes. Most of his takes have been bad. And I think at some points he says good things, but we'll move on. Let's keep going.
I'm sorry, but this is the internet.
Films, and they're usually more than happy to deliver on this.
Oh,
so with this review,
okay, so he did say the Hercules is crap, but we'll move on.
I'm going to demonstrate just how awful this film truly was. I will demonstrate that, with the possible exception of the animation, the film has no redeeming quality at all. It is, in fact, horrible. And maybe, just maybe, I can prevent another film like this from ever being produced. Only good movies.
Okay, no, Confused Matthew, you're wrong. This is a phenomenal movie.
Hey, Dunn, do you have Good Job, perchance?
Do I have what?
The good job clip.
The good job, no.
Boo.
What do you mean by good job? Like, good for you.
Okay, that's scene from AOT's Attack of the Clones where Obi-Wan just says to Anakin, good job.
No, I don't have that one.
Get it?
Why?
That's a pretty classic one.
It is. It's very classic.
Alrighty.
That's Alex Hale. You can hit this guy right after everyone else has a turn.
Get
He
in
kind
line.
of is. He kind of is. Yeah.
Absolutist. Oh dear God. Yes. Get in line, dear. Get in line, Alex. Get in line.
Let's get going.
Become successful. Maybe I'm just setting my sights too high, but I can dream, damn it. I can dream. So the film opens to the one and only good song in it. We see the majesty and wonder of Pride Rock, where a new prince is being born.
Are you insane? That is not the only good song in this movie. Every single song is spot on awesome.
Oh, we'll get to why he hates it. Well, we'll see. You'll see. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be real fun.
Okay, let's try and keep our mouth shut so we can go to town on his
I loved
re-review.
this opening scene and was expecting something great when it was over. Boy, was I in for a shock. It's here that we see little Simba, noble young prince who will one day become king of this majestic land. Oh, isn't he cute? The opening scene closes, we learn that Scar is pissed off about the kid's birth, and then we jump a ways in time to when Simba is a little kid. It's here that we really meet Simba for the first time, and, well, let me give you a quick synopsis of how we're introduced to this character. Come on, Dad, let's go do what I want to do. No, Dad, you're sleeping. That's not what I want to do. Get up and let's go do what I want to do. I want to do it now. Now. Come on, get up, and let's go do what I want.
What the hell, Matthew? That's not what this is about. This is showing that Simba is a little kid that has no idea just yet. He's a kid, being a kid, and he wants to spend time with his dad.
Who he loves. Is that clock correct? 10 points to ex-Hogwarts house who can guess that quote.
What's the quote?
Thank you. Thank you, Wolf, for posting in the AI core. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah, it's like, wow, what?
Yeah. What the F, Matthew? Yeah.
It gets better. It gets better.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Want to do right now. As soon as I saw this scene, I was sure I had this film pegged. I know exactly what this film is going to be about, I thought. It's going to turn out that Mufasa has two sons. One is this little shitbag, and the other is going to be a kind, noble character who cares about someone other than himself, wants to rule this kingdom well, and he's going to have to do...
Kid!
He's a kid! And on top of that, he is the crown prince. He is going to be an arrogant little shit.
He's not even that bad, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, he's not that bad, but he's also... But princes are known to be arrogant, and kids especially are very self-centered.
It's like, oh my God.
You would think Confused Matthew would know, being one.
Yeah, he is.
Like, we can all admit that when we were kids, we were little shits.
Yeah.
It's like don't act like you're more.
Also,
do you not remember being a little shit to your parents, Matthew?
Oh, he brings that up.
Oh, good God.
As like a counter argument.
A counter argument? Oh my God. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah.
Everything he can to make sure this little shit never gets his paws on power.
What?
Sadly, however, that good and noble character never shows up in this film. And when I realized that he was never going to show up, it was quite a
Simba
rude awakening
becomes
indeed.
that person
Also,
because he learns to be selfless.
Also,
No, he should have been awesome all along.
Also, it's called a
been
character
really
arc. It's called a character arc. Confused Matthew. You might not have heard of it.
Character arc, you idiot.
It's a basic concept in writing where a character at point A has to be different than they were when they reach point B.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's like a character at point B is going to be different in some way to the same character at the beginning of the book.
Also, there's another issue. Simba's just saying to his dad, "Hey, you promised we'd go out," and his dad is like, "Okay, I'm up."
Yeah, exactly. This is a little kid who absolutely adores his dad, getting to spend time with his dad, and he doesn't want to wait.
Yeah, it's not that bad, all things considered. There are worse kids. Like, he's just saying, like, you promised. Like, yeah, he headbutts him, but that's how lions interact. Do you know why they did this? Because they studied actual lions and how they move.
But Simba attacking Mufasa's ear is also very in character for lions.
Yeah, it's a sign of affection.
Really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a love bite. Not that anyone expects you to know this.
Good point. Might be, I guess. But I don't know. Let's keep going. We're 9 minutes in, and we're 43 minutes in.
We're actually supposed to like this little shit? This is
Yes, you are supposed to like him because he's an adorable little kid.
Yeah, but he has some flaws. He's slightly self-centered. He does.
And he gets punished for them a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That entire the second act is Simba slowly becoming, selfless.
Exactly.
Right, that's right when I forgot the name of his love.
Nala.
Nala. It's like she's trying to convince him to come back, but he just wants to kick back and relax. He's not taking any responsibility despite the fact that he's the prince.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going. Come on pause. It's being weird.
Back here. I got something to say.
And probably biggest problem in this.
Here's the thing. This is
Simba, our supposed hero and protagonist, is an asshole. I mean, he doesn't listen to anyone. He's not very nice. He treats everyone around him like shit.
No. He doesn't treat Nala like garbage.
No,
he treats Nala like his friend.
It's like, you mean to tell me you weren't an absolute little turd? Right. Also, here's something that's going to make everyone here angry. Matthew likes the Simba in the 2019 remake.
I don't know what the context of that is.
Because
because he's bland.
He's a good little kid. Therefore, he likes
do no wrong, and it's only circumstances outside his control that make him leave when. Good God, I'm not watching the remake ever.
Not even if you could say sail the black flag.
Not even then.
Let's keep going.
Jet, and he only cares about himself. When I'm king, I'm going to do everything my way. This place is going to be dedicated to loving me and doing what I...
No. That's not how it is. But we'll keep going.
He is a little
kid
that wants to grow up a little too fast is what happens in that scene. That's what he's saying.
And the irony is he gets what he wants.
Exactly, yes.
Seriously, okay, I got a list out. Is Matthew A, stupid, B, an idiot, C, a moron, D, E. It's just simply so stupid you can't even comprehend it. E and mentally, a bit slow.
Let's keep the ad hominem slow, but let's just kind of say his arguments are stupid.
Right.
Yeah, all of the above.
All right, that would actually be F.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Don't like it? Then you're fired, you dick face.
No!
What?
That part was a joke!
No! It's like, no! Zazu would not abandon his post.
Well, and like another problem is the fact that what he is saying, like, that is a joke. He is not saying any of this maliciously.
No, and Zazu knows that, which is why he's humoring the kid.
Also, Simba has no power.
No, he doesn't.
He's just a kid fantasizing about being king, like any kid would.
Especially a kid in his position who actually wants to take over the throne.
And he's going to go into a lot of, like, whataboutism in regards to this, which is going to be really frustrating.
Oh god, not whataboutism.
No.
I might as well.
When I think of the heroes in the last 3 Disney films, I can see that they all have something in common. They were all genuinely good people who had lots of hopes and dreams, and they cared about the people in their lives. The only Disney character that I can liken Simba to is Gaston.
Wow, I forgot.
Ariel's a freaking brat.
Yeah, Ariel's a brat.
Aladdin is chaotic good.
I didn't realize how early that would be.
Oh my god.
I didn't realize.
What the hell? Wait. Don't tell me. He thinks Gaston is the good guy in
No, he doesn't. He legit. Okay, yeah, his. Oh yeah, Beauty and the Beast is one of his favorites.
At least he has some taste.
I wouldn't exactly. That sounds like I'll praise it for because like at least he recognizes quality.
No, he doesn't. His ability to recognize quality is very
inconsistent. He's like just right in that way. He's just right. Is bar quality is weird.
It's a roulette wheel.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Here in town is only she, who is beautiful as me. But for a more contemporary, non-Disney example, I'll tell you the one character who instantly reminded me of Simba. Draco Malfoy of the Harry Potter. In fact, aside from the...
Screw you, Matthew. No, they are nothing alike.
Oh wow, he brought up Harry Potter.
Why am I not surprised? It's dumb to want the protagonists in a line of different films to be just as likable as each other. Well, the thing is, it's not that they are not just as likable as each other. It's that they are likable for different reasons.
But yeah, it's like he's comparing
different people. So it makes no sense for them to be likable in the same way.
Basically, like just earlier, he was saying that Simba is comparable more to Gaston. That he is like Simba is like Gaston essentially, and that he's Draco Malfoy. I think that's oh, just wait till he gets into his straw man of what he thinks Draco. Like, I am okay with the Harry Potter movies. I like the books a little bit better. I think J.K. Rowling has gone nuts. That's in recent years.
You're not the only one, and I liked the first couple of books best actually.
3 was the only film
the movies were all
garbage.
They're not. They're not. I reserve the moniker of garbage for things that actually deserve it, like stuff like Batman and Robin, or
The Last Jedi.
Yes, The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. And let's see, what are some Game of Thrones season 8? Game of Thrones season 8 is garbage.
The Lion King remake
I said every single one of the Disney remakes other than Cinderella. Cinderella remake was fine. Same with Jungle Book. They're just okay.
I'll say that personally. Yeah. I hated every other film after 3 was just it was declining levels of bad, and I just hated and after Gulf of the Fire, I hated every film afterwards.
Well, I couldn't even finish the 7th book because you kill Hedwig White.
It's because J.K. Rowling is like it all dark and serious in every single new book.
She kind of has to, or else it will kind of just feel boring.
You could keep it interesting without need to go that dark, especially when she kills off Sirius Black for reasons.
Well, you have to feel like there's stakes, or else the tension is meaningless.
Yeah,
the thing that I have a problem with is that she felt the need to explain why Sirius Black couldn't come back as a ghost. Like that part is a retcon. That part is a stupid retcon.
My thing is that it's just Voldemort's not a really good villain. He's typical, but it's like it feels more like he would have fit into the series, regardless if it got darker.
Voldemort. Well, Voldemort's actually an accurate portrayal of somebody who is a psychopath. Like his setup is right. The way he interacts with people and doesn't quite understand them, but he knows how to manipulate and lie, but he doesn't fully understand them. That's accurate. That's actually fairly true to life. I will say that much, because he's institutionalized in an orphanage from the moment of his birth, and which has actual physiological effects on the brain, because you just don't have there's something that goes off in the mind of a kid when they're crying and they don't have anybody versus when they have a mom or a dad to hold them and hold them and show them.
Part of the problem, from what I remember, is that the orphanage he was in was overcrowded and the matrons didn't have time for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And
go for it. Go for it, Wolf.
It's just that Voldemort does stuff that already happened before, and he does maybe the last few things in just the final chapter. And it's like that. Why it's like okay, and it's like, oh, you can't use these ones to kill each other because they're made from the same Phoenix bone. It's like,
yeah. So
yeah, I really agree that was dumb.
Then it's like, this Snape is good? No, he's an awful person.
I don't get the Snape love personally.
I think it's possibly because Snape is like one of the more complex characters, but we'll reserve a Harry Potter discussion for another time.
Not even it's complex. It's just, even when you understand fully who he's a character, he's still a horrible person.
Oh yes, he is. Like, a lot of people admit that he's a terrible person, but he has redeeming qualities, and his construction as a character is good. But we will move on.
Yes.
Differences in species. Simba and Draco are exactly the same character.
No, they aren't.
I'm better than you are, Potter. When I grow up, I'm going to rule all of Hogwarts. You know who my father is?
No. Draco is all, when my father hears about this. When my father hears about this, Potter. When my father hears about this. No.
My father.
He doesn't think he's going to rule Hogwarts. That is a gross mischaracterization.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll just say
he walk around as if he owns this wool? Yeah.
Guess what the comparison of the re-review is? Oh, it's going to be so funny.
Oh, hey, YouTube.
I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, YouTube Emperor.
Now there's a hero I can get behind. I spent the first third of this film just being really confused. I didn't know why I was supposed to like Simba. I didn't know why I was supposed to care about Simba. I only had one consistent thought through the entire first act of this film. Someone needs to eat this thing. So as I said, we're introduced to Simba by way of him rudely waking both his parents up out of a nice rest, and even headbutting his own father in the face. Instead of beating his ass for this and going back to sleep like they rightly should have, his father...
Also, here's the thing about this. His dad, he's woken up early, and he's eager to get out on the town with his dad, and his dad was going to wake him in a few minutes anyway. He's just a little bit early.
Remember when you were a kid and you were excited to have gifts on Christmas, so you wake up super early and force everyone else to wake up super early so you could just open up.
Yeah, that's basically what Simba is doing.
Yep. Thanks for finishing the thought, Neph.
No problem.
Yep. Let's keep this going.
Father obliges him and takes him on a tour of the kingdom. He begins instructing his son on some very important moral lessons, but because Simba's an asshole, he's not really paying that much attention. In fact, the only thing that really gets his attention is when he learns that there will be more to
his attention span is small.
Guys, what? Don't forget, he compares Anakin to Simba in his prequel reviews. What?
What? Oh,
You can't even compare the two.
No,
yeah, they're not comparable. They are not comparable in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Like,
their backgrounds are different, their characters are different, and how they end up is completely different.
Yeah. Simba is not a tragedy, nor is he a comedy. It's a dramedy. It's a dramedy.
a dramatic comedy, then.
Yeah. But yes, kids are walking balls of ADHD. They are all over the place, crazy. All of us in this room were once kids, and we were all balls of ADHD craziness, hyperness, especially when we're hopped up on sugar.
Yes, especially when we're hopped up on sugar.
And Simba
being able to spend the day with his dad would be comparable to him having a buttload of sugar because of all the endorphins going off in his brain.
And then they put you on ADHD medication because they think something's wrong with you.
Thankfully, I never had to deal with that.
Thank God my parents said no.
That's
unfortunate.
Yeah, I spent the 4th grade with it, and let's just say that those pills do not help. In fact, yeah, they help you concentrate, but they really made me more susceptible to emotional mood swings, and I had a very smaller appetite.
Speaking of concentrating.
Yeah,
let's
keep going. Being king than just getting his way all the time. Not if Simba has anything to say about it. Another thing that gets his attention is when Mufasa tells him he must never go to a certain place in the kingdom. Simba talks to his uncle about this, who lets it slip that this place is an elephant graveyard, and also tells Simba not to go there. Naturally, because he's an asshole, he defies both of his elders and decides to go anyway.
No!
But because he's an asshole, he couldn't possibly do something obstinate and dangerous alone.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay. No. His Uncle Scar set him up to go there. He dangled in front of his nephew exactly what Simba wanted to know, and he said he dared Simba to go there. So Simba went, because Simba is an impulsive child who has no impulse control.
AKA, like all children.
Another thing is, since when is being brave? Since that's what he taunts him with, being only the brave, which since when is being brave a negative quality? I seem to have missed the memo.
And not just that, but if you'll remember correctly, Matthew, Nala goes with him.
Oh, he thinks that that's stupid. Just wait.
Weren't all heroes in mythology and old stories very brave?
He has to drag a little friend along.
They were also assholes.
So he goes to find Nala and also finds his mom there, who decides to give him a bath. Mom, you're messing up my mane. I'm going to face up your shit. Anyway, when she asks where they're both going, Simba lies to his own mother's face and tells her that they're going to the water hole.
Yeah, because there's no other way they'd be able to go. He's a kid. Kids are...
They'll lie.
Yeah, kids lie when they want something, when they're going to do something that they know their parents are going to disapprove of. I know, I've done it.
Yeah, agreed.
Faking illness, not go to school.
Also, period. Kids are stupid. Just end of story. Kids are dumb.
Your kids are stupid. Your argument is invalid.
Yeah, and also it's just like he wants to prove that he is brave because he has a very, very skewed, simplistic view of the world, and that's proven by his song. But we will get to that.
Yeah.
Go.
As long as Zazu goes with them to chaperone. And Simba appears to be resentful of this. I don't really know why. After all, this is a golden opportunity.
Okay, that's a wrong. That the context of this image is completely off.
He doesn't look resentful. His face is going, oh no, I have to somehow slip past him. And which is why the song is coming up.
Also,
because the song is to distract him.
Also, Zazu is kind of a killjoy.
Yeah.
Like all parents.
Well, he's not Simba's parent, but...
Oh. Sorry. Oh, he's the bodyguard, isn't he?
No, he's babysitter. He's the royal babysitter. Yeah, the royal
babysitter.
Babysitter. They'll let you have any fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's keep going.
Someone else in his life like shit.
Oh,
so they get pretty close to the waterhole.
Matthew finds
oh god, I just love this. They actually dedicate an entire song to talking about how much of an asshole this kid is. You guys suck and I am great. Me. You guys suck and I am great. It's all about me. Heartwarming. No! So Simba disrespects and humiliates Zazu and leaves him for dead in the underside of a rhino. Which brings the
first act.
It's funny. This is funny.
And this song proves that Simba does not understand the responsibility that will fall on his shoulders once he actually becomes king. He thinks he will be able to do whatever he wants, go where he wants, do what he wants whenever, but he doesn't understand that being a king is about responsibility. That's what the song is.
It doesn't leave him under a rhino for dead. The rhino just sits on him. And it's funny because this is a cartoon.
And it farts on him.
I don't think it farts on him. I don't think it farts on him.
It does, but I don't.
Oh my god, wait. Matthew finds Ray likable?
Yeah. I think that I don't think that that is a bad thing, since some people can find anything likable. I don't think that that's a ding against him. It's fine.
Yeah, I know that one of the protagonists that I like, a lot of people say is bland, but I don't care.
Kirito?
Yeah.
Well, let's start. Okay, so in terms of likable, so what are a number of characters who start off low on the likability, or at least moral value start off point? Can anybody name a few of good things? Yeah, that
I would say like Yagami, but he never actually gets over it.
Cusco in Emperor's New Groove.
I would say,
as I said, Kirito starts off really bland, and he only supposedly really gets going in Alicization.
Not bland, but dislikable, how he's portraying Simba here. I would say Artemis Fowl.
Edmund. Yeah.
Edmund. That's a good one. What are some others? Ethelwald. Yeah. Ethelwald.
I know he still keeps the things that you dislike about him, but you could start to slightly respect him.
Let's see.
You're gonna
yes, Alfred and
Seth Gecko and From Dusk Till Dawn is an example. Yes.
Would Uhtred count?
I think I think the Uhtred is kind of a good kid from the beginning.
It's like you can
I'd say Artemis Fowl, actually.
Yeah.
Because Artemis Fowl is a criminal mastermind kid who is trying to get money. That's what he's trying to do. To reinstate his family fortune.
Ash Ketchum.
Well, that's just standard. That's just
really character that. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Just,
I mean, I like Zuko right out the gate. YouTube.
Yeah, Zuko's cool.
Yeah.
It's like I would say. I would.
Yeah, prequel Anakin.
Fair.
I think not prequel Anakin as a whole. Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace Anakin.
Phantom Menace Anakin's a good kid, I think.
Well,
he starts displaying like slightly like less than appealing traits in 2.
Yeah, okay. You're right.
His lesser traits are mostly as a result of his writing. He's supposed to be a good kid. He comes off as a dick because he's poorly written.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. I think that it's mostly just like the creepy stare. The creepy staring doesn't really help.
No, it doesn't help him at all.
I don't know. I don't think I ran into a character I didn't like from the start and later grew to like. I think one would be. Jamie's an example. Jamie Lannister.
Yeah, Jamie Lannister is a good example. I think mainly it's just like they start off as like not likable. You may like them, you may not, but at least like they have an arc. So it seems as though Alfred, I think that's a good example.
Yeah.
Season 1 Alfred, yes, but
But basically, this guy is saying that all protagonists should be good and sweet and squeaky clean and moral from the beginning. That's what he's arguing, which I think is absurd.
Blend.
Yeah, which is stupid. And Ariel's a brat. Like, she is a flat brat. Like, let's not mince words. She is a bratty teenager, typical bratty teenager, but she has an arc and becomes. Well, not really even an arc.
That's the sad part. She doesn't have an arc. Her dad has the arc.
That's actually really true. She kind of just gets what she wants at the end because her dad. I guess like her dad like realizes, oh, maybe I should let her, but then again, maybe he realizes, oh, great, I get to get rid of her. Great.
I think I got one. Altair.
I don't know who that is.
Altair
Assassin's Creed.
Yes. I would say
I never played that. Alrighty.
He is very straightforward. He doesn't really care about a whole lot of other people. His character arc is all about redeeming himself in the eyes of the Brotherhood because, well, he led the Templars right to their doorstep.
Well, alrighty. Well, kind of, at least we've proven, like, that you can start a character who's not a perfectly moral person, like Cusco in Emperor's New Groove, which for some reason he likes.
Okay, I'm not going to say that it's a... Emperor's New Groove was a fun movie and funny. I think Cusco is one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, I love Cusco.
Both was a good meme from that.
That was
Or was that El Dorado? I forget.
Yeah, that's Road to El Dorado.
Yeah.
I would require Lelouch to become lightly. Lelouch is sympathetic. You can sympathize with Lelouch, but I once.
Yeah, it's like whether you like him or not depends on whether you agree with his politics or not.
Yeah, it's his ideals. You're in it.
That's a good point. I think that works.
I know. How does the incel apply with him?
Because he's not able to be with women because of his code.
Yeah.
So that's just because he wasn't. Well, he wasn't fully. That's because he was actually too old. Well,
yes. He's 9. I think that, them. So they get them at 3.
Yeah, they get them when they're young, so it doesn't take as long. And so it's because when they're done, no attachments. He never grew out of his attachment to his mother, and so he still has an emotional side to him.
which is I think that that's kind of like a weird. I think that that's a weird. I think that if you like, I think that there is one point to be made that if you detach from a kid from his parents at a super super young age, some of those kids are going to mentally develop in a way that is not healthy.
It's why that they're there, so they can still train them without having negative effects on their psyche. The problem is that Anakin's too old for that because he's already developed an attachment. It means that if they tried, they wouldn't be able to fully condition him.
I would say that he's both too old and too young, because at some point you transition into adulthood where you can accept that you can detach yourself from people you love while still loving them.
We are so off.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's
Tally
move
of
on.
elders he's disrespected and disobeyed to 4. This is our hero, ladies and gentlemen. This is our hero.
Zazu's just a killjoy. He is the Sebastian of this movie, and yet our Ariel does just as bad more frequently with frickin' Sebastian.
Yes,
they're both
she
serve the same
does.
function.
They are both killjoys, and they are both babysitters that the kids. And yes, I do lump Ariel, who is supposedly an adult. Maybe not. She's 14.
16. She's 16.
Yeah, 16.
She's 16.
Oh crap!
But 16-year-olds do not want to have a babysitter. They are old enough to take care of themselves. And if they are given a babysitter, they chafe under the attention.
Mm-hmm.
I know that at 16, I never wanted a babysitter.
Let's keep going.
So they get to the elephant graveyard, Zazu catches up with them, and they learn that this is actually hyena territory. And oh my god, he's even a little asshole in foreign lands. I'm my future king. You can't do anything to me. Oh, come on, guys. Eat him. Eat him. Eat him and spit his bones out and make him into a toilet and shit on his dead carcass. Oh, damn it, he got away. Turns out Mufasa actually cares about this little shit for some reason and decided to save his life.
He's his only son.
Not caring about your child is seen as a horrible quality.
Agreed.
He's God.
So you're saying you want Mufasa to be a horrible dad?
Are you really seriously saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah.
I think Willie's just saying that oh, kill him you must. He's an asshole, he is.
Great.
No.
Yeah.
He does a lot of things, but he doesn't deserve to be eaten.
You to Pepper, Simba slaughter by his entire. That's Simba's.
Kidding.
Here's what happened. His family was a crewmate on the ship, and Simba was the imposter. He killed them all.
Yeah, this Matthew is an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
So now he's going to teach his son a lesson. So now the first act of the film is very nearly coming to a close. What's happened in the film so far? Well, Simba has bathed in his own ego, treated everyone in his life like a sack of shit, including his own 2 parents, almost caused an international incident, and very nearly got
international.
International? No.
That's
no.
There are need countries for an international incident.
This seems more like interstate than anything, and even then, it's really going far.
Yeah.
Also,
he's gonna get low interspecies.
Interregional.
Yeah. Let's just keep going. This is irrelevant.
If there are any Lion King fans watching this review, please help me out here. Why are we supposed to like this little shit?
Because he is a character.
Arc.
Character. It's changes.
Yeah, let's keep going.
A lot of people who have heard this complaint from me have given the same defense. Simba is just a little kid. Little kids are rambunctious and rebellious. Well, I was a little kid once, and I was rebellious and rambunctious. but I was never this much of an obstinate, willful, selfish, dishonest, disobedient little asshole. And I didn't know any other little kid that was either.
My
personality go way beyond.
My BS detector went off, and a handle broke.
Oh my god!
Well, tick broke, so that means that I smelled some major one.
Yeah, no. Little kids are little shits. It's a well-known fact.
But there are people like
also
like
there are also he's very privileged. He is a prince. He is basically, and he's actually and he's better than most princes in fiction. He's better than most princes in fiction. Yeah.
Oh, I know what we would call it. We would call him a trust fund baby nowadays, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, he very much is.
Trust fund baby. He knows nothing of responsibility right now. But guess what? He grows out of it.
Though he's a better trust fund baby than Benioff is.
I'm a better trust fund baby than Benioff.
Hey, maybe Simba would write a book and it'd be more successful than Benioff's career.
Yes.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that everybody's going to hold up Game of Thrones season 4 through 4 through 3. Well, 1 through 4 as a sign that Benioff is a good writer.
No, because
I don't want to listen
to he just got lazy.
Here's the thing: there are like several people that I know who are fans of Game of Thrones who said that after season 1, they started diverging from the books.
Yeah, well, it's like there are still show fans like that say that show and book fans like Yezin who say that it's good. But we're getting off topic. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
On simple rambunctiousness of youth. Simba's the kind of kid you see drill sergeants yelling at on the Maury Povich show.
Oh god, it's gonna be on Skype. I just know it.
When you get in a meet DM or large drink from Taco Bell, you may find yourself with so much power.
He'll live in a commercial. To be continued.
Hi and welcome to part 2. So when we last met our hero Simba, he had caused every problem in what would otherwise have been a peaceful kingdom, and his father was about to chastise him for it.
The kingdom of hyenas is not peaceful at all. It's like saying hyenas are just the animal version of Vikings, but worse. Because they can't fight for it. They have to wait till you're down and about to die.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, lions are actually better pack hunters than lions. Lions are mostly lazy gits.
Mostly because the lioness do all the hunting.
Well, it's mostly because of the fact that hyenas aren't very on top of the food chain. They have.
And to be fair, predators are largely low metabolism because there's not that much carbs in a dead animal. And so they have to just go for the least amount of effort possible.
Uh-huh.
Yep,
that's because this is a multiple part video. He just splits them into...
Not a big fan of the gratuitous compliment, but it seems I must give one here. I didn't hate this scene. It is in fact the only scene in the film that made me neither ill nor annoyed.
Wow.
That's a gratuitous compliment because it did make me very confused.
What?
I didn't understand these two characters at all after this scene. I mean, if Simba loves
they are a father and a son who love each other very much, and Mufasa is just really, really glad that his son is still in one piece.
Also, like he's giving him a lesson that being brave isn't about not being scared all the time.
Exactly. You are at your bravest when you are at your most terrified.
Mm-hmm.
You sometimes do more heroic feats when you're about to die. Because then you realize that at that moment, if you don't do anything, you'll die. But if you try to do something, you may live. I like those kind of characters who run into more, well, this is a moment I could die in, so I have to fight, otherwise I will die.
It's why a lot of people like Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones so much, is because they feel like anybody could die at any moment.
If they don't do something, then they will die.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually it's actually why people like Luke, because he's a person that can die at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
And teacher, then how did Simba turn out to be such a little asshole in the first place?
He's a kid, but we've covered this, so let's keep going.
At this point, we're being a dead
So after
horse.
these two have a little bonding time, we then cut to a scene where the hyenas are upset about not killing the kid. This scene then rolls into the most pointless villain song I've ever heard in my life.
Awesome
The only
villain song ever. This is like Be Prepared is probably one of the, if not the absolute best villain song ever written and performed. Jeremy Iron absolutely kills this.
Also, Jim Cummings. So here knows the story of like of how Jim Cummings actually like came in at the tail end of the song.
Yeah, I've heard
that. I've heard that song. It's not a song, it's a rant. The last 2 words are sung, and he absolutely nails it.
Yeah.
Wait, is that from the 2019 remake?
Yes.
No, it's it's like so lame. It's so lame. It's just a talk.
Why couldn't we get this? Why could we not get the authentic Be Prepared? If not in the movie, then in the damn soundtrack.
And also, here's the thing about Chiwetel Ejiofor. Chiwetel Ejiofor can sing. Like, he can sing. He's a better singer than Jeremy Irons. Like, just... Like, he is... Like, Jeremy Irons kind of mostly sings, but he does a good job. And Jim Cummings comes in at the moment where, like, Scar starts hopping around on stuff. Because Jeremy Irons threw out his voice after the "you wouldn't get a sniff without me," so Jim Cummings had to come in. And do the line, and it sounds so authentic that it's just like, wow, this is like, wow, I can't tell the difference. It's very impressive.
I can't believe it's not Cummings.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you mean I can't believe it's not Irons.
It's very impressive to say the least. Let's keep going.
This is the best song ever.
The thing we learn in this song is that Scar is using the hyenas to try to take over the Pride Lands. We know. That's what he just tried to do. So after this gratuitous scene, we then see Scar taking Simba to a rock in the middle of nowhere. Now to keep this brief, I'll just sum this up. Hyenas cause stampede, Simba gets caught up, father saves his life, Scar kills father, Simba very sad. This is in fact supposed to be one of the saddest moments in cinematic history, but I just didn't see it that way. I mean, it's a little kid who just lost a parent.
Yeah, you're not human. Every
have
time
no empathy?
I watch this scene, I cry. I cry every single time.
Do you have no human empathy?
Just looking at the screenshot you have there, Matthew, is bringing tears to my eyes. Now, excuse me while I go cry in a corner.
The simple fact you can't even sympathize, that you can't even empathize for a child who's lost their father, just speaks volumes about how I should be feeling about you.
Yeah, that speaks volumes about you, not volumes about the character. Yeah.
It's like you can always empathize, like, even if you can't personally speak from experience, you can't empathize with people who've lost parents. Because you don't know what you would be like if you lost your parent, and seeing what somebody would act like when it is sad.
Wow, this Matthew is a monster. It's like, yeah, let's keep going. I think maybe
that has a default setting of being generally sad. But since we don't like Simba and we didn't know Mufasa,
you don't like. You don't like
yourself, you monster.
You don't like Simba because you have weird protagonist standards.
It's very inconsistent.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at his face is bringing tears to my eyes, you freaking idiot.
Yeah.
All right, if you Troy,
Very well.
I bet this.
It's just really hard to care about this in any way except just generally. What follows this is the most underexplained moment in the entire film. And that's a big deal because it's also one of the most crucial.
Oh my god. No. This is Scar getting Simba out of the way so that he can be king. What he's going to do is he's going to tell the lionesses that Simba died in the stampede with his father. This is literally Scar usurping the throne.
Yeah, let's keep going. Let's see what he.
Points in the film. What in all fucking hell makes Simba think that this is his fault? It's not like he caused the stampede, and the only.
Also, here's. Okay, so very simply, Simba is roaring, and he thinks that the echo of his roar startled the wildebeest into doing the stampede. That could be one reason. Another reason was his dad came down to save him, and because if his dad had not come down to save him, he would not be dead.
Yeah, he thinks it's his fault because right now he has survivor's guilt.
Yep.
That's a very serious thing.
Yes.
Shiro Emi suffers from a very severe case of survivor's guilt.
Yep.
Thing Scar says to him is, the king is dead, and if it weren't for you, he'd still be alive.
Which
this implies that this is supposed to be Simba's fault.
Simba's survivor's guilt.
Yeah.
He is Scar
because
is
he
quite
was
deliberately saying the worst thing he could possibly say to Simba right now.
Right, and he's a kid too. Like, imagine, that's gonna mess up one's psyche very badly.
It is. And it's going to take him years and years to get over it. Okay, maybe not years and years because lions' growth cycles, they become adults, I think, at 3 years old.
Let me see. Lion age cycle. Okay, compare. Okay, here's age cycle. Lion adults are between 3 and 8 years old.
Okay,
and,
so...
And if I were to do a calculator from human years to lion years, that would be 1 human year is equivalent to 2.29 lion years.
Okay. So Simba is basically a 4-year-old who is being told that it's his fault that his dad died, who he absolutely adored. That is going to mess with him. And then Scar tells him to run away because everyone is going to blame him, and that is blatantly a lie.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's keep going.
There and needed rescue, but the only reason he was there is because Scar put him there. Simba even offered to go with Scar to get his dad. Scar said no, just stay on this rock and practice your little roar. Even a grieving 8-year-old idiot should be able to figure out that, even by the logic of what was just said to him, this is Scar's fault.
Kids are stupid, you idiot! Kids are stupid.
Kids are easily gullible.
Why would he not trust his uncle? His uncle has not proven to be untrustworthy. That's the point.
Mm-hmm. He's Claudius. He is the only reason. It's basically like a kind of a combination. Basically, this film is kind of a hybrid of. Like a lot of people say that Lion King is Hamlet, animated Hamlet with lions. I don't agree with that. I think
Thank you. I never understood that either.
It is a hybrid of Hamlet, but most of it is Henry the Fourth, parts 1 and 2 is the main thing that this film is going with. It's basically a young prince who finds his Falstaffs in the form of Timon and Pumbaa, and kind of just runs off and does bugger all for a long time until finally he comes to his senses and becomes king. That's what this movie is. It's Henry the Fourth, not Hamlet. Let's keep going.
There's just no way to turn this around and make it out to be Simba's fault. And Simba has no reason to think it is his fault.
No,
the motivations Simba has for thinking that he was responsible for his dad's death aren't even bad. They barely even exist. If you're going to give us a character later on who spends many of his adult years blaming himself for his father's death, you've got to give us a better motivation than, I believe it's so, because I was there.
Technically, that actually works. Because his memories could be distorted. Another thing is, technically, he could believe, oh, if my dad hadn't come to save me, I would not be dead. My dad would not have died. That's essentially what he is thinking right now.
Yeah, it is a survivor's guilt, Matthew. I know it's a tough concept to understand, but that's what Simba is feeling. And any small child who lost their parent in that kind of situation would believe the same.
He can't fathom ever taking responsibility. That's why he doesn't get it.
Mm-hmm. The reason, I agree with this.
Yeah, we like Mufasa.
Yeah, because Mufasa's a good dad.
Yeah, he's an awesome dad.
And also Darth Vader's his voice, which is awesome. Like,
yeah, that too.
Yeah, because it's like his voice is really, really comforting and has a lot of gravitas and presence.
Mm-hmm. It does.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's get to the 20-minute mark.
This scene is the textbook definition of contrived. So
No,
anyway.
Oh, you say everything is contrived, Matthew. This is not contrived. No. No, just no. Okay. We've got 2 minutes.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Done?
Survivor's guilt. Look it up, Matt.
Yeah, look it up.
Also, post-traumatic stress disorder.
That too.
Scar manages to dupe Simba, and then he exiles him from the kingdom.
No,
this
he
is the
doesn't
only
exile
action
him
taken
from
in
the
the film that can
kingdom.
be interpreted in any way as good. Based on
Oh
what we
my
learned
God.
about Simba and how he planned to run this place, Scar probably just did the people of Pride Rock the biggest favor of their lives.
No, he
So
didn't.
Scar goes back and tells the people.
Yeah.
He
Well,
didn't.
I have to go for about 10 minutes. So entertain the chat until then.
Okay. Let's see. How can we stay on topic? Okay. No, Matthew, you are wrong. You are very wrong. What Scar did was not exile his nephew. He told his nephew to run away, and this scene right here that you are showing is Scar telling the lionesses that both Simba and Mufasa died in the stampede. That's what this scene is. He hasn't exiled the prince. He wants everyone to think Simba is dead so that he can be king. That was, in fact, one of his first lines in the entire movie. He said, I was number one until that kid came along, basically. Because he wanted to be king.
honestly,
yeah.
Go.
And Simba, yes, is kind of self-centered and selfish, and he is a little shit, yes. But that's not what makes him likable. And that's not why and that's, forget it. What were you going to say, Wolf?
I also lost my train of thought of it, other than just Matthew's probably. Other than Matthew is, well, you already know it. Go
Stupid. He's stupid.
Scar be like, we was kangs and sheep. This scene is Scar reporting falsely that Simba has died. And he did that because he wants to rule the kingdom. And up until this point, he has not made it obvious that he is not to be trusted by his family. We know that he's not to be trusted because we get to see his awesome villain song. But his brother and his nephew don't know that at any point that he is planning to usurp the throne. They think that he is trustworthy, and the moment Mufasa learns that his brother is not trustworthy, he dies. And Simba certainly does not see that Scar deliberately let go of his brother. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Simba does not see that Scar deliberately let go of his father's paws, that he let him fall to his death. Simba thinks, up until that point, that Scar's paws slipped, that he could not keep a hold on his older brother. My grip gauge ran out.
Sorry, but your father was very fat.
Well, yeah, and he lies to Simba to get Simba out of the way, and then he lies to the lionesses so that he can be king. That's what's going on. Just confused Matthew annoys me so damn much.
Same. Yeah, can I get an amen in the house for Neph? Really? Not even Norman. Wait, is Donnie even has a computer?
Huh? Oh, he has to do something for the next couple of minutes.
Oh, so he's AFK.
Yeah, he's AFK at the moment. He told us to keep the chat entertained.
So in other words, we're here to discuss about. So in other words, Matthew should be. You should consider Matthew a very weird. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Matthew is weird.
Yeah,
it's like your taste in quality is lacking, shall we say. I find your lack of faith disturbing. And it's just, how the hell can he not like this movie? How?
I mean,
the villain song is always the best part of the movie, but the characters are all well written, the story is well written, and it's just, and the musical numbers are well done. So, I'm sorry, Matthew, but you have poor taste. And I hate having to say that because, everyone's taste is different. But you
can admit that the music is good while saying that I don't like it. What happened to Wolf?
I don't know.
Oh no, something happened. Oh,
Wolf died?
Something like that, it seems.
Wolf got shinda.
Okay, was
Oh
there
crap! We can't let Wolf in. Wolf fell off the call or something. And there's no gun to let him back in.
Yeah. Yeah. So did you have
I'm still trying to diagnose the stupid.
Occupation Army? That's so funny.
I think my quote-unquote joke earlier hit pretty close to the mark. Matthew can't understand responsibility because he's never taken any.
Yeah, he just can't. So, did you have anything you wanted to add to what I said earlier about the scene and what Scar was doing?
Not really. Not that I can think of right now.
Okay.
It's like I do like I left a joke in the office. Matthew watches Bayformers. Wah wah! This porridge is too stupid. Watches No Country for Old Men. Wah wah! This porridge is too smart. Watches Lion King. Wah wah! Oh, what is your problem now?
It's like, yeah, it's. Are you missing brain cells or something?
I'm almost tempted to believe this is a parody. Like he's supposed, like his character Matthew is supposed to hate every movie, and he's supposed to like blow everything out of proportion. Like he's an angry video game nerd, but with like 1% of the charisma.
Maybe.
Because that would make sense from a timeline perspective. 2008, of course he'd be ripping off angry video game nerd. Literally everybody did. That's how Linkara got its start.
Yeah.
That's how the Nostalgia Critic arguably got his start.
Well, at least we got a lot farther in the video than I thought we were going to at this point. I thought we were still going to be within the first 6 minutes with how dumb it was, but then the first 6 minutes was all nothing. But yeah. Very funny. I see that you are now in chat. Good. Yeah. How long has he been gone, Drake? Do you know? I think he's been gone maybe 5 minutes.
It's like 6 minutes or so.
Okay, so we still have a bit of time left. Let's see.
How's my day going? I just finished my Exia. I'm taking its photos of the first middle finger flip off.
Oh, nice.
Because that's what you do with Gundams. You make them give the middle finger.
How fun.
Everybody loves the perfect great hands.
Yep.
Hey, I'm
Oh,
back.
somebody out?
Oh, hey, you're back.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I had to drop my little sister or something. All right.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm glad you missed me.
Yeah, because Wolf fell off the call just a little bit after you left and had no way to get back in.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And unlike certain calls, like a Zoom call, I can't transfer admin status because I'm paying for this. Alrighty, let's keep going. Anything interesting, Love?
I live.
Anything interesting?
Nope. Not really.
Well,
I don't think so.
well, other than me accidentally clicking out and getting kicked and getting out of the broadcast, that was pretty much all the interesting stuff that happened.
People that both Mufasa and Simba have been killed in the stampede, and since everyone in this film is either evil or a complete idiot, they all just take his word for it. Meanwhile,
because there's no evidence to prove
There's
otherwise.
no evidence to prove otherwise, and he has not proven to them that he is not trustworthy.
Yeah, it's
We
like it's
trust
obvious
him.
that Scar is stupid. Why didn't they read the script? I read the script.
The evidence of the absence of evidence is not the evidence of different context.
Absence of evidence is not,
It's not
evidence
the evidence
of absence.
absence.
And that is the wrong context.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, but it's
I realized
like,
quickly.
find Simba.
Yeah, let's keep things going. Let's keep things going.
Roasting in the sun, and then we are introduced to Timon and Pumbaa. And here, I have to give credit where credit is due. Because as far as Disney villains go, these are two of the most evil, nasty, despicable, despisable Disney villains I've ever...
You know, I call Elsa a Disney villain as a joke.
I mean, originally she was supposed to be a villain.
Matthew.
Yeah, but then Disney didn't have the nuts to actually make a woman evil.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the past, they weren't afraid to have Ursula be the villain.
They weren't afraid
Yeah.
of making Maleficent the villain either.
And then in Maleficent, they made her the good guy.
Oh my
Because of
god.
course they did.
I actually didn't think Maleficent was that bad. I
No, it's
enjoyed
not
it
that
when I
bad.
watched it, but it's like...
It's enjoyable trash.
yes.
Um,
And no, Timon and
Apparent-
Pumbaa are not the bad guys here.
You know, I watched Lion King 1.5.
Lion King 1.5 is. I actually decently like that one. That one's funny.
It's hilarious.
I have not
Okay.
yet watched
Okay.
it. I need to.
It's very funny.
Yeah, he does take back his opinion on Pumbaa. Pumbaa's okay.
What
Pumbaa.
makes him do that, though?
Probably because Timon is the mastermind and Pumbaa is the idiot.
Pumbaa's not an idiot.
Yeah, but he'd say
he's
that.
simple.
You can buy that Confused Matthew would say that.
Yeah,
Who's
you
Pumbaa?
can. Pumbaa is
warthog.
the warthog.
Ah,
Timon is the meerkat.
yeah. Like I said, it's been a while. Wait a minute, Thunderous Bagel. Why do I feel like I know you from somewhere?
Because he is the woman lover from Anomaly Inc. server.
Yeah, know it. Because it's like he's a Templar profile picture. What does that? Remember, actually, that's how I met you, Dunn. You started a conversation, and you and Templar like had a nice conversation in general chat.
Yep. Yeah, he's a cool guy. I like him. We have a similar taste in stuff like Brandon Sanderson being the best fantasy author who has ever lived.
And it's thanks to Dive. And
It's like,
that's actually
my God, Confused Matthew could not be further from the truth.
Yeah, let's keep going, and we'll see if he improves his takes in his re-review.
I highly
doubt that.
It's Confused Matthew.
Ever seen on screen. I mean, they make the Wicked Queen look like mother freaking to. Wait a minute! These are supposed to be good guys too? What is it that makes these writers think that horrible people make for good protagonists? First of all, they
sound effect was actually well rendered.
They're side characters.
Also, here's the thing: having people have flawed moral views is not a bad thing. It's actually a very good thing. You're just
Simba needed to get trained by Ray.
What Simba needed right this moment was exactly what Timon and Pumbaa could give. He needed a couple of shoulders to cry on, and then someone to distract him.
Yep.
Now, the distraction went on far too long, but Nala's arrival woke him up to the fact that he needed to go.
Mm-hmm.
And Timon and Pumbaa went with him because they are his friends.
And they support him.
Yes.
Alrighty.
I've seen dumber takes. I've seen the Timon and Pumbaa are actually in a gay relationship, which explains why they don't know what to do with a little pussy.
Black Slayer wields a keyblade.
Oh gosh.
Dang it. Can't we go one episode without a framing monsters reference?
It's annoying because both these characters are like Simba's parental substitutes. They are like the cool uncles to Mufasa's stern father. Yep.
Wait, Timon are bad people, WTF?
Yeah, it's like these guys are his fun uncles.
Yeah.
That let him do whatever he wants.
They're better than his actual uncle.
Yeah, they're way better than his actual uncle.
Yeah, at least in his re-review, he uses video footage, but he's just twisting them.
Yeah,
these stills. He's very much taking a lot of this out of context. But let's keep going.
When does he not do that?
No words about.
It took him a while to get like proper video editing footage together.
I wish I thought of that. The only reason they're helping this poor kid out is so that they can use him. And this never changes through the course of the film. When Simba is an adult lion and saves them from another adult lion, Timon greedily whispers in Pumbaa's ear, "See, I told you he'd come in handy." Wait, what valiant, noble heroes we have.
God.
We don't need paragons all the time.
None of these characters are paragons, and that's perfectly fine. They all go through character arcs. Scar goes through the villainous character arcs. Timon and Pumbaa start off as the fun uncles who learn that they kind of have to be responsible when they're.
When you think about it, they're basically stoner heroes. I mean, what is Hakuna Matata except the rallying call of the stoned?
Kind of is, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
I want to see that image now. If someone can make that image of these two just smoking some Mary Jane, that would be nice.
Have in this film. Second of all, Timon and Pumbaa are just horrible people. They're lazy and proud of it, stupid and proud of it, selfish and proud of it, and what's more, they're assholes. We have a scene where Simba is telling them what he thinks of the origin of the stars, and they both just laugh at him like he's a piece of shit for even opening his mouth about the subject. These are our heroes, folks. These are
shooting the brains like stoners. This is stoner talk.
They don't believe in mumbo jumbo. They believe in what they can see.
Yeah, it's like they laugh because it sounds silly to them.
And the entire joke of the scene is that Simba is talking about how he saw the stars as like his ancestors and something, and Pumbaa actually gives the scientific explanation of what stars really are. That's the joke.
Yeah, that's what makes it so funny.
Yeah, and they have varying, like, it's like fireflies. Like, Timon comes up with the dumb explanation. Pumbaa comes up with kind of the factual scientific explanation.
And that shows that Pumbaa is much smarter than you think he is.
He's actually smarter than Timon. Timon's not that smart, all things
It's like a pinky in the brain sort of thing. It's like one is the smart one, but only on paper.
Yeah.
The same... Gee, Brain, what are we doing tonight? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Narf.
Narf.
But yeah, seriously.
Timon and Pumbaa, Bill and Ted, the guys at Biodome.
Yeah,
I don't like Biodome. I don't like Biodome. I don't like Pauly Shore, period.
I watched
That's
Bill and
fair.
Ted. I watched Bill and Ted. Well, the first.
I like Bill and Ted. I'm totally fine with Bill and Ted. I love Keanu Reeves and the dude who plays the guy to whom he plays sidekick, but I do not like Pauly Shore or Stephen Baldwin in that movie.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I only watched the first. I watched the original Bill and Ted movie.
Yeah. But yeah, they're very similar characters, but I would actually agree with the argument that the guys in Biodome are actually reprehensible because they're trying to they're kind of a pair of idiots who are messing up a scientific experiment that's trying to figure out if you can actually make life happen on other area and if an good ecosystem, but they're messing it up. And it's just it's really
For our heroes. Third of all, they actually do something to this kid that's just as bad, if not worse, than what Scar did to him when he told him to run away. They convince him that if you've got problems, sweep them under the rug. You've got responsibilities? Shirk them. Ignore everything in your life and live like a lazy, stupid, selfish, greedy little bastard like we do. Turn your back on the world, they teach this kid.
That's not
and
what they're saying.
That's more take it easy, kid.
No, they're going, right now, you don't have any responsibilities. Because he's a kid that ran away.
Because he believed he was responsible for his dad's death.
Yeah.
And it's more of the dude abides sort of thing than shirk responsibility.
The dude abides.
Because as it turns out, he wasn't responsible for his dad's death.
No, that was all Scar, and he figures that out later. But right now, what he needed was exactly what Timon and Pumbaa are telling him. He needs to put everything down and just relax. Mm-hmm. This is not them telling him to be lazy. He was still doing all the hunting that he needed to do while he lived there. He just wasn't hunting them.
Yeah.
Which is sort of the point of the movie, all told. It's like Simba wants to grow up too fast, and what he needs to learn is that there is a time for everything under the sun, as it were.
Yeah, and this is part of that lesson.
I think that a big part of it is kind of he was totally getting some serious steak on the side. There's no way that a lion would get that jacked without on just bugs. He was off hunting.
Yeah, he was just very careful to not hunt Timon and Pumbaa, who were basically his uncles at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, let's keep going.
Sum this horrible moral philosophy up in 2 words. Hakuna Matata, which loosely translated means fuck it. And this awful moral philosophy, which no one should ever follow in their lives, is translated into an easy-to-remember children's song.
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful
King fans.
Yeah,
what a wonderful phrase. Let me ask you a question, Lion King fans. If the only salvageable point to this film is that you shouldn't shirk your responsibilities and shouldn't sweep your problems under the rug, why does Hakuna Matata get its own song?
Because it's a party song.
It's partying. Oh my god.
Let's admit it. Confused Matthew is honestly, he's not a very intelligent person.
No, he's not.
Would it help if they threw a lightsaber over their shoulders disrespectfully?
Actually, that may prove the film in his eyes.
Maybe. We'll have to cover his Last Jedi live stream. He doesn't do a review. He does a live stream on it.
He does live streams for everything now. I had to scroll through so many. I had to scroll through a lot of live streams just to find the 2019 Lion King discussion. Even then, it was a live stream, and it's just him playing Fallout 76 and talk about the Lion King.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Why is Hakuna Matata portrayed in a positive light in that song? Hakuna Matata, even by this own film's admission, is a bad thing.
No!
And these two are lazy, evil, greedy, selfish little vermin larvae who are actually guilty of corrupting a small child. And we're supposed
they're not.
No,
they are not. They are the fun uncles who are looking after him when he needs a shoulder.
And they're providing him with the ability to rest from his labors. He's tired and stressed and heartbroken, and he
right now Hakuna Matata is exactly what he needs. He needs to de-stress, and he needs to get over his father's death. Mm-hmm. That's what he does when he's with them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
To like him. And the only thing more unnerving than what has just been said is that people actually did like them. Now, for my part, I spent most of this film totally unaware that these were even supposed to be good guys. I thought they were going for something like the truants in Pinocchio. You know, the ones who convinced him that smoking and drinking were good things and almost got him turned into an ass. Anyway, so these three begin a long and unhealthy friendship, beginning what I like to fondly refer to as the fellowship of the three assholes. So then Simba grows up, and then we see that
it's not an unhealthy friendship. It's not, because Timon and Pumbaa in the second movie turn out to be his daughter's babysitters, and there is a reason that he would trust her with them.
Mm-hmm.
What's he about to say about Simba?
And then we see that he grows up, and what's more, you give him all the personality of Pepid Pudding. You establish this kid as a little asshole and then turn him into a vegetable without any justification for the move. It's not like he became this way because he realized
he's becoming a chilled out college kid. He's not.
It's called a character arc, you fucking idiot.
This guy cannot believe this crap. There is no way. This has got to be an AVGN ripoff. I'm calling it that.
No, he legit believes this. He believes it so hard, he did a re-review where he reiterates a lot of these same points.
Which we are going to watch next.
Why? We're going to run out of time, you know.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Probably.
Realized he was an asshole and that was a bad thing. He is the way he is because someone put him in the wrong place at the wrong time. He didn't grow.
He does not know that.
He just
he did grow and he did change, and that change is exemplified in Hakuna Matata, where he actually learns to chill but he takes it too far. That is the problem. He takes it too far.
And then the duet with Nala helps him put his head back on straight.
And Rafiki. I think mostly it's Rafiki. It's mostly Rafiki.
Can you tap that ass tonight?
Indeed. Let's keep going.
Rebooted. This character is the way he is for reasons totally unrelated to this character. If this character is going to be completely irrelevant to the last 2/3 of this film, why did we even need to watch the first third? Why didn't you just start the film right here?
No! Because that is part of Simba's arc. Simba had a very simplistic view of the world as a kid, and now that he's grown up, he's gone in the complete opposite direction. He was on, I can't wait to be king, and now he's, I don't want to be king. I'm happy with my life the way it is. And he needs to learn that he needs to take responsibility. He needs to learn that being king is a responsibility that he cannot escape from.
It is.
He was born to be king.
It's his duty.
It's like a story that goes across his entire life. Of course it's going to change.
Yeah, exactly.
This story takes place over several years.
Yep. And it explains why the hyenas are depleting the pride lands, because they eat way too much and they destabilize the ecosystem.
Exactly.
And there are weird people like Lindsay Ellis who say that it's kind of arguing for anti-immigration, which is strange.
Yeah, because the hyenas were already there.
Yeah. Hyenas are predators and scavengers that occupy the same space as lions do.
Yep.
So it makes no sense.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Sorry about that. I really hate this film. Meanwhile, back at Pride Rock, Scar is
screw you.
laying around with nothing to do.
No. He's just showing why he's a despot. There's nothing wrong with this.
He's showing why he is not the right person to be king.
He's a good schemer and he knows like how to be king, but he does how to get to be king, but he's not good at being king.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the responsibility that is demanded of him.
He's essentially Simba's foil. Both Simba and Scar wanted to be king really impatiently at the start of the movie. Scar didn't change. Simba did. That's the point.
Exactly. Now, Simba's not yet ready to be king at this point, but that does not change the fact that Simba is going to be a better king than Scar.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Meanwhile, back with Simba and his two supposed friends, they're laying around with nothing to do.
Oh, good God.
Isn't this a pretty picture? We've got both the protagonist and the antagonist laying around, not doing anything. Oh, and am I upset to the fact that Scar is
foils? Because they're foils.
They're relaxing. They're showing the characters in repose. This is not a bad thing.
They are showing them in downtime. Showing them relaxing. This is a quiet moment for both the characters. And it shows their personality really well. Without downtime, the pacing of a movie would be off. Too much downtime, and the pacing would also be off. Do you just want there to be explosions?
Which is weird because he hates Transformers 3 and 2 and 1.
And hopefully 4 and 5.
I think he refused to watch 4 and 5. He just I think he said of Transformers 3, this is worse than a piss me the crap off. This is if this movie was a person, I would assault it.
I really do, this is another problem I have against the Bayformers film is that they can paint the wrong image of the Transformers franchise.
They're not good movies, but they're fun movies.
Yeah.
At least that's how I see it.
Yeah. Well, I can't watch them because the humor is abhorrently cringy. Like, at least I cannot say that I'm not going to say that Jar Jar Binks is racist. I will never say that. Because technically, Ahmed Best was the guy who was most influential on the character. And technically, like, maybe he is slightly a Rastafarian stereotype, and he's kind of dumb. But there are, like, Gungans who are, like, slightly, like, who are at least, like, good people, it seems.
Like Boss Nass.
The thing is that's because that's actually the thing. Jar Jar's the outlier of his race. The Gungans are warriors. He's he's
the clumsy idiot of the warrior race.
However, I have to say the twins in Transformers 2 are legitimately racist. Those guys are racist. I will never back down from that assertion that those cretinous creations are racist as all get out. Like, we don't do much reading. And also one of them's played by a white actor doing blackface. I'm just like, nope.
Wait, what?
Yes, one of the twins is a white dude.
Good God.
So, yes, Michael Bay is a racist. Admittedly, he's racist against everybody, but he is still a racist. Like, he's racist against white, black, and everybody. He is a despicable human being with clear sociopathic tendencies.
Speaking of sociopathic tendencies, confused Matthew, please? Can you please get yourself away?
Yeah.
Running this place badly? No, not really. Because I'm not entirely convinced that Simba would have run this place any differently.
Yes,
we have a scene later on where people are
point?
telling Scar that he's condemned them to death and that he can't do that. And Scar responds, "I'm the king. I can do whatever I want." Gee, whose mouth could that just as easily have come out of? So it's 6-1, half a dozen to the...
That's the point. That's
Simba
the point.
Simba gains understanding and Aim's understanding of things. Scar does not.
The twins were apparently supposed to be white guys pretending to be black guys.
One white guy is one of them is black, but the other is white.
Still cringeworthy.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
The other for me. Anyway, Simba lays his ass down in a field of grass because he's got nothing better to do in this film. And the grass travels to a monkey who throws it in a turtle shell. And from this, he learns not only that Simba is alive, but also exactly where he is and how to get there.
He's
That
a
is
mystic.
one magic turtle shell.
He's the
Okay,
shaman.
so how long has this movie been on?
Yeah,
He's a shaman, you idiots.
And at least it didn't involve like this feather floating through an actual literal pile of shit.
Yeah, that
Oh my
happens in
God.
the remake. That
Wait,
happens
what?
in the remake.
God.
Oh,
It happens. If you want to just
Oh,
watch
good
it for free,
God.
just watch Nostalgia Critic's recent review of it. He pretty much like is spot on for most of it.
Oh no.
Here's a picture of a dung beetle. He is eating
Thank
shit.
God.
Take notes, audience.
Oh.
On
you know, Ice Age did the dung
a
beetle
little
thing
over half
better.
hour, 45 minutes. Okay, you know what? There you go, Simba. There's a girlfriend. It's a love story now. That's right,
Oh
ladies
my
and gentlemen.
God.
Unlike
It's a
Aladdin and
best
Jasmine, who
friend.
fell in love because, although they were both on opposite sides of the social field, they could relate to each other about feeling trapped in their lives, or
They've been best buddies since they were kids, and now they're reconnecting. It's
Yeah.
it's the same as having a guy and a girl meet up in a romantic comedy after they have not seen each other for a long time, and the guy noticing, oh, he's she's cute, and the girl noticing, oh, hey, he's cute. It's the same difference.
It's basically
like it is.
Okay, which was it? There's which one is it? The movie where they visit each other for half a year, every year.
Princess? That movie's terrible. Yeah, that movie's terrible.
Yeah, but there's an entire music ensemble about that kind of thing. It's the same situation. Almost.
Same,
not quite the same situation, but it's the same outcome.
Yeah, though it's done like slightly worse because in the Swan Princess they hate each other, like, and then abruptly they love each other.
Yeah.
Because she's hot, though she doesn't look all that different from when she was younger.
Yeah, but
I don't like the Swan Princess very much. Not least because of that.
It's fine if you don't like it.
It's Diet Disney, and it's like trying really, really hard to be Disney, but at least it uses 2D animated that looks really good, as opposed to the CGI nightmare fuel sequels.
Yeah.
There's more CGI in the sequels than there are in the prequels.
Oh, I'm talking about the Swan Princess sequels.
Oh, what?
There are 5 Swan Princess movies, most of them direct to DVD.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you had no idea. There's 2 2D animated, and then 2 more 3D animated that look terrible.
How bad?
Like really, really, really bad. They're almost they're almost food fight bad.
So things that are almost food fight bad, we were doing something.
Yeah.
We all know
like Belle, who fell in love with the beast because she saw the inner good in him, which made him see the inner good in himself and fall in love with her. Simba and Nala fall in love because they've had 3 seconds of screen time together. Because who wants to see a story about someone having to get the girl when you can just drop one on it? Hi, and welcome to part 3. So when we last met our hero Simba, he had fallen in love with Nala so fast it mirrors spontaneous
You are a frickin' moron.
Hang this man.
Stylish
outside, good God.
Savage inside.
Don't make me choose if we confuse Matthew and ads. I don't know which is more toxic.
This man is insane.
Oh man. It's like, no, you have no idea what you're talking about. Simba and Nala are childhood sweethearts. Yes, that is a trope.
I mean, honestly, these two share maybe 3 sentences together. Most of it is just recapping what's happened in the last few years. And the only thing they have in common is that they both have no personality. Now, this is The Lion King, so something this forced, rushed, and artificial is, of course, deserving of its own song.
Forced?
And so Simba has found the love of his life.
It's not forced.
No, I can't. So Simba has found the love of his life, and in record time, no less. Are Timon and Pumbaa happy for their friend? Of course not. They're assholes. The only thing they care about is that they're losing the once exclusive right to their lion.
I think it's more Timon that's mad and not Pumbaa.
I think Pumbaa is actually quite happy.
Yeah, no, it's just Timon. Timon's the one that's not happy.
But he's also going to miss the fact that Simba is not going to have as much time for them anymore.
What about Bros Before House? Come on!
But yeah, they start and end the song, and it works.
In fact, liking one and a half, it just has Timon trying so hard to break up those two. And it's just a series of failures.
And I love it because it has, I think, the Mission Impossible music when he does that during the.
Oh yeah,
so
exactly.
funny.
Yes, it is really funny.
It's questionable whether that's canon or not.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it's more of a
questionable,
just
but it's
that
like,
those two guys movie, and they just like made jokes parodying The Lion King rather than actually saying this is what happened.
You know, I would actually
it's
think
fun.
I would take that entire Timon sequence as canon because that was funny. It's like it just has to be true.
That is his attitude towards Nala, especially since she tried to eat them.
Yeah.
So they don't like her very much.
Alrighty. Well, let's keep going.
As far as characters go, Nala's character sort of reminded me of the character Lily in Star Trek First Contact, in that I'm not even sure what she's doing in this film. She doesn't add or contribute anything to it.
She's been in the film the entire time, you idiots! She's been in the film the entire time. Who do you think that little girl was with Simba during the entire first act? That was Nala.
Mm-hmm. Let's keep going.
Story? No, that never happens. They fall in love automatically. It's neither deserved nor earned.
Yes,
is she here to convince Simba that he needs to go back and take his place as king? No, that's what the monkey does.
Yes, she does actually. She at least says that things are going bad. There's no.
He doesn't get to Rafiki without Nala.
Yeah. It's because of Nala that he gets to Rafiki, and Rafiki is the one that kicks his ass into gear.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what she's for. So after falling in love in a mere 3 seconds, Simba and Nala then have their first fight 3 seconds later. This is like watching a 6-month relationship on fast forward. What happened to us, Nala? Why can't we go back to the way things used to be?
Huh? You are literally seeing a 6-month relationship in fast forward here. There is no telling how long they spent out there.
Yeah, there is no telling.
That's all I
Simba has been out there for years. We don't know if it was merely weeks or months that Nala spent out there trying to convince him to come home so that he can fix things.
Exactly. Let's keep going.
It's 6 seconds ago. So Simba goes off to pout by himself for a while, and then we're introduced to the character Rafiki, who barely qualifies as a character as far as I said this after I saw the movie for the first
opening song. He was the one holding Simba up doing that pose that everybody parodies.
Yeah,
I'm tempted to parody it with my perfect great Exia right now.
I parodied it with my cat when it came out on tape. That's how long ago it was.
What?
We had this movie on tape when I was a kid, and we had a cat that I would pick up and hold the same way Rafiki holds Simba.
Ah, classic.
Yeah.
Everybody made that joke.
Everybody did it.
And
you know why everybody did it? Because everybody loves this movie.
I think I've ever seen this one great meme of Merlin holding up Saber.
Also, guess who loves this movie and spent 3 hours talking about how much they love it?
Who?
School of Movies. They go into there. It's actually one of their better ones where they actually go into the actual symbolism and stuff about the movie, and it's actually really interesting to listen to because that's where they're good. It's just that with certain other things they're weirdly biased. It's annoying, but yeah. Let's keep going.
Time, and I think it's true even to today. You could just skip Rafiki's part and go right to Simba seeing his dad in the clouds, and it would be exactly the same.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Rafiki is a very important part of this movie, even though he is a minor character. He is the shaman, and shamans play an important role in this kind of story.
Exactly.
Ugh.
I mean, what's the point of introducing this character so late in the film?
He was introduced in the first couple of seconds!
And he's been there for a while. Like, he's there, like, when Simba is presumed dead, and he just hangs his head. It's really subtle, but you probably didn't notice it because you're not paying attention. That is the most
you
generous...
don't pay attention to anything!
That's the most generous thing that I can give to you, that you are not paying attention, because the alternative is you are lying.
It's help. Yeah, I get the slide detector. It's been going on for the past 26 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, it has.
Yes, exactly.
I love how he ignores the most vital scene of the film. It's in the past scene that perfectly lays out the message of the film and refutes many of his arguments. Okay, I need to watch this movie again. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like when he hits him, he's like, well, it's in the past. Well, as I see it, you can either run from it or learn from it.
Exactly. And I think this is part of that scene anyway.
Do you think we could do a commentary on the film?
Maybe. We would not be able to play even a second of it.
Yeah, we can't. We wouldn't be able to. But, yeah.
Disney,
we could record our reactions.
Yeah, we could. We could record it. We could basically like just have it going and tell people like, here, sync up, let's do this. But yeah, let's keep going. We can finish this.
The first time this character has ever verbally interacted with any other character in the whole film. And as if that wasn't odd enough, it's also the last time he will do so. We're never going to know anything about this.
No, he shows up at the end at the fight where he does some actually kind of both awesome and hilarious kung fu moves.
I remember that. That was great. Just another reason why Rafiki is one of my favorite characters of all of Lion King.
And he's just shrieking, and it's hilarious. He's just like shrieking, and it's so awesome and so funny. Is both awesome and funny at the same time. It's great. And
crowning moment of awesome and crowning moment of funny. That's what that is.
And also, like, he comes up to Simba and he says, "It is time." And after he gives after kind of the Simba embraces Rafiki, just like his dad did at the beginning. It's the exact same animation frame, like pretty deliberately so.
Yes, it is. It really is. The only difference is that the hair is a bit different.
Yep.
Because Simba has a different mane than Mufasa. But that's the only difference. And maybe you can't even tell. But whatever.
Let's keep going.
Person as a character, and we're never going to know anything about the relationship he had with Mufasa or anyone else. I don't know that I've ever seen another.
We get a lot of context clues, but let's keep going. We get a lot of context clues. Like, they're clearly buddies.
Matthew was hurting himself.
Clearly.
Film that's ever done something like this. How odd is it that one tiny scene at the end of a film counts both as a character's entrance to the film and as his exit? So Rafiki lays some nonsensical gobbledygook on Simba and tells him that his father is still alive inside of him. Kind of a creepy thought. And then, of course, we have the famous scene where Simba sees his father in the clouds. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm holding this film to some kind of an adult standard. I thought this as a kid. Why is Mufasa adult standard? I don't want you to think that I'm holding this film to some kind of an adult standard. I thought this as a kid. Why is Mufasa only appearing to Simba now? Why didn't he appear to him? Oh, I don't know. When these two assholes were corrupting his kid, what was keeping him? Were he and the Great King for the Path partying up there and just lost track of the time?
No, that's not.
Have you never heard of? Okay, have you not heard these kinds of moments in
stories? Keep on laying all of these inexplicable scenes and motivations on us. It just gets really insulting after a while. I really felt like the writers were basically
having multiple motivations is not bad, and they're not
No, it's not. And there are moments like this in stories where it's either a hallucination or it's actually divine intervention. Where the people get guidance from their ancestors.
Or dead loved ones.
Yeah, there's that scene in Mulan where Mushu wakes up.
Right, like, this is nothing new to a story. When
No,
they
it's not.
Right? It happens like this before. When they desperately need guidance the most, the spirit of something related to them appears and gives them guidance. It's like seeing a spirit animal.
Yeah.
Shall we keep going?
Yes.
Basically saying this to me at this point. Here, kids, we know how stupid you are. You'll watch anything. Just shut up and go with it. And what makes this worse is that Mufasa doesn't even say anything useful or applicable to the situation to Simba. He says, remember who you are. Well, who's that?
Yeah,
the asshole or the cucumber? Because I don't think that either one of those are good for this situation. How about this?
He has forgotten who he is. He has forgotten that he is the Prince of the Pride Lands.
Yeah,
it's him telling him, hey, do you know what you are?
Basically what he is, he's not referring to him as a person, he's referring to him as his like his position as a prince. Like,
yeah, that's what he's forgotten.
Yeah, he's forgotten his responsibility, and now he needs to go back, face up, and kick Scar's butt and kill him, essentially.
What? He fights this bad. That
is exactly what Lions do. When they take over a pride, they kill the lions that were once in charge. That's what Simba's going to do.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Okay, it's like, this is very...
Instead of remember who you are, learn who you are.
No!
So after seeing an apparition in the clouds and getting hit on the head by a monkey with a stick, Simba finally gets off his ass and does something. And away he goes.
No.
He ends up back at Pride Rock and then discovers that a few people have come to help him. One of these people is the useless cardboard cutout Nala, and the other two are Timon and Pumbaa. Even though nothing that we've seen or heard from them in this film justifies this decision. They never had an epiphany where they learned Hakuna Matata.
You missed a scene, Matthew. You missed a scene.
Why am I not surprised?
What scene was it that he missed? Was it the one where...
It's the one where Nala is explaining to Timon and Pumbaa where Simba has gone. And where Rafiki shows up and tells Timon and Pumbaa to go.
Yeah, they go because they are Simba's friends.
So Matthew, you missed a scene. So I won't hold this. I won't totally hold this against you because
do it. Hold it against him.
I don't need to. He's hanged himself already. We don't need to belabor his corpse any further.
Come on, just tie the noose
bad. They never learned not to be stupid and lazy and selfish. They never even had a moment where they apologized to Simba for emotionally grounding him in the dirt this whole time, and maybe using that as a justification for being here. There is nothing in this film that justifies these two being here to help. They're here because they're main characters. Now, I feel dirty just giving this film any credit at all. But I would also be very dishonest if I didn't give it the one genuine compliment.
You've been dishonest for multiple parts.
This was funny. I laughed at this hard. So Simba finally faces Scar, and all the lions in the kingdom realize that Simba is in fact alive. You know, Scar told you guys that both Mufasa and Simba were killed in the stampede, and seeing Simba alive here kind of seems to contradict that story.
Yes!
They only now realize that they were lied to. That is what that is.
And they're shocked, which is logical.
It's logical that they're shocked because, what's her name? Sarabi?
Yeah, Sarabi.
Yeah, Sarabi. Sarabi has spent the last couple of years mourning the death of her son and her mate to find out that her son is alive is a shock. And now she's going to be extremely happy because her son is alive.
And then our friend Scar's trying to take advantage of the situation by muddying the waters just so that he can kill Simba off.
He was expecting Simba to die in that desert. And Simba didn't.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
Does anyone feel like bringing that up? Anyone? No?
They are still...
Okay. So Simba and Scar have a little back and forth, and then finally Scar pulls the, admit it, Simba, you're responsible for Mufasa's death routine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Scar told you guys that both Mufasa and Simba were killed in a stampede, and now he's trying to turn it around and say that Simba was responsible, which really contradicts his original story.
Not necessarily.
Does anyone want to bring that up?
Because he was lying, and right now they are too shocked to do anything.
Even if he wasn't lying, it's not a contradiction to say Simba and Mufasa died in a stampede and then to say later Simba caused it. Those are not contradictory.
No, they're not.
But he must say they are contradictions because that's how he gets his smartness penis.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Let's close this thing out, shall we?
Yeah. We've got 4 minutes. We can do it. Wait.
Anyone? No. In fact, what does Simba's mom say to him when she hears this? It's not true. Tell me it's not true.
No.
Okay,
Like
come on.
person.
This is stupid. Not one of these lions, not one of these lions is even remotely curious as to how a 2-pound cub could have possibly been responsible for the death of a 600-pound lion.
Because it was a freaking
They're not even going to ask.
Anybody
Of course
can die
not,
in a stampede.
because if they did ask, the writers would have to immediately concede that the motivations Simba has for thinking he's responsible for his father's death don't exist.
Also, that's
Here's
the
how this
queen.
conversation
She
would have played
basically
out
represents the pride in all way, manner, shape, and form. Of course, she would ask the question.
Yes,
That's Simba's mom.
That's his mom, you idiot. She's going, I've heard Scar say 2 things now. I want to know, because you were the only other person there, so tell me, please tell me that he's lying. And of course, Scar is lying, which is what Simba tells her in not so many words.
Mm-hmm. Well, first he
He doesn't know that he's lying at first. He figures it out right before Scar's about to try to kill him and fail.
Yeah, because at that point,
Scar's
Simba,
mocking him.
Yes, because Scar is a sadist. It's part of his character.
Yeah, and that's part of why he's such a fun villain.
Yeah.
Logic were applied. Admit it, Simba, you're responsible for Mufasa's death. Wait, what do you mean he's responsible? You told us Mufasa was killed in a stampede. Oh,
Those are not mutually exclusive.
He was. So
They're
why are you
not
now saying that
mutually
Simba's
exclusive.
responsible? Well,
They're not
he
mutually
was
exclusive.
on this rock, you see. And what was he
Stop
doing on a rock?
hurting
Yeah, and how do you know
yourself.
he was on a rock? Well, I sort of told him to stay
Scar has complete control of the situation. Shut up.
there. Oh, so this is your fault. Hey, you know, now that you mention it, Scar did smack me across the world when I said I was going for help, and yet somehow I never put the pieces together on that. But now that you mention it, yeah, this is Scar's fault. Okay, come on, guys, let's get at him. But
that was not
since everyone in this film is either
Yeah, it wasn't.
So, since it's not out of character for Scar to treat Zazu roughly, Zazu had no reason to suspect that he was not being truthful.
Also, he could have had memory loss from getting hit, though.
Yeah, that's true. He did hit the wall pretty hard.
And admittedly, like, cartoon logic is not the same as physical logic. You can get hit on the head multiple times and not have a concussion.
Yeah, that's true.
Evil or a complete idiot, they all just take his word for it. So Simba is backed over a cliff without a foothold, and I guess Zeus is against him too, because a bolt of lightning happens to strike under him and starts a fire. Then, for absolutely no reason, Scar tells Simba the obvious, that he...
It's part of his character.
Part of his character? You do not get characterization, do you, Matthew? God damn it.
Also, the reason they started the fire is so that whoever drops to their death, they don't actually have to show the body.
Yeah.
Well, technically...
That's how Hunchback Notre Dame did the same trick.
Well,
that too, but the hyenas are also down there. And we do see what happens to Scar. Well,
we see the shadow of him getting, like, dogpiled by hyenas, and it's really satisfying.
And yes. Over. Does he say Kill Bill is a bad film, or does he say it's a great film?
He's saying this is a bad film.
No, I'm asking about his Kill Bill review.
Oh, he's saying that Kill Bill's bad.
Oh, I actually agree on that.
Believe.
Okay.
Yes, I don't. Yes, I actually agree with Confused Matthew, but I think it's going to be probably for the wrong reasons. He thinks it's bad.
I've never seen Kill Bill.
I think his other reviews need responses as well. There's his prequel reviews, his Matrix sequel review, his reviews of The Departed, his review of Kill Bill, and many that I think deserve a look at.
Counterpoint, let's not give him justification.
Here's the thing. Well, thing is, he's not going to make reviews anymore.
I don't care. He's still not worth it. Cast not for pearls before swine.
Yeah, it's like I've got a bit of a headache, and we're.
Did you watch the movie at all?
That's a good point. This is Maggie May Fish levels of making up the movie instead.
I think what he did was he only watched it once. And then he didn't watch it again to make sure he understood what was going on when he was making this review.
Yeah.
It's like his moral judgment of all these characters are based on a die roll.
Yeah. Let's
or keep going. On what he thought of them at the time.
For Mufasa's death. This gives Simba the ability to fly, and he lands on top of Scar.
No,
then he has Scar tell everyone else what they should have figured out by virtue of the fact that Simba's not dead. So in fact, the only thing Simba actually learns in this film is that he wasn't actually responsible for his father's death, which he should have figured out years ago. But this is the one writer's going to wrap this thing up, not with any kind of moral or lesson, but with violence.
Do they need a moral?
No.
They already do have a moral. Don't run from your responsibilities.
There are a few morals in here, depending on what age Simba is.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you set a story across a character's entire life. The movie literally started when he was born.
Yes, exactly. That's when Rafiki was introduced, you idiot.
Here's the thing, Nihilus. Anomaly already covered him.
Yeah, he's covered the I will cover because I don't think his prequel critiques are accurate.
Calling them critiques is laughable.
Okay, his
it's
brain vomit. Let's call it brain vomit on the prequel.
Yeah.
This is taking us
and we can't...
half hour him has taken us 3 hours, almost 3 hours.
God.
Dude, at this rate, we're not gonna watch Crapula.
Oh, we are.
Yes, we are.
Crap.
We need to finish
fight.
Yeah, I don't care.
Fight. Then finally, the hyenas take care of Scar for everyone, and then disappear into nowhere, I guess. Simba takes his place as king, and then all's right in Pride Rock. No one learns anything, no one experiences anything, and...
They do.
They do!
Wait a minute, what the hell are those two doing cheering up there? They didn't do anything.
Yes,
They're
they
partially
did.
responsible for what happened to Pride Rock, since they're the ones who were holding Simba back this whole time.
No.
They were helping Simba.
Very simply, how on earth was Simba going to beat Scar as a cub? How would he be a rallying point symbol? You clearly don't understand how politics works.
No. And
You ever heard of the evil uncle who manipulates, who takes the throne, who kills the father so he can usurp the throne, but keeps a little heir around?
Yeah,
that's a classical thing.
Wait, yeah, that's what happened in the Last Kingdom too.
Yeah.
Alfred's not that terrible.
No, wrong one. I'm talking about Uhtred.
Oh, right. Aelfric.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Wolvie.
Yep. Let's finish this. We only have 20
Take them out of there. That's better. So what's the moral of this story? Well, it turns out there are actually two. One, anyone who tells you to turn your back on the world is your friend. And two, don't turn your back on the past, because it's very possible that someone was just taking advantage of your stupidity the whole time.
No, that's not the moral.
Those are extremely situational.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. And you know what? It could very possibly be true that could actually happen. Maybe to not exactly those particular proper nouns, but to that degree. You could get lied to by an elder and realize that you thought something was your fault when it actually wasn't. That is actually something that could theoretically happen. So maybe it actually could mean something more to somebody who actually had that happen to them.
Okay,
And you idiot, he doesn't fly, he climbs up. He has the strength to do what his father could not.
But Scar had the high ground.
Gosh darn it, the true villain was the high ground.
Yeah. All right. So, like, for you guys. Well, okay.
Ooh.
So first, what would you say are the themes of The Lion King, just for you guys? I've already said what I think the themes are, but what
for
would
me?
you say? Yeah.
Don't turn your back on your responsibilities. Certainly is one.
There's always you must always learn to take responsibility, but always be sure to take it slow sometimes.
It's sort of a critique on the lust for power, and you should never be too quick to try to seize it. You should be wise before you do.
Space junk.
Don't be in a hurry to grow up. Too.
Enjoy life while you enjoy life as it comes along. You don't ever want to rush it, because then you miss those days.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be our EFAP day. Yeah.
On to the review.
Some things we can skip over, or at least like we can just let them play and just let it be. Others will mostly he just kind of relitigates some of his points. It's just like
confused Matthew will now share his
why did it have to do this?
Thoughts on The Lion King.
Oh, it's copyright, isn't it?
I'm gonna mute this.
God.
Great, it's copyright.
Yeah,
thankfully
it's copyright.
subtitles.
Oh well, whatever. It's got subtitles, really.
Yeah. Gonna do another review. Because the first one apparently wasn't controversial enough. And also I had to cut some things from the first one because of YouTube's 10-minute time limit at the time. So I'll put it all back in and do the review I once wrote to completion and maybe revisit some points I made and see if they hold up. I think a lot of them do. So without further ado, here's another Lion King review. Honestly, my voice is better. My voice is better.
Obviously.
Oh, you can turn it off. Now, I'm not doing this anymore.
Thank you.
I said I was going to sing the intro song, and I did, and it was fucking terrible, and I'm not singing this. If you turn it off.
At least he's self-aware.
Just turn it off.
Oh,
man, I can't
gosh.
believe it's been over 7 years since I did that review.
7 years.
God.
Wow.
It seems like only yesterday I said, hey, this
wait,
YouTube thing seems pretty fun, and hey, I got a wildly different opinion about a movie that everybody likes. I'll do a full review of that.
There we go. That was fun, and I'm sure it'll be entertaining to the 5 people who actually watch this thing. Oh.
What?
This was one of the first reviews that I ever did.
Nice.
That's hefty, just like this.
Oh wow.
That's,
He's not ratioed, but
No, that's pretty ratioed.
No, he is ratioed. It's 1100 to 17 to almost 1800.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's like what, 40-something%?
Yeah.
Also, okay, so Obi Pup said the theme for her was families more than blood, falling in love also.
Nice. Evangeline. Oh, nice. I would honestly love to have Mauler on. I think that it would drastically jump up a lot of things. But here we go. Let's do this. Thankfully, we can let a lot of this play.
Oh. This was one of the first reviews that I ever did at a time where I didn't even know what Confused Matthew was going to be or how I was going to do this going forward. And as I look back on the review now, there were a few head-scratching moments in there because of that. Like when I referenced Star Trek Generations and Star Trek First Contact, which really doesn't have much relevance today. At the time, I had planned on doing a thing where I would mention films that I was going to review next or that I had reviewed in the past in every video, but it didn't catch on, and so that's whatever, screw it. But the majority of the review is something that I'm still pretty pleased with today. I made every case I wanted to make. I'm pretty sure.
What case? You just... That isn't a case. It's just you getting on mic and shouting that you hate this film.
Yeah. For no reason at all, actually.
For the reason that you think you're smarter than everybody else because you have to be, otherwise you eat penis shrinks.
With poor and inaccurate argumentation, I might add.
Right, this is a line from Queen Uba Duba.
Yeah.
I'm sure people liked the review. Wait, not like the other thing. And it's one of the few reviews I've done since that I'm completely satisfied with. So you're probably asking yourself by now, if you're so satisfied, why are you doing this again? Well,
that is a very good question.
First, while I covered all the major things that I wanted to address about the film, there was so much more I had to say, but at the time I was limited by a mere 10 minutes and I couldn't use any video footage,
then why
which severely limited how I could express my ideas.
Videos?
So it seems like a fun idea to include all those other things I wanted to say and how I wanted to say them.
No, my question
Secondly,
is,
I would wager that my
Lion
King review has generated the most feedback and response of any review I have done before or since. And many people seem to want to know if any of that has changed my view on the film after so many years. So those are the two main reasons that I would like to do this again. A third, I suppose, is that after going back and watching it again, I realized that while I stand by everything I said in the review, there were some things that I could have articulated just a bit better. And the fact that I can now use video footage is going to be a big help, let me tell you. So this particular review will feature about half new content and critiques and half revisiting of some of the older ones. So strap yourselves in as we jump down this
I don't think that's what Two-Face means.
Now, the last time I did this, I started out pretty negative, but this time I'd like to start things a little bit with the actual good things that I have to say about the film. And yes, there are a few. The truth is that most of the films I have reviewed as Confused Matthew are films that I sincerely no longer watch. They're just bad, and I have no desire to ever see them again. The Lion King, on the other hand, is one that I watch. I still don't think it's a good movie, but it has a lot of other qualities that are genuinely good. The animation is still the best I have ever seen of the hand-drawn style. The voice acting is good, although it leans just a little too heavily on star power. I mean, come on, guys. Give some professional voice actors a chance to act in a film for once. It's what they do. And the soundtrack is just incredible. Just incredible.
James Earl frickin' Jones
is a professional voice actor, even though like he's been in like something like he's been in stuff like Coming to America, where
Star Wars is the big one.
He's Gravitas, the voice actor.
Pretty much, yeah.
I think you underestimate the capabilities of James Earl Jones. Confused Matthew.
Though in coming to America, he's somewhat less benevolent than
Mufasa, yeah.
Yeah, because like his son is more of an idiot, trying to sell his wild oats, trying to sow his wild oats before he becomes king.
Yeah.
And it's really I need to watch it because it's apparently really funny, but I haven't seen it, so I will do it.
I have.
Incredible. Seriously, I've been rocking this soundtrack for the last 2 decades. As I get older, I don't even listen to Metallica anymore. And I still listen to
you
and let me tell you,
that you liked all those musical numbers that you were writing in the first one.
I mean, it's really just one of the best things Disney has ever done. It's just incredible. Still blows my mind. So while I can certainly say that I don't like this movie very much, I can't exactly admit to liking nothing about this one. And I have to admit that I don't hate watching this. There is so much artistry to the work that I am happy to sit down and spend a little bit of time with it every once in a while.
Oh, so you were saying that it would be forgotten, that it has no redeeming qualities.
Oh, you are such a liar.
Liar, I smell your asses on fire.
Compliment that I wish to pay this film beforehand is this. Had I been around when the film was being produced, I would have taken one look at the screenplay and said, you guys are going to embarrass yourself. No one is going to be interested in this. They're all going to fall asleep. You're on the fast track to a flop, and I don't want anything to do with this movie. And you know who would have agreed with me? Walt Disney Studios.
No.
That's right. The creators of The Lion King did not have the full support of the studio at the time. All the suits at Disney thought the film was too different and too difficult to market to get people into the seats. They thought of this as being on the B list, and they didn't fully back the project at all. There was advertising to be sure, but they didn't give them the big media blitz that all their other films received. Disney basically said to them, this is never going to gross $1. Make it if you want to, but we're not going to spend that much time promoting it. We're focusing all of our attention and resources on Pocahontas. That's going to be our major hit. That is so funny to think about
the one
now.
That came out the year after that?
Yep.
I'm pretty
Wasn't Pocahontas the one that ate shit?
Kind of, yeah.
Everyone loved The Lion King.
Yeah.
I don't know much about what people feel about Pocahontas.
Personally, I liked the movie. I liked the movie a lot.
You know the Kill the Beast musical number from Beauty and the Beast? Imagine that as an entire movie. That's basically Pocahontas.
I never watched Beauty and the Beast.
It's basically everyone is made of straw, except for the perfect Mary Sue Native Americans.
Kind of.
I never watched Beauty and the Beast.
Really?
Nope.
Wow.
Wolf hasn't seen Beauty and the Beast.
Okay. We're going to have to make a movie night out of it then. Not the new live action one, but the animated version.
Wait, there's a live action
version
version?
is better.
Yes, there's a live action version.
I was trying to be sarcastic and pretend as if it didn't exist.
Yeah.
It's not as good. You get more music numbers because they tell you what the characters are feeling instead of showing you, but
I have heard not a lot of good things, including how they made Belle of just a.
Belle is Hermione.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's like I don't think I've seen Snow White.
Let's see, Snow White. She was.
Okay, we may have rabbit hole.
Yeah, we've gone down the rabbit hole. Let's climb out.
Yeah, I don't like Snow White at all.
I can't stand her voice. Her voice is too high.
It's just like, oh, VHS? No. Betamax. That's where the future is. Ask your parents, kids. So this means that The Lion King's success, and it did turn out to be Disney's biggest success of the Renaissance era, is due to people simply seeing the film and recognizing it as a genuinely good film, without any hype or expectations at all. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I think that's the way it should be with all films,
here.
especially in this day and age. So I'm sincerely happy for them. They proved Disney wrong. Hell, they proved me wrong. And that is a genuine accomplishment that all the confused
I love that scene right there. It's just so cute.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, Thunder's Bagels.
And go ahead and ask me what are my thoughts on Kill Bill.
No, not here.
Yeah, let's keep going. Well, we're 6 minutes in, and it's only been 16 minutes. Okay.
Matthew reviews in the world cannot take away. But sadly, no matter how many good things I have to say about the aesthetic aspects of the film, I still don't think it's a good movie. I found this one to have so many story, theme, and character problems that I just didn't like it as a kid, and I still don't like it to this day for the same reasons. So now let's take another in-depth look at why I didn't like this one. Now, the last time I did this, I started with Simba waking his dad up in the nicest way possible. However, the film actually begins before that. And one of the biggest problems I originally had with the movie was also, sadly, something that I had to cut out of the first review. Namely, Scar. I touched a little bit on how everyone in the kingdom would have to be dirt stupid to believe anything that Scar was selling them, but there is just so much more wrong with how this was presented. Scar is the reason every other character in the film just comes off as stupid to me. To take the opening of the film, this is one of the only interactions between
untrustworthy. They do not know that he is untrustworthy.
Well, they don't believe that he has the cojones to actually back up his BS.
Yeah, they think he's full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they think he's all bark but no bite.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why nobody thinks like there's no way he could do this sort of thing.
Also, there's kind of the possibility that he got that scar from fighting Mufasa. That's a possible theory that I actually honestly believe.
Yeah.
That he fought Mufasa and got whooped. And the only reason why he fights Simba at the end is because he's desperate and sees no other way out.
So Scar's kind of like Nick Fury. Both got scratched by a cat.
I refuse to accept that as canon. But then again,
it's the irony. It's the irony that makes me laugh.
Yeah, the irony, yeah.
And then there's the moment.
Mufasa and Scar, and I mean, just listen to this.
Don't turn your back on me, Scar.
Oh no, Mufasa. Perhaps you shouldn't turn your back on me. Is that a challenge?
No, Mufasa, that was not a challenge.
Yes, it was.
A challenge is something like this here.
No.
Answer me, weakling.
No, that wasn't
fish.
What Scar did there is what is known as a threat, and
he has no ability to back up said threat.
That's not a threat. That's not even a challenge at this point.
Yeah,
it's just him blowing hot air, and Mufasa knows it.
Yeah, he just thinks that Scar's pissed off that he can't be king. That's all he's saying.
He can't risk the Scars blowing hot air, though. And that's why he's getting his face.
Which is why, yeah, exactly. He's in his face because he can't risk it. He has to put his brother in his place, no matter how he feels about his brother's BS.
And he does. He still knows that Mufasa is a bigger lion than he is. He's a lot.
On top of this, the theory about Scar getting his scar from Mufasa is replicated in the sequel, where the new love interest gets a scar from Simba that's exactly the same shape.
No, that's not accurate. No, that's not accurate. It's his mom that gives him the scar.
No. Oh, yeah. But, yeah, it's his mother. Yeah. Though she alludes that she's not actually his mom. Oh, wait, no. She might be his mom, but Scar's just not his dad.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Yeah.
Considering that you were standing there for his entire speech of dissent and backstabbing, it might behoove you to take appropriate precautions after this.
Well, I was first in line.
No!
Until the little
He's a bigger lion. He's stronger. He doesn't
Keep him
need
very
to
far away
do
from my
that.
son. You hear me? Keep him far away.
You see, unlike most Disney villains, Scar isn't even trying to hide this. I mean, he's not...
They think that he's full of it. Do you take somebody like Fat Robert Baratheon seriously? Or do you take somebody like Jar Jar seriously? That's what they think this guy is.
Yeah. They think he's full of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they think he's full of it. They just don't take him seriously because...
And even then, they kind of still have to and wind up taking him seriously because isn't the idea, I may be mixing up my movies, isn't the idea that either the bird or the baboon tells Simba to stay away from Scar?
I think it's
Zazu.
Yeah, I imagine it's Zazu.
Yeah, so there are precautions taken. It's just Simba's like a precocious little shit and doesn't care.
Yeah, because it's his uncle. There's no way his uncle's going to... There was no way his uncle could be as bad as my idiot babysitter who's also a stick in the mud makes him out to be.
It's like, this is going to sound like a tangent, but I'm going to bring it back really quickly. This is a lot of everybody's problem with Palpatine in the Star Wars prequels. It's not that everybody else is a moron. It's that the bad guy is attacking from out of context. No one thought that Scar would do something like what he did. It's just way too complicated. No one suspected that anything like that could have happened. That's what got them.
Exactly.
Let's keep going.
Not even trying to mince his words. Of all the Disney villains of the Renaissance era, Scar is the most direct and obvious about his intentions, and yet everyone around him just acts completely oblivious to this. And
no, they
please
don't.
Don't get me wrong. I understand that this is a children's film, and I understand that sometimes you just have to go with the stuff. If you look at it from too much of a technical standpoint, every animated character in every animated film on Earth probably could have proceeded with more logic and common sense than they actually did.
No, it's consistent characterization. There's a difference.
Yes, it is.
Like
Scar
Frollo,
is characterized as the schemer.
And he's
everything he does is behind the scenes where nobody can see him.
But he's not a good bureaucrat. He doesn't know how to run a kingdom. And there's also kind of like the could be that an impromptu drought ruined his reign, and just Simba coming in like spontaneously comes in. But it also could be metaphysical. It's weird. The Lion King runs on a weird soft magic system.
Actually, that was they actually got that correct. The ecosystem was out of balance because of the hyenas, and once Simba was in charge and the hyenas were gone, nature kicked back into gear and everything was hunky-dory.
Remember Mufasa's speech about it's like we eat the animals, and when we die, we become the grass, and the animals eat us, and that whole spiel. I thought that was the idea behind it, and because Scar was essentially slacking, he broke this cycle, and that's what the implication was.
The cycle of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's keep going.
But even then, the writers at least try to give a few good reasons why people aren't catching on to something or why they're kept in the dark. I mean, even Jafar was trying to use subterfuge and acting like he's on the Sultan's side. At least they established that the Sultan was under a spell, that he wasn't really the sharpest pencil in the box to begin with. And, might I add, even after all that, Aladdin still figured out what he was obviously doing. These people have no excuse. Scar is saying that he feels jilted by Simba's birth. He's saying that he feels bitter about not being able to be king.
He's complaining because that's his character.
Or saying and doing are two different things. If you say something, you have to back that up.
Yeah. And, it's implied that Scar has always been like this.
Yeah, he's a whiner complainer, and that's why nobody takes him seriously, because they
He's always a comparable character, like on some aspects.
Who?
Littlefinger.
No, I don't.
Only in the aspect that I don't think he would do anything.
Okay, I can definitely see that. Littlefinger doesn't complain about anything. That's kind of part of why people like him, is because he basically just does whatever the king wants. It's just that secretly behind the scenes, he's embezzling money.
I said on some aspects.
Yeah, true. But yeah, everybody dismisses Littlefinger because he's that helpful, nice, friendly guy.
All right.
Yep.
He's saying that Mufasa shouldn't turn his back on him. I mean, he's saying these things to the characters.
Uncle Scar, when I'm king.
What happened?
Done.
Did it pause? Did it die?
Get ready.
Or is Confused Matthew just being obnoxious with his editing, or what?
2, 1. Oh, okay.
What the hell happened? Was that a technical issue, or was that a Confused Matthew issue?
I think maybe our computers hate Confused Matthew.
I can relate.
Dun's doing us a public service. Well, Dun's computer.
Dun, you still here?
Dun? Is Dun dead?
Well, the
don't go
stream
anywhere.
isn't
Don't be
dead.
like that time.
The stream isn't dead, so
Come on, baby. Give it a money shot.
Nihilus, I've never watched a slasher either.
Okay, I will admit this. I did watch Hannibal. All 4 Hannibal films. All 4 that... Because technically, Red Dragon and that other Hannibal film were the same, so...
I've seen the Saw movies. Honestly, after the initial trilogy, they all get stupider.
I watched the first Alien film.
Ah, there we go.
Done!
Yeah.
Done died. Press
Don't
F
you
and chat for respects to Done.
Go ahead, Totanashi.
Done Dashinda.
Go ahead, Totanashi.
wa mo demonetizaru.
Oh, wait, you haven't seen Silence of the Lambs? Only one of the funniest movies. Oh, it's a very funny film, Silence of the Lambs.
I wonder what happened.
While we're on this intermission, I'm going to grab more food. Be right back.
Okay.
I think it did. Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember. Okay, I watched 7. That truly one of the first horror movies to terrify me. Mostly because
the only horror stuff that I've watched, I think, are the Dracula that we've been watching and the Crapula.
Though even though it's like I haven't seen a whole lot of horrors either, so he's saying that 7 was the first one to terrify me. He's not saying a whole lot because I haven't watched.
Thank you, Wolfie. You should recognize it because we both play the game, I think.
No, I have not seen Fifth Element.
I saw it a long ass time ago, like when it first came out.
Sorry.
The computer. Let's see. What did it do? It committed Sudoku. That's what it did.
Same word, but I think it's not fully interchangeable. No clips. It just
Seppuku, but that's the joke.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Just imagine it, like, it didn't even die because he played a clip. It just died.
Yeah, oh, that's too... Oh dear.
Harakiri, ritual suicide by disembowelment with a sword, formerly practiced in Japan by samurais and Arnold, alternative to disgrace or execution.
Yeah, that's what it did. But we say Sudoku because Sudoku and Seppuku sound similar. And that's what the joke is. Let's see.
I have seen the first Predator film.
Yeah, we're going to have to make a movie night out of some of these movies. Not this month, though. Because this month is horror month.
Crap load of movies already.
Yeah, not this month. Perhaps next month? Let's see.
I have watched maybe a few minutes of Aliens vs. Predator.
I've seen that one all the way through.
Oh, crap. Yeah, that's okay, Don. We'll figure something out, I suppose. It's going to take a few minutes for his computer to reset, apparently.
I'm gonna go.
His computer did die. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a sandwich.
Okay.
A thin witch. I never forget slights. What the heck? The Live with StreamYard logo just came up.
It did. That might not be good.
And it went away. I don't know why that happened. Maybe
it gets better. It gets fucking better. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
We have done again.
Yes. Yeah, and that was reference to me. Thank you. So, but I apologize. My computer just killed itself on me. I sincerely apologize.
Hello again, Don.
Hello.
What?
Let me. Yeah, it was just playing, and then it just killed itself. I didn't even play a clip. If it was a clip,
computer hates confused Matthew. Then
clearly, a lot of people hate confused Matthew for logical reasons. Like YMS did an actual response video. Like, so this guy is kind of flown under the radar of a lot of people. Oh, okay. I do know of one good take that he has had: Batman v Superman being bad.
Yeah, that is so surface level. Everybody hates that movie.
True. Yeah, most. Let me get that to the point where we're actually making like decent time.
We are indeed.
Yeah, since most of it's just like we've counted all of the points that he's made already. So
far, there's still half an hour that we need to refute.
No, 50 minutes.
50?
Yeah, this thing's an hour long.
Okay.
We can get into a lot of it.
But we've already watched half of it.
Saying these things to the characters.
Uncle Scar, when I'm king, what'll that make you?
A monkey's uncle.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
Yeah, that's a great line. He's just saying that he's going to be a monkey's uncle. He's calling him a little monkey.
Yeah, because he is a little monkey at this moment. He's always climbing over everyone.
I'm back. Also, I have not seen Back to the Future.
I have not seen Back to the Future either, but it is on Netflix. I will put that. It is on the list. There are other things I want to see first, like Extraction.
You say those those things.
That's not
and
a
yet,
threat.
with all of this deliberate obviousness,
That's
everyone
not
else goes
obvious.
about their business like they have no idea that he could possibly be up to something nefarious. When Scar
they know.
Scar does take over, it never occurs to anyone that there could be something fishy about it. And when it's revealed that he tricked them all, they act like this is the most surprising thing on Earth.
Because they didn't think he had the gonads to do it.
Mm-hmm. They didn't think that... They think he's pathetic. And he kind of
They
is.
all think he's pathetic.
The only time he fights is when he has his back against the wall, because the one thing that Scar says that he will not do, will not do, is run away. It seems like that is the worst thing in the world to him, because he always sticks around at Pride Rock no matter what. But let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that later.
Seriously, are you all fucking stupid? Not you, the audience, of course. I'm talking about the damn lions. This was the first time in a Disney film where I honestly felt the characters weren't catching on to an evil scheme simply because the screenplay didn't allow them to.
They don't have
it's
the
obvious.
opportunity.
I mean, it's so laughably obvious.
It's
what are they
obvious
gonna
to
do?
us. It's obvious to us because we know this character. It is not obvious to these lions.
It's not obvious to them.
And even if they had evidence, what did you want? Did you want them to disembowel him? Did you want them to throw him out or put him in like the elephant graveyard? What
There
did
is
you expect them to do?
difference between character knowledge and meta knowledge. There is a difference. You cannot make a good story if the characters have meta knowledge when they should not.
Yes, you can make a character who has meta knowledge. Like Inkheart is actually a good example, but that's only because a couple of people who would be audience members go into a fantasy world, and they gain they have meta knowledge of how the story goes.
Or like if it's a joke, like with Deadpool.
Yeah, if it's a joke, yeah.
Matthew also likes the 2019 Scar better than he felt this version of Scar.
He likes the crappy Scar? What?
Yep.
Well, let's keep going. Good
God.
Obvious what Scar probably wants to do, that it just boggles the mind. And yet even more mind-boggling is Scar's actual plan, which is really stupid, but we'll get to that later.
No, it's not.
So you know the drill. We jump ahead in time. Simba is a little kid, and he wakes his parents up in the nicest, most pleasant way possible. His father then takes him on a tour of the kingdom.
Everything you see exists together in a delicate balance. As king, you need to understand that balance. Respect all the creatures.
But sometimes that just ain't enough to keep a man. I've gotta go out and have. Yeah. And I'm gonna
now. Can we all just agree that we know how I feel about Simba by now?
Yes, we do. You're an idiot.
I'm just going to go ahead and say that we all know how I feel about Simba by
yes,
now.
And you're wrong.
The first thing the little shit does in the movie is headbutt his father in the face. Still gets on my fucking nerves to this day. And don't tell me this is just a little kid who got overexcited and woke his dad.
It's how lions show affection. They studied how lions work.
What do you do? Grow thumbs?
Also, it's like lions are naturally lazy douches. That is how that is their natural frame of mind.
That's all cats.
Yeah. Usually, when you see a cat, you don't see them hunting. You see them lying around in the sun sleeping.
Yes, because they are lazy.
Sleeping.
Yeah,
because
they're lazy.
Particularly high carb.
They sleep for 18 hours a day, Matthew. That's how long they sleep. They do that to conserve energy.
Yeah, I try getting a dog to sleep. That takes a while.
Yeah, dogs are yippy.
Carnivore.
Yep. Let's keep going. We've debunked this. Let's just let this play.
Data because of it. That's bullshit.
Nemo was a kid who got overexcited and woke his dad up because of it. And at the end of that scene, Nemo looked like this. Simba was an entitled little shit who demanded to be satisfied, and when his scene was over, he looked like this.
I mean,
look at that face. Look at that face. How can you...
Adorable. That's an adorable face. He's pouting.
Yes, and he's just saying, and he's holding his dad accountable to a promise that his dad made.
Yeah.
Like, he's not saying, do it, do it, do it. He's saying, hey, Dad, you promised, and he's saying,
his
Dad,
dad
you promised.
is king. It is implied that his dad is very, very busy.
Well, a little bit. He's still asleep a lot of the time. But at least, it's early, but yeah.
But he's... My point, though, is that he's a king, and kings usually have a lot of responsibilities, which means that they don't have a lot of time for their kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of them, like, a lot of princes don't turn out very well. Joffrey from Game of Thrones is an example, though Joffrey from A Song of Ice and Fire / Game of Thrones was a psychopathic little crap from the time he was born. Like he killed a cat when he was 5. I've just to cut it open and see the babies on the inside. That's how messed up this kid is.
Yikes. Yeah.
Yeah. And very simply, Matthew, to your point of Nemo looked like that and Simba looks like this, I have one thing to say.
I don't care.
Very simply, that is, I don't care. I legit don't care.
And no.
And no. Yes. It's also like that is your weird subjective point of view. Also, like he says at one point, there is. He's just saying that like comparing Nemo to Simba and saying that like because Nemo looked happy and Simba's kind of pouty that Simba has a detestable face and is a piece of crap.
No.
Well,
okay, that's the difference here.
All that says to me is that Mufasa made that promise several days ago and has not had time to actually do that until this morning.
Indeed.
And we don't know how much Simba has been pestering him. This is the first time we see him pester him about this.
Yep. Let's keep going. Let's just let this play for a while.
I hate this face. So I'm assuming you've all seen the review, and so you know where I go from here. Simba acts like a little brat, lies to everyone, does everything he isn't supposed to do, and basically behaves like a little shit until his father gets killed. Now, here's one of the first revisiting parts of the review. As I said, there were a fair amount of objections from fans when I did this the first time, one of them being that my portrayal of Simba was just totally out of context.
Yes.
Simba didn't actually call anyone a dick face. He didn't actually sing, "You guys suck and I am great," and all those parts of the review were largely dismissed as hyperbole.
They were.
So, is this true? Am I just taking the character out of context and portraying him only as I saw him?
Yes! You
No,
are.
I'm sorry. There is nothing out of context about this.
No,
I mean, I can understand why people could have said that when I had to dub all the lines myself and couldn't use any video footage, but now I can. And here is every single scene Simba was in.
You promised.
Yeah.
Writing's not that easy.
Grammarly.
Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's wordy and hard.
Hey, can we get Grammarly for Belland?
But I thought
Grammarly would kill itself.
You wait all the time.
It would.
Wow, Dad.
No, son.
Oh, and then there's this scene. The scene with the pouncing scene was one of the best.
Also, here's the thing about I never get to go anywhere. That is likely in relation to he's lived a sheltered life. That's why he's unable to leave because I imagine that he's a tiny kid. They don't want predators to kill him.
Or more to the point, if he dies, that shit-faced Scar will become the next in line again.
which is not a good thing. Which is a
And
very,
on
very
top of
bad
that,
thing.
if he wanders outside of his pride's territory, another adult lion will kill him. So Mufasa wants him to stay where it is safe. And I know that there are no other prides. Well,
Feasibly.
there are no other prides that we see in the movie. But that does not change the fact that any adult male lion that is not related to Simba is going to kill him.
Yep. Matthew, you don't seem to understand a lot of things, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to debunk your thing so that nobody has to watch your crappy videos again.
Yes, they can instead enjoy our reactions.
Yes.
And I'm gonna rule it all.
Promise me you'll never visit that dreadful place.
No problem.
So where is this really cool place?
Oh. Around the waterhole.
Not so long
Yeah.
as I'm around.
Well, in that case, you're fired. Well, he's
That's-
the future.
That's a joke.
That's a joke, and Zazu knows it's a joke. That's why he puts up with it. He's like,
It's an immature kid. His dad will never let him, and like he'll realize later on the importance of Zazu.
yeah, he will. He will. And it's like, he's a kid that does not understand responsibility yet.
He doesn't even have any power. He has no actual official decree that he can literally fire Zazu.
No, and besides, as Jun said, his dad would not let that stand.
Jordan lie. In other news, the grass is green, the sky is blue, and people die when they are killed.
And water is wet, and fire is...
No, it's not wet.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I don't get that debate.
That's a banned topic.
Yes, that is a banned topic. We are not talking about that. Let's keep going.
All right.
Okay, yeah. So you have to do what I tell you. Free to do it all my way. Everywhere you look, I'm...
He's taking this out of context. He's cutting out clips.
Yeah, he's cutting out...
my idea.
He's lying.
Matthew. This is a bad take, Matthew. I
Yeah.
hope you understand that.
I don't think he will ever understand that. He is going to maintain this to the end. Though he does maintain that the prequels are not even films, which I'm like, I don't really... What? Yeah, he just says the prequels are not even films.
Why does he keep saying that things he don't like aren't actually films? He keeps saying that.
What's your definition of a film, Matthew?
Yes, what's your definition?
Because by all basic definitions, they are films, like it or not.
Also, to be completely fair, I don't take objection to the idea that Simba starts as a little shit. I take objection to the idea that he stays there. It's a very, very long time span.
Yeah, it's over years and years. And of course, since this is a short movie by today's standards, you don't have a lot of time to actually show that.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Yeah, but I pulled it off. Look, Banana Beak is scared.
Right now, we are all in very real danger.
Danger?
Yeah, Ariel makes fun of the fun of her minder as well. It's funny because Zazu is the killjoy. It is funny to make fun of the killjoy.
Yes, and on top of that, Ariel is much closer to being an adult than Simba is, and if she chafes under the insinuation that she's a little kid that needs to be watched.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Oh, Yeah, there's no evidence that the musical numbers are actually physically occur in the movie as opposed to being extraction. There is only one place where I would say no, that's not true. Because
all of those scenes were
Hakuna Matata.
but the context is clear. You will note that not one scene or line of dialogue just played contains anything other than Simba doing one of three things.
In the past 10 seconds.
Entitled,
You want to try that
complaining
again?
when he doesn't. You will note. Now all of those scenes were condemned.
I laugh in the face of danger.
Why, you no good flea-bitten varmint! Ooh, I hate that lion!
Now all of those scenes were condensed, of course, but the context
wow.
is clear. You will note that not one scene or line of dialogue just played contains anything other than Simba doing one of three things: acting entitled, complaining when he doesn't get things his way,
Yeah, he's
or
an entitled
like
little shit. He is the prince of the Pride Lands. He is going to be an entitled little shit.
He's being compared to Scar right now, like I said.
There's a good juxtaposition here, but just wait. Guess who he compares himself to later?
Iron Man.
Smug little shit.
No.
This is the one and only thing I mean when I say that I'm being objective. I'm not being particularly objective about how I feel about Simba.
No.
I think he's a little...
You are not. You are not being objective. Period. This is.
You're not being objective at all.
Word stealer.
Yeah. Let's keep going.
Asshole. But what you were just shown is not coming from me. It's not coming from how I subjectively feel about the character. This is coming from the film. Nothing else.
What is subjective is whether this is a bad thing or not. This is your subjective bias because you don't understand the nature of a character arc. You think that this guy should be a perfect angel from the beginning.
AKA Ray.
Yeah.
That would make this that would have made this movie a flop when it came out.
Yeah. There has to be some kind of arc.
In fact, that was kind of the problem with Pocahontas. In that the titular Pocahontas had no arc. She was just perfect the whole way through.
Yeah, let's keep going.
No, Simba's not perfect at the end of the film either.
Out of context, no subjective impositions.
I never get to go anywhere.
Of course you don't.
He never gets to go anywhere.
Who will get killed the
He
moment
only just took you on a tour of the entire kingdom, you little shit! Now there are two common...
No, there's kind of evidence... No. Okay, there's evidence... No, that trip got cut short because of a problem. He got only a little bit into the tour before his dad had to leave. Also, he's been sheltered. He's probably been kept safe in Pride Rock, far away from any danger, and he wants to prove that he's brave, like any prince would.
And Scar just happened to give him the perfect opportunity, which backfired badly.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Arguments that people have made about this, sometimes even contradictorily at the same time. The first is that Simba is not an asshole, he's just a little kid. And the second is that Simba is an asshole.
He is both, and it's fine. I don't care. He goes on an arc. It's the same with Cusco.
Let that second point play.
But that's okay because he's just a little kid. Kids are just like this. It's part of growing up, and all children act out and get into trouble every once in a while. My response is, yes, Simba is just a little kid. But so is this.
Well, did you know that you could perhaps kill somebody?
Yes, but I want to do hood rat stuff for my friend.
So is this.
What the hell does this
I don't go to school and I kill people. Whatever. I do what I want.
So is this.
I like it.
What the hell
In fact, that one is just perfect.
Why? You are going off topic.
I don't grasp his thesis. He's showing Joffrey, Eric Cartman, and a kid being interviewed by a newscaster. I'm not following what he's trying to do. Is he trying to
all these kids are bad. Like basically, like apparently, like the kid shot somebody.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that over everybody else.
Yeah, let's go back so that we know exactly what. Let's everybody be silent.
But so is this.
But did you know that you could perhaps kill somebody?
Yes, but I wanted to do hood rat stuff for my friend.
So is this.
I don't go to school and I kill people. Whatever. I do what I want.
So is this.
Leave her face. I like her pretty.
In fact, that one is just perfect. I compared Simba to Malfoy the first time around, but he is so much closer to Joffrey. It's just insane.
No, Joffrey.
Wait a minute.
He's sadistic. He's
okay. Okay, Wolf, explain to the people who have never seen Game of Thrones what Joffrey Baratheon does.
Joffrey Baratheon does a whole number of things, but let's start with the obvious one. First off, he draws out a sword and actually tries to wound a butcher boy because he was playing with the princess, because he was playing with Arya, the sister to his betrothed, and he was also drunk. He lied about this, and the Hound killed the butcher's boy because the king ordered him to, or I think it was the queen. Either way, the queen had him. And the queen had Ned kill the only wolf who would belong to his betrothed. And then, let's keep going. There was also the fact that he ordered Ned Stark's execution anyhow, even though he promised him that if he... Well, I know that if he said he confesses his crimes, then he'll let him live. He pretty much like, nope, chop his head off anyways. Then he also placed it on a pike and had Sansa stare at it for a good whole minute. And then there's that scene right there. Then there's also the fact that in the first episode, and he had this guy drink wine, but kept going until it would have been able that he would have died.
He wanted to drown this guy in wine, essentially.
There's a lot of horrible stuff that Joffrey does.
It sounds like there's a pretty obvious difference between Simba and Joffrey, though. Whereas Joffrey was given power that he didn't know what to do with, Simba was not given power, and that's the point.
Not all. Well, his father wanted.
Joffrey had authority. It sounds like.
No, that's not all.
It doesn't.
That's not all. He's the bastarded child of the queen and her brother.
So he's got a lot of psychological problems.
And that's not all. His mother coddles him. It pretty much never holds him responsible for anything. And she's just like there were moments when he would turn. Like I think there were some moments when he started getting aggressive towards her. Even the people of King's Landing hates him. At some point in season 2, I think, when they're walking through a crowd, someone throws shit at him, and it hits his cheek.
And then he orders the entire crowd to be killed, and that starts a riot.
Yeah. His justice comes in the fourth season when
after he kills Hooker, like he kills a bunch of has a pair of hookers beat each other to death nearly. And
oh my god, yeah. There's also the fact that he ordered the execution of all the bastard children of Robert Baratheon.
Yeah.
It's like he ordered them all to be hunted down and killed. And one of them was a baby. It was
multiple
a little girl.
Multiple babies.
Like people of varying ages. He had them all killed because any threat to the throne must be eliminated.
We have I think that we've made our point successfully that Simba is not the only thing that is. I think that Simba might have been similar to Joffrey sort of when he was a kid, but Joffrey killed a cat just to see what the babies inside it looked like and cut off.
Oh my god, yes, there's also that. He was sadistic.
He's a
had
terrible little kid. Yeah,
he's a sociopath.
He was a sociopath from the moment he was born. Like, there are people that say, Robert Baratheon was responsible. No. Robert Baratheon, he was born a sociopath. There was no saving Joffrey. There's no saving him.
I just thought, because luckily Tom and Marcelo, they didn't turn out like he did.
Yeah, because his mother, their horrible sociopathic narcissistic mother ignored them.
Because Joffrey's going to be heir to the throne, so she called him the most. Tommen and Marcel, thank all the heavens, they turned out good.
Yeah.
And Tommen especially.
Well, Tommen was a wuss.
Yeah.
He's
a weakling. It's like he is he's Guthred. Guthred. Yeah, that's a fair comparison. He's gullible.
Yeah.
Like you could just whisper lies in his ears and you'll believe it.
Yep. Let's keep going. Come on, play. Come on, play. Don't freeze up on me. Don't freeze up on me, baby.
Don't die.
Let's see. Come on.
And now that I think about it, the Lannister symbol is a lion, and Simba is a lion.
No!
Don't use that.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh my God, it all makes sense!
No!
It all makes sense!
No!
An entitled little shit who wanted the throne so he could have everything his way. That is Simba in a nutshell.
I think everything as well. Pause.
I mean,
I just remember something. He had shot a whore to death with that crossbow. It's like he had her tortured and he shot her 3 times in the chest with that thing.
Confused Matthew, you are... I don't have any words for what you are.
Nope. Me neither. Let's finish this. Let's keep going.
Some of Simba and Joffrey's dialogue are even downright identical.
But no, they're all do whatever he wants.
The king can do as he likes.
But hey, I mean, you can't say anything bad about Joffrey, right?
This is a giant false equivalence. This is an amazing false equivalence.
Nope.
Simba's a kid. Joffrey's a grown-up brat who was never beaten.
It's like the entire point of keeping Simba so repressed is so he doesn't turn into Joffrey.
Yeah. And his dad's better. I like Bobby B, but Bobby B was never a good dad, that good a dad. He's kind of an absentee dad. That's the problem. He didn't realize that his son was an idiot. He should have legitimized a few of his bastards and made them into his heirs rather than Joffrey, because Joffrey he's the Mad King 2.0.
He's not suited to be king. I would chalk it up because, Robert Baratheon pretty much fell into he just fell into a stupor ever since Lyanna died, and ever since then he's just been drinking and whoring. Yep. And just really didn't pay attention to managing his own kingdom.
I can't believe this is actually still in context.
Yeah.
He's just a little kid. Little kids are like this, right? And I mean, both characters grew up with a privileged life, so that makes it even more okay.
No.
That's another excuse for Simba that I love.
We are not making excuses that Simba's a good kid. He's a privileged kid, but he goes on an arc. He overcomes this. It's the same thing that happens in Emperor's New Groove, which he does reference as a comparison to this movie. And he likes that movie, and he says that it was all about Cusco becoming a better person, which, yes.
It's basically the Lion King.
Only in Mexico. Yeah. Let's keep going. We have 40 minutes left.
That it makes sense why he is the way he is, because he's a product of royalty, and that usually causes behavior like this.
Yes,
as if that makes it any better. Yes,
True.
Children of privilege often behave this way, and we have a word for those children too. We call them assholes. And yes, getting into trouble and exploring your boundaries is a part of growing up. But that doesn't mean it can't piss you off while it's happening. Usually in good stories, someone is disobeying their parents and getting into trouble for the purposes of something good. Like Ariel.
Oh, this is a new point, so we can kind of talk about this. No. Disobeying your parents for the purpose of something good good. He's specifically saying that this is a subject of good stories. That is not true.
Run that by me again. What was he saying? Everybody was talking.
Matthew, you can't tell a good story if he came up and slapped you in the face with his 12-foot long.
All right, let me play it so that
while it's happening.
Usually in good stories, someone is disobeying their parents and getting into trouble for the purposes of something good. Like Ariel in The Little Mermaid. She knows she's not supposed to go near the human world, but there's another side to that. Triton was downright prejudiced against the human world, and Ariel's...
This is a false equivalence.
That's a false equivalence. In The Little Mermaid 3, his wife, Athena, dies when a ship barrels into where they are spending time together on the surface. And because she dies, he forbids anyone from going back up to the surface because it is not safe.
To be fair, that's Little Mermaid 3. You don't know any of this by this point.
Well, yes, but...
With the context added by Little Mermaid 3, it does make his actions more understandable.
Yeah. He doesn't want his daughter going up to the surface because going up to the surface killed her mother.
Yep.
That is the context here.
Exactly.
It's not prejudice if you're judging based on something that has happened. That's post-judice.
Yeah. She was crushed, literally crushed by the hull of a ship against the rocks.
Also, Drake, I think Brent corrected you. The Emperor's New Groove takes place in Peru.
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
No, it takes place in Peru, not Mexico.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
South America. South America, close enough.
It takes place in the Americas. That's all we need.
Yep. Let's keep going.
So no, he's not prejudiced.
Accepting of it was a good thing, despite the fact that she was being disobedient. The only reason Simba was doing anything he did in the first act of the film was to bolster his own ego and impress everyone with how great he is. And I'm sorry, there's nothing heroic about that. There is nothing good about
We're not disagreeing
That's
with
just
that.
someone being a little shit for no reason and giving us no reason to like him. And they didn't make Simba...
We don't need to like him. We understand him. There is a difference.
You can understand a character without being sympathetic or empathic to them.
Have you ever
The
watched
empathy will
Artemis?
come later.
Have you read the book Artemis Fowl? The movie is abhorrent garbage.
There was a movie?
Yes, it was bad.
Dude, I was trying to say, don't say, yes, there's a movie.
We are going to do a commentary on it.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Also, okay. You want to know what else? You want to know how bad of a person Joffrey is?
We already we've settled it. We've settled it. We've settled it. We need to move on. We're settling. We've settled it. We've settled it. Settled it. Very simply. This is what I'm going to say. Hey.
Just play it.
Come on. Where is it? Come on. Oh, I have so much stuff I need to so many things. But yeah.
House rules, Sammy. Driver picks the music. Shotgun shuts his cake hole.
Yeah. So we'll talk about Game of Thrones another time. We're talking about Lion King now.
Yes.
Yeah. We moved on.
It's not our fault that we got onto that tangent because he brought it up.
Realistic. Yeah. They did it because they thought it would be cute. Because someone saw Jonathan Taylor Thomas's shitty character Home Improvement and said,
"No,
hey, Home Improvement actually doesn't but you see what I'm saying. Kids love these smart alecky little brat characters, so just take that character.
No. Okay, screw you, Matthew. Screw you. Of all the soap operas I've ever watched, Home Improvement is the only one that I enjoy.
In a later season, doesn't he get cancer?
I think he does. Yeah, I don't.
But this is another false equivalency.
And it's another tangent. He's trying to get us on tangents. Let's avoid it. Let's just keep going.
Make him into a lion, and boom, instant laughs from the audience. But that's the problem. Cute
still
is
works.
all they were thinking about in making Simba the character
No, they had a character arc planned, but we've litigated this. Let's not bring it up again.
was. No one was really thinking about what this implies about Simba as a person, or how it impacted the rest of the first
They were, but we've covered this.
act. There is simply nothing to like about this kid, even if you're a
Wrong.
He wants to be better. He wants to be king. He just has a false idea of what it means. We've covered this, but we'll keep going.
Used by him. What is there to care about other than that? But the last point that people usually bring up that I would like to address here is this. Simba isn't an asshole in any objective sense. Another fair assessment of him is that he's just a rambunctious little scamp. He may get on your nerves, but that's just you. Lots of people just think he's a lovable troublemaker.
Exactly.
Yes.
Do you see the problem now, Matthew, that you're having with this character? You're judging him for just being a kid. Do you realize how unfair you're being?
Also, there's the thing called a character arc. A character arc is where a person changes. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. This is a good character arc. The sequels is an example of no character arc. Because nobody really changes. They kind of just stay static throughout the whole thing. Rise of Skywalker throws a giant wrench into things, but The Last Jedi kind of derailed the trajectory. Whether you like it or not, there was nowhere to go after that movie. And they decided to panic and try to correct the problems that they saw. But the problem is, Chris Terrio and J.J. Abrams are idiots who cannot write.
Should have gotten someone like Zahn in that room.
Yep.
I really would have liked to see the Colin Trevorrow Duel of Fates.
Honestly, yes. But we'll talk about that another time.
Yes.
And that interpretation is no less valid than your own. And that's actually true.
Thank you.
I have no idea how anyone can watch the clips I played earlier, or the movie for that matter, and not think Simba is an insufferable little brat.
You are
bastard.
removing context.
But if you don't, I guess that is your own valid interpretation. But as I thought about that, I realized Simba being an asshole wasn't actually my biggest problem. My biggest problem is that Simba's struggle and conflict in the first act just seems so completely pointless and unrelated.
No.
It's the first act! There is no conflict in the first act yet, because the conflict is over the course of all three.
Here's the basic structure.
This is basically the setup for the characters.
The basic fundamental structure of a 3-act story is beginning is supposed to build things. The middle is supposed to start rising to tension, and then the third act is supposed to be the climax.
And the resolution of said tension.
Yes, exactly.
You learned
so
this.
This is the setup for Simba's later character development.
Mm-hmm.
You learned this. This is something you can learn in school, basic public school.
As I said on your No Country for Old Men video, just because you don't notice the setup does not mean the setup is not there.
I don't get it.
Dean Winchester, the character from the House Rules
Supernatural.
That was that character's name.
To the rest of the film, whether you think he's an asshole or not.
I watched 2 episodes.
I mean, look at what we have here. We have a shitty little brat or spirited little scamp who wants to rule the kingdom selfishly, get his way all the time, have fun, and just do whatever he wants.
Now, this is
4.
strikingly similar to another young ruler of a kingdom who just wanted to get his way.
Basically, a 4-year-old,
Oh, what's his
Matthew.
name?
4-year-olds
What's
do
his
not
name?
understand what the responsibility is.
Let me just stop the review right here and explain something. I love this movie. 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 And let me tell you, that actually surprised a hell of a lot of people when I revealed that, as most seem to guess that I would hate Cusco just as much as Simba because they're basically the same character. And it's true. They are. Hell, they even have the same lines every once in a while.
Well, in that case, you're fired.
Oh, and by the way, you're fired.
But you see,
Cusco has no superior. He is an adult.
Also, Yzma was being taking his place.
Also, she's a comedy villain.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she
Oh,
said,
is that your problem? Is your problem that The Lion King is not a comedy?
Oh my god, that explains why you like The Last Jedi. It's bathos to the max.
Oh my god.
I think. Well, let's let him.
Outside of the
let's
Emperor's
let him
New Groove is
explain.
bathos because I haven't watched it.
Lines every once in a while.
Well, in that case, you're fired.
Oh, and by the way, you're fired.
But you see, the reason I love The Emperor's New Groove is because it was actually about Cusco's transformation from the bratty, selfish, egotistical ruler to someone
And
more
The Lion
compassionate
King's
and
not?
caring. Every step of his journey was a step closer to learning how to care and to empathize
And The Lion
with
King
people.
is not?
Thus, it kind of became okay to enjoy him in his more selfish moments because you knew that it was all part of the learning process.
And The Lion
And at
King
the
is
end of the
not?
film, we see him change from this to this. Cusco being the little shit that he was in the
my
beginning
God.
was the conflict, and his reformation was the resolution.
Because The Emperor's New Groove is a simplistic comedy, The Lion King is a little bit more nuanced than that.
Yes!
In this.
Of course you would like The Emperor's New Groove because it's simpler than The Lion King and you can't understand more complex stuff if it came out and bit you in the behind.
You
Also,
can't
they had
understand
different
anything
arcs.
higher than the 4th grade.
That's true.
Cusco's arc was more about learning compassion. Simba's arc was about learning wisdom.
Yep.
Yes.
They're very different. They're not the same. Matthew, this is a false equivalence, which you have been making all
The entire
time.
video.
This is you've been making for 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds.
Oh my
We
god.
will defeat this. We'll just take an hour break and then we'll get into Crapula, which will be fun in its own way.
Yep.
This is gonna be awful.
Yeah.
Well, if he's gonna
We can-
meander, let's get through it.
Yeah, let's keep going. We can.
But that's not the
thankfully,
case
since
with The
we've-
Lion King. It starts out with Simba being a brat, but then changes to something totally unrelated. We'll see
He
how in a bit.
mellows.
So after Simba is shown the entire kingdom, he naturally gets pissed off because he didn't get to do one thing that he wanted to do, so he goes to complain about this to his uncle.
Kids are
Now,
ADHD.
here is one of my favorite parts of the film. The moment where Scar proves my point better than I ever could. Just watch.
He didn't show you what's beyond that rise at the northern border.
Well, no. He said I can't go there.
And he's absolutely right. It's far too dangerous. Only the bravest lions go there.
Okay, let's
Well, I'm brave.
An elephant graveyard is no place for a young prince. Oops.
An elephant what? Whoa.
Look at how intentional he's being. It's like this is like you see typical in these kind of characters, where they act surprised that where they're like, "Oh my god, I should have told you that," but they still said it anyways, being that they're just saying that just to
Another
go.
thing is, he is not appealing to Simba's worst nature. He's actually appealing to Simba's want to be brave. But the problem is Simba doesn't know how bravery works.
No. He thinks that being brave is being fearless. Being brave means stepping forward when all you want to do is run away.
And he's appealing to Simba's simplistic view of bravery. That's
Yeah.
what he's appealing to. And he's thinking, an elephant graveyard, that sounds cool. He's never seen anything like that because he's incredibly sheltered. He's not a good person, but that's the point of the movie. And Hakuna Matata is his primer to kind of be more mellow. That's everything in this movie is intentional. Everything works together. You are just really, really biased and taking things out of context. And story structure doesn't make sense or compute in your brain based on how your previous reviews. I feel like I can say this because you are just making bad argument after bad argument, even with references in front of you.
Oh, I just had a really weird analogy. I'm not sure whether I should say it or not.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Simba's arc is following the early rulership and the future exile and the return of the Jews. You can actually make that case. It's like they had a bit of rulership early on. They didn't really know what they were doing, and because they were irresponsible dicks, they got exiled away, and then they finally came back later as adults.
Yeah, basically.
Then again, that's just like a hero of a thousand faces sort of thing. It happens all the time because that's human nature.
Yeah, it is.
One can learn to humble
You can find all sorts of parallels if you just look at people.
Yeah, so...
And confused Matthew just does not understand this.
Yeah, exactly. This is what this guy is saying.
Does he unironically use the theme defense for The Last Jedi?
I think that he does, but mostly he just kind of like talks about like why he likes it from an emotional perspective. He does say that the action is not well balanced.
The Lion King is a simple story, but there's a lot more nuance in Lion King than there is in Emperor's New Groove.
I would say
Emperor's New Groove is immensely entertaining. I really like that movie because it's really funny and
It
Chris
is.
Rock I think like Chris Rock is the best. No, not Chris Rock. Who's the guy who plays Cusco? I can't. David Spade. David Spade is the best he's ever been in that movie. Like mostly because most of his other movies are Adam Sandler movies, and Adam Sandler movies are money laundering projects. Like how else do you explain like why they cost so much and look so cheap? Like they look like they're filmed in a backyard, and it's basically just to film like it's unethical. But I'm just like, I don't care. Just make good movies. And the problem is they're not good movies. They're lazy.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Visit that dreadful place.
No problem.
There you have it in a nutshell, folks. I mean, Scar wants Simba to go to the elephant graveyard. So knowing Simba very well at this point, he recognizes that the best way to get him to do this is to tell him not to go to the elephant graveyard. What's more, he plays into his...
No.
If
No,
he's
confused
told
Matthew.
no,
Do make stupid points.
basically,
No.
okay, we've
He
really
appealed to something that Simba wanted. Simba wants to prove that he's a brave young lion.
and the problem is he is not physically capable of backing up what he wants to be because he's a cub.
Yeah, he's a little cub. He's basically a 4-year-old child.
Yeah, at this point he's like weeks old.
Yeah. But I say that because a cub that's a few weeks old, a cub that's as big as Simba is the equivalent of a 4-year-old child.
I'd say like intelligence-wise, he's like 9-ish, 10-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, just based on his voice actor.
And 10-year-old kids are dumb. They're all dumb. They do stupid things.
Every kid of every age is a stupid
10-year-old.
Just say it. Every kid of every age is kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go on. we destroyed this point. Let's
ego,
keep going.
telling him that only the bravest lions go there.
Exactly,
Simba will
but you're not
naturally
getting the
try to
context.
impress people by proving how brave he is in going there. I mean, Scar's plan revolves around knowing precisely what a two-faced little shit Simba is. I mean, God!
Two-faced!
That's the last time I bring up Simba being an
Two-faced?
asshole.
Simba's not two-faced. The one that's two-faced is Scar.
And we don't see Simba say, "Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna help you out," but they just kick some, and they kick them down the hole.
Okay, Confused Matthew doesn't know how insults really work if he thinks that Two-Face applies to Simba. So, moving on.
I promise. I still think he is, but just giving this movie every possible benefit of the doubt, I will now assume that he's nothing more than a spirited little scamp. So this spirited little scamp then lies to his mother's face and tells her that they want to go to the waterhole, and being a spirited little scamp, he then spiritedly brings a friend along to this dangerous and forbidden place, and spiritedly nearly gets 2 people killed. That's our Simba.
No,
but after that,
not
we
2,
actually
3,
have-
including himself. He nearly dies. It is only the timely intervention of his father that saves all 3 of them.
Did you watch this film?
I don't think so.
Because there's no way.
You said before that you watched this film again before making this re-review. I call bullshit. No, you didn't.
No, I don't think you see his film. Period.
Well, he has at least seen it enough to get clips.
I think what he did was he went looking for clips.
Yeah, probably.
He's just really closed-minded.
Really
He made up
good
his mind
scene.
first, and
I know
then
I've
finds
praised
clips
this
that,
scene numerous times,
that
but it
he
really
is
is just
biased.
so good. Both these characters have a moment of bonding, and Simba actually learns something from his dad, something that could potentially make him grow as a character. The problem is, it doesn't really amount to much down the line, but again, we'll get to that later. Meanwhile, Scar is pissed off that the hyenas didn't.
Yes, it does, but we'll kind of keep going because he says being brave isn't about being not scared. Being brave is about out doing what's right, even in the face of danger. His dad admits to him that he was scared that he'd die, or that Simba would die, and that's why he has been kept in Pride Rock, because it is easy for predators to kill him.
Very easy. If Mufasa had been even a single minute later than he was, both Nala and Simba, and maybe even Zazu, would have been dead.
Yep.
There's the fact of the matter that there's a reason why some predators who aren't very strong tend to go after the little ones. They're weak, eager, and helpless, and if they see that they're defenseless, they'll take the bite. It's easy food.
Yep, it is. It's easy food, and it's easy elimination of competition.
Yeah. Let's keep going. We've covered this.
And succeed in killing the cubs, even though he made it so easy for them by playing to Simba's more spirited tendencies. Man, this whole benefit of the doubt thing is getting really backhanded, isn't it? Sorry. So he scolds the hyenas by telling them in song that he plans to use them to take over the kingdom, which is what he was already doing.
No, that wasn't.
So
He's
why do we need to
outlining
watch
his
this?
plan.
I mean, the scene looks great, and the song is fantastic on its own, especially with that seamlessly dubbed Jim Cummings part that no one spotted because Jim Cummings is freaking amazing. But what does this song tell us that we didn't already know?
It tells us his
right. There is one.
plan.
It tells us his plan.
Do I need to get a chalkboard and write it out?
He knew what Scar wanted. This is how he's going about his goal.
Yes.
This is the moment where he rallies the troops. It's very simple. You just seem like you are really, really dense. I do have to say though,
all according to Keikaku.
I also like have to say, like, it feels very good to defend a good movie as opposed to tear down a bad movie.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Let's keep
I
going.
love this movie so much.
It is a great movie, and we're all proving like why it's good. Like with actual references to the movie. We don't have to
And we're
make stuff up.
using the so-called evidence he has in front of him against him.
We're more like
Yep.
we're both beating him with his own evidence and then just demolishing the evidence at the same time.
Yep. Because his evidence is badly put together.
Yeah.
It's not even
Like,
evidence. It's just you know what it is? It's like it's like those things you see pre-K kids do. You know, like they put stuff together to form letters. Like that's what it is. That's what he's presenting towards us, and we're looking at it like going, "This is our argument."
No, yeah, we're just looking at it going, no, this is actually what this means.
Yeah, it's not even that we disagree with you as a critic. We are saying, no, your basic premise is wrong.
Yep, that's exactly what we're saying. And
One thing
better when we use your own evidence against you.
Yep.
He's not just rallying 3 hyenas anymore. Now we see him rallying all the hyenas and promising them food and land in exchange for following him.
Stick with me, and you'll never.
3 hyenas. Well, you don't need all of them, right? I mean, it was just the 3 hyenas that caused the stampede. The rest of them didn't do anything.
You don't know.
You're going to give it
hyenas provide his muscle.
Do you know how forming an army works, confused Matthew?
I had to bite my lip because every single time I listen to the song, I end up singing along with it.
Yeah, because it's awesome.
I need to listen to that song.
Yes, it is.
I only listened to it once when I only listened to it when I watched a movie. You know, that means I always listen to this song once.
Yeah, let's keep
You
going.
need to go find it then and just listen to it.
Zebra-legged 3 of the hyenas for killing 2 people, and now you're going to give an entire kingdom to all the hyenas for killing 2 people. Not really sure how this benefits you.
What's the hyena? I think the zebra-leg was. Nah, I'm not sure what the zebra-leg was. I'm pretty sure the zebra-leg was to. I thought it was to bribe them for a second. Like maybe like convince them maybe.
Is he genuinely asking what Scar's politics are?
Yeah.
Are you
like it's like it's basically the it's the muscle idea. He is not giving the hyenas an entire kingdom. He is for killing 2 people. He is letting them run it because he needs muscle. It's very simple. It's basic gang mentality. Or basic takeover mentality. You keep the old guard in line by bringing the new guard who's loyal to you into the political arena. It's very simple.
If you want to go to a political takeover, you're gonna have to start taking out some pretty big important figures who you could not sway to your side. Maybe you check out some evidence. It's like a lot of revolutions were very. You could go in depth to how they managed and how they tried to take down their country, or succeeded in doing so.
Yeah. Matthew, study actual history. You clearly don't have any information regarding it.
Or for that matter, ecology.
Yep. Do your research, please.
Probably wouldn't have had that much of a problem ruling if you hadn't have done this, since there wouldn't have been so many mouths to feed.
There's still the thing of muscle.
What is he, freaking stupid? He had an airtight plan that no one in the kingdom saw through. He could have taken the throne with no one questioning this, and he wouldn't have owed anyone. What did he need to bring the hyenas?
The hyenas caused the stampede, and the hyenas are his muscle. Let's keep going.
Into this for? What could they possibly do for him other than make the food source scarce? I know he uses them as muscle against Simba later on, but that was
Wait, so he admitted that he
That's still a good point.
Oh my god, Neph
And dead Neph.
Kashita! What?
Neph died.
Oh dear.
Oh, she's back. Thank the stars you're back.
Sorry about that. My turn to have technical difficulties, I suppose.
I'm glad you're back, Miss.
Yes.
Neph got neffed.
She's
All right.
left behind.
Oh yeah, well, that's Neph.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, technical
It's okay.
difficulties. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's keep going. Like, he's destroyed his own point. It's
Did I
fine.
miss anything?
Nope.
Destroyed him.
He thought Simba was dead. What was he using them for other than that? Seriously, I mean, is he freaking stupid? Yeah, he's stupid.
They
It's
are
the Lion
the
King.
Muscles.
Everyone is stupid. So cut to the next day where Simba is taken to a rock in the middle of nowhere. Stampede ensues. Daring rescue takes place. And Mufasa comes down with a really bad case of death. Last time around, I criticized this part of the movie heavily because Simba simply and unequivocally had nothing to do with Mufasa's death. There isn't even any way to spin it that way. Not even on the level of an 8-year-old. The movie doesn't even seem to know why Simba is supposed to have been responsible for this. Simba was on a rock when the stampede happened.
It's
Who put him on the rock? Scar.
Let him. He's going to walk back on it a little bit, but let's keep going.
Simba even tried to get off the rock, but was kept there by Scar's insistence.
I'll go with you.
No. No. Just stay on this rock.
So, in what way does Simba think he was at fault here? The answer from most Lion King fans is, hey, what are you, stupid? Simba did a little roar, and he thought that that's what caused the stampede in the first place. You know, it was a freaking little roar. What, are you freaking stupid? Scar told him to do that, too.
Ooh, and just between us, you might want to work on that little roar of yours.
It's a suggestion.
Moreover, Scar has no way on Earth of knowing if Simba did a little roar or not, so when it comes to Scar's plan, he has nothing to base blaming Simba on at all. Everything Simba did was something Scar told him to do. And I'm not even sure that that is what the writers were trying to get across in this scene. I mean, listen to this dialogue. Please tell me how this being Simba's fault is being communicated here.
Simba.
Very simply, he is there. His dad saved him. He feels responsible. It's survivor's guilt. We've iterated this point. You are a moron, and I hate this video.
More to the point, had Simba taken everything he knew from that scene and pinned it on Scar in a court of law, it would have been found circumstantial.
Yes.
That was not enough.
It wasn't. It really, really wasn't.
How does this person breathe air right?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Yep, let's keep going.
Wildebeest tried to save me. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen.
Of course you didn't.
This proves your point.
Ever mean.
This proves our point.
It does.
But the king.
You just
is
don't
dead.
understand subtext.
Okay, is the stream still on? I'm just making sure. Press F in the chat if it's gone down because I've played a little bit. I just want to make sure.
Get time to check and.
I'm not seeing any F's in the chat.
You'd still be alive.
Yes.
Which is true. It's just that he's missing context.
It's technically true, but...
Yes.
How? I mean, are you going to give a reason, or are you just going to stick to this vague truism?
It's
the car blew over,
survivor's
and if it weren't for the wind, it would still be right side up. This statement is true, but it contains no useful information. I mean, this is his fault because, what? Just because he needed rescue? But as I look back on my original review, I've come to the conclusion that this is just a story and writing problem.
but it's not.
No, it's
as I
not.
first
This is
said,
not a problem.
character problem. I blame
This is not a
Simba
problem.
directly for not
This
catching
is
on,
not
to
a
this,
writing
but I no
problem.
longer think
This is
that's
not a
reasonable.
character problem.
I've heard the arguments that Simba was in a state of great emotional grief and conflict, and that would be enough to make vulnerable even an adult, and it's true.
It is!
I mean, look at The Little Mermaid as an example. Some people get on Ariel's case for trading her family and friends for a pair of legs, but I actually don't think she would have done that had she not just had a huge fight with her father, which threw her into a state of emotional rebellion. So by that logic, I am willing to concede that maybe I was expecting just a little too much from a child that just watched his father be trampled to death. So there you go. Score 1 for The Lion King.
1.
And you know what? I'd even say that after Simba goes away and has some time to come to grips with his grief, he'll probably have a moment of introspection where he learns that he wasn't responsible for his father's death. And even if he was just a child, and maybe he should cut himself some slack. Hell, he'll probably even be a better man for the experience, and he can return to Pride Rock with his head held high.
How does that not happen?
Yeah, that's basically
you are basically going, what if this is for the story that is actually the story?
Jesus, Matthew, you're tightening the noose ever so still.
Yeah, let's keep going.
You're even doing it for yourself. Thank you. You're saving all this work.
Knowing that at the very least, this experience has helped him grow. At least that's what might have happened if it wasn't for these assholes. But before we get into all that, let's just take a break. Feelings on Timon and Okay, before we get into the issue of my past and present feelings on Timon and Pumbaa, I want to talk about something else. I just have one question for the entire audience. What is the central conflict in this movie?
Scar versus
As
Simba.
I understand it, it's the main character feeling responsible for his father's death and
Scar
running away
versus
from his
Simba.
problems. The main character then must learn the lesson that rather than running from your past, you can simply learn from it and move forward a bit wiser than you were.
You're getting it right.
So with that in mind, second question. What the fuck hell does any of that have to do with him running around and acting like an entitled little dick bastard for the first act of the movie? Oh, I'm sorry, running around like a...
is an entitled little shit.
That is the point.
Matthew, you don't have to go so far to be... You don't have to go so far as to kick off that stool there.
Unironically, I have to say this. He's watching movies wrong.
He is.
He's at least critiquing wrong.
I need
Yeah,
to clip,
he's.
I need to clip that. I need to clip Mr. Willems. I already have a few of his stuff. Like, ooh, let's see. What do I
Clip the
have?
part where he says a lot of the problems people point out in movies are just because they're not paying attention.
Exactly. And that's
That
what.
certainly applies.
Yeah, I mostly have like
This is a film about space wizards intended for children.
That's gonna
Yes.
pursue him to the end of his days.
It is.
I'm very grateful for my part in perpetuating that.
No matter how hard you try, he will find you and remind you of this mistake.
I imagine that he already regrets it based on the fact that a lot of people spammed his Twitter feed with pictures of him and holding that sign after he said that Rise of Skywalker was bad.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to trump Neph's tutoring session.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Yeah, basically or this one.
And if you don't like it, no offense, but you have boring taste and I don't want to be friends with you.
Yes.
Don't worry, Patrick. We don't want to be in any way, shape, or form associated with you. Your intelligence has been disproven multiple times.
There's a thief. I'm going to be writing a thesis debunking Big Will's right to
How many ways you slice it, nothing that happened in the first act of this film has anything to do with what the film is actually about.
Yes, it does.
Mean about
first act.
It's the freaking setup.
Also, define what you mean by what a film is actually about. I don't understand. I really would like to have him qualify that statement.
Yes, so would I.
You know, even if you ask us, we're going to come up with different things the movie is about. It's like Don asked a little while ago what we thought the theme was, and we all came up with different things.
Exactly. And the thing about that is, we're not wrong. None of us are wrong about what the themes are, because that's what we took from the movie.
Each of us has a reference. Each of us has references to what we think, and pretty much all of them are right because the film is very multi-layered, despite being written for children. It is written simply, but there are enough things in it to keep the child interested. But there are things about it that make an adult intrigued.
Yes. That is why we are so angry with Disney for Star Wars. This is proof that this is proof that a children's movie can also be for adults.
Yep. There's
a reason why people like the original Star Wars films to this day.
Yep, because they are written for 12-year-olds. Or at least they're written in 12. Some of the dialogue is kind of like written with 12-year-olds that have rather elevated vocabulary, but they're still written in a way that 12-year-olds can understand.
They're written with 12. Exactly. They're written with them in mind, but it's not as if he stated only kids can watch Star Wars. He's just saying that he put it into the that you put it on a level that the intelligence level a 12-year-old can understand it.
Yeah. Some words a 12-year-old won't necessarily get because 12-year-olds have limited vocabularies, but that's okay.
And it's easy enough to suss out what a word means using the context of the sentence.
Yep. Let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, let's break this down and look at everything that came before the Stampede. Again, giving every benefit of the doubt. Simba was a cub that was trying to be brave like his father, but he didn't realize that being brave doesn't mean you go looking for trouble. Mufasa then teaches him that lesson, and now, thanks to his father's good advice, Simba can begin trying to add a little balance to his more impetuous tendencies. Great!
Which he learns by Hakuna Matata.
Exactly!
Except, what does that have to do with anything else in the movie? That is a completely different conflict than Simba needing to learn to not run from his past, and it's a conflict.
It's going from one extreme to the other. We've covered this. Let's move on.
That got resolved within the first hour of the film. I mean, it's done. The film is about something else now. The only relevant event to
it's the journey of Simba's life.
It's Simba's life.
Life could be about lots of things.
Dude, stop! Stop! Wait, you were kicked it off? Why, thank you.
The actual movie was Mufasa's death and Simba's reaction to it. The actual conflict begins when Simba is older and refuses to take responsibility for his life. I believe I said something to this effect in the first review in what I believe was a state of mild displeasure.
This character is the way he is for reasons totally unrelated to this character. If this character was going to be completely irrelevant to the last 2/3 of this film, why did we even need to watch the first third? Why didn't you just start the film right here?
Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Because then we would not have the context needed.
Hyperbole aside, however, the point remains true. The film really does begin here.
No,
this
it doesn't.
is where Simba starts the actual conflict that will actually be resolved.
Does not.
No, it doesn't. The conflict is between Simba and Scar. That's the main conflict.
We're gonna get EFAP levels on this one.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we can
resolved at the end of the film.
Thankfully, we've already debunked a lot of the arguments previously in the previous one, so we can just let it play, and only when he brings up something new do we like lambast him.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Frozen, a film that has been compared to The Lion King numerous times. Now, these films are so dissimilar and so obviously not the same film that I don't even feel like I need to explain why. I can't be everyone's personal common sense all the time. Sometimes you just have to use your own. The films are nothing alike, except
they are mostly compared because of their success rate. That is the main comparison.
It's because of the money they made,
And
not
their
because of the
music.
story.
Yep. There's a slight similarity in terms of Elsa running away from her responsibility, but that's the only similarity, which he's going to bring up, but it's mostly because it's compared because they are the most successful of that time. And then Frozen 2 came out, which is okay, I guess. It's passable. But let's keep going.
Mm-hmm.
except for one general way. They both involve a character fleeing and then coming back. That's it. But in the case of Frozen, everything that happened to Elsa in her childhood absolutely carries through in all three acts.
And
Her fear of her own powers and keeping herself isolated was the central conflict for her character's arc through the whole film. Seeing her as a child and watching her grow up with that chain around her neck was not only relevant to the story, it was downright indispensable. By contrast, nothing that we see Simba do or experience matters before the stampede. Just nothing. When Elsa runs away, she is running away from something that she's been hiding her whole life. But when Simba runs away, he's running away from something that just happened. There is nothing connecting Act 1 to Acts 2 and 3. So I ask again, why did we even need to watch any of this?
Because, oh my god, you, this is the same. This is the same thing he said about No Country for Old Men.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, if this is actually what had happened, then he would be complaining that the first third of the movie was not there.
It's the same argument that a lot of people have against the Phantom Menace. The Phantom Menace does have critical information. The thing is, some of the information that the Phantom Menace has is not totally relevant to the plot of that movie. It is relevant to the plot of the next two, but it is not 100% relevant to the movie's conflict, the current movie's conflict. That's why a lot of people say it's not relevant. Honestly, I think that you could have turned a lot of the important elements of Phantom Menace into flashbacks and started in Attack of the Clones. You just had to have flashbacks. That would have allowed George a little bit more time to. I'm for 2 and 3 and okay. Wolf.
Oh no, we lost Wolf again. Today seems to be a day of technical difficulties.
I guess like
not me. I stand eternal.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Fuck. No, I really gotta stop. I really gotta stop double clicking when I'm in full screen because that brings me out.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. But yes, I disagree with a lot of people when they say that the Phantom Menace is useless. The Phantom Menace does have important information, but I think that information could have been told via flashback. Back considering like it's kind of like throughout the movie. And I know, Wolf, you really like the prequels and you love it.
Well, I already say this. The Phantom Menace is my least favorite of the three.
Oh, it's kind of my least favorite because it's kind of like I just kind of like don't like the fact that there's like not a lot of inflection in what a lot of the actors are saying, and it kind of feels like it's slightly monotone. It's just like hard to pay attention sometimes.
My favorite part of that movie was the pod race.
Yeah, that's pretty much what everyone keeps praising, so I'm not really surprised by that.
Fight, but now we're getting off topic.
Yeah, we're getting.
Yeah.
kingdom, Scar is spinning his yarns by telling everyone that Mufasa and Simba both died. I guess nobody ever thought to go back to look for bodies to confirm this, and also there's Zazu, who was smacked across the wilderness by Scar, yet he never brings this up. I don't know, maybe he's just stupid and thought another bird flew into him, or maybe the conch on the head gave him some conveniently specific Bane bramage. But I think a more common sense explanation is that, once again, we have a clear case of duh. In any event, Scar is now in charge.
So it is with a heavy heart that I assume the throne. Yet out of the ashes of this tragedy, we shall rise to greet the dawning of a new era, in which lion and hyena come together in a great and glorious future.
That's the end of the movie, right?
No.
I mean, Scar won.
No.
He won. He took over the kingdom, brought it to ruin, made everyone's life miserable, and no matter when Simba comes back and makes things better, he can never remove all the years of suffering and misery they all had to endure. That's the villain winning. That's the conflict itself coming to fruition and beating out the good guy.
No.
Scar won. I don't even know if this counts as a point against the writers or a point for them, because
No. No. You are an idiot.
Run that one more time. I think I missed something there.
back and makes things better, he can never ruin one. He won. He took over the kingdom, brought it to ruin, made everyone's life miserable, and no matter when Simba comes back and makes things better, he can never remove all the years of suffering and misery they all had to endure. That's the villain winning. That's the conflict itself coming to fruition and beating out the good guy.
No.
Scar won. I don't even know if this counts as a point against the writers or a point for them, because I can't think of
one. It counts as a point for... It's interesting. It's not usually done. I hate to use this phrase, but it works in this case. But I think it's stunning and brave to have the villain win like partway through, like at the halfway point, as opposed to the end of the second act.
Yeah.
It's unusual structurally speaking.
But that's okay because it works. The writing is well done. And the characters are well written, and we all love Scar because he's a
good villain.
I don't know. I see this as pretty typical. I mean, isn't the villain usually on top in Act 2? That's the point.
Exactly.
Or maybe it just has to do with the stuff I watch.
Mostly, yeah. It's generalized storytelling. But
it's very simple. It's very simple, but you can take it a lot of different ways that makes it interesting.
Let's keep going.
One other Disney film where the villain actually won. And the best
Jafar
the good guy
won.
can hope for now is maybe stopping him after the fact.
Jafar!
I'm just going to go ahead and make that a feather in their cap because, geez, the villain won? Jeez!
Yes!
So anyway, getting back to Timon and Pumbaa, finally. They both see poor Simba nearly being eaten alive, and they both immediately decide to help him. At least, Pumbaa immediately decides to help him. Timon immediately decides to be the two-faced, opportunistic dick bastard that he is.
Jeez, it's a lion! Run, Pumbaa!
Yeah!
He's so little. He's gonna get bigger. Maybe he'll be on our side. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Maybe he'll be... Hey, I got it. What if he's on our side? You know, having a lion around might not be such a bad idea.
This part in particular is one part of the original review that people really want to know if I've changed my view on. And the answer is, sort of. I have changed my mind on one part of this duo. Pumbaa's alright. He has a good heart, and he actually is the reason that Simba is alive and well. Timon would just as soon have left him for dead. And
no. Why would Timon, a prey animal, take in a lion, a predator animal? It's antithetical.
They are both prey. They are putting a whole lot on the line by taking him in.
Oh dear. Oh dear, I hope you're okay, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh no.
Though I think this is funny. Sheesh, you guys are still going. We determined that we were going to do 2 in one thing. I'm starting to regret that, but we are still going to do it, especially since we're doing 3 hours of crapula after this.
Yes. Maybe we should have done crapula first.
We're gonna need an intermission after this. Just
Yeah,
we are.
let's have an hour intermission after this.
Assuming that we even have enough time to do an hour intermission.
Yeah.
And in fairness, some of that can be forgiven. I mean, Timon actually does have a point. Simba is one of their natural predators.
Thank you.
The film just goes out of its way to remind you that the only reason Timon agreed to help this kid is so that he could use him. And it also goes out of its way to remind you.
Case in point, the whole smarmy, smarter, small guy and the bigger, gentler, nice guy, that is an incredibly old trope. It came up in Steinbeck's writing in Of Mice and Men. This is a very familiar plot device, or rather a character duo.
Yeah.
Also, he doesn't just he doesn't really use Simba deliberately. He just is there. He just kind of says, by nature of him being there, he will defend them from other predators.
Uh-oh.
What? Are we dead?
Somebody else die?
No. Okay. Let's keep going.
You that Timon really doesn't seem to care about him.
What'd you do, kid?
That's because they just met.
Good. We don't want to hear about it. See, I told you he'd come in handy. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
What?
Oh no! Stream
we got hit.
Extended for.
Oh, come on!
Son of a bitch!
This is the third time we got struck.
Okay.
We're back.
Okay.
We're back.
Poorly conceived.
See, I told you he'd come in handy. When the world turns its back on you.
Are we back up?
Yep.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay. We're approaching the big leagues. Done.
We're watching a freaking video. How dare you?
That's some heartwarming stuff right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you.
Why do you think we can't?
Timon is simply one of the most poorly conceived characters I have ever witnessed on.
He's not.
Mr. Freeze is worse. Well, Mr. Freeze and Batman and Robin is worse. Mr. Freeze in the animated series is good.
Also, case in point, you think that doesn't Timon also have a little character arc of his own in this movie?
Yes,
I think he does. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Here he goes from opportunistic to genuine friend.
Yeah, he does.
He's almost like they kind of are his almost like either his gay dads or gay uncles.
I still like the stoner theory better.
The what? The what?
The
theory?
stoner theory, where they're all sitting around in the grass, wondering about the nature of the cosmos. That's a stoner thing to do.
They're just his stoner brothers. Others in his frat. They're his stoner frat brothers.
They're dorm roommates.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
Film. It's like they're trying to make him the self-serving louse character who also has a heart of gold, except they forgot to add the heart of gold part.
No, they
All
did.
we see from this character
has a
is
heart of gold.
selfishness. When Simba is a child, when he's an adult, and even when Simba finds quote-unquote love. Hell, Pumbaa was actually happy when Simba found Nala, and it was Timon who changed the tune to how this was going to affect him. Even the voice.
They are definitely... They could feasibly lose their protection from other predators, especially I imagine that, especially since he's seeing Nala come back, he's noticing, oh crap, we're gonna have to deal with more lions, especially if he knows that this Ooh, we have a new person. Welcome.
Hello. Does Matthew have any understanding of settled personality traits? Is he that confused by human nature that anything past in your face explanation does not click within his empty noggin?
Yeah. You mean the
Schwarzenegger free?
Oh, come on!
No.
Free chill.
What? How? We didn't play anything for the frickin' movie. What is?
Oh no! 4th time in a row.
What?
Oh no!
Why?
Done.
What the?
They're just gonna have to censor the clips from the movie.
Let's see.
Even the voice of this character was just all.
Are we back up?
Wrong. I
Fair
mean,
use,
Nathan
Bugs,
Lane is a
fair
good voice
use.
actor, don't get me wrong, but it just adds to the problem
back
of
up yet?
accepting this character as anything good. I mean, the character just sounds like some creep that you'd meet at a greyhound.
We're back.
Okay. Let me.
I mean, the character just sounds like some creep that you'd meet at a greyhound station or something.
No, he's
You want to buy a watch?
no, he's
That doesn't look like a watch to me.
Oh, come on. Hakuna Matata, friend.
oh good freaking
I think I heard my mom call
Buy
me.
some cocaine, you little shit.
Now, to be fair, they do throw in some. That was an actual picture of me when I was little, by the way. I mean, look at that handsome little devil.
Yeah.
Oh, good
I gotta
God.
apologize
No,
for this,
I
though. That was
want-
just
I want to
horrifying.
touch
Like I
your
said, they throw in some lines and conflicts to where you can infer that Timon cares about Simba. I suppose the fact that he feels like Nala was causing him to lose his friend does imply that he thinks of Simba as a friend. But even accepting that stretch, he's even selfish with his friends. And don't even get me started on Hakuna Matata. I actually do, because it's something I'd like to go into more depth on. Here is another
Okay,
question for you. What is the
point
moral of this
for,
story?
Timon.
To take responsibility.
Pause, please. Point on Timon, comedic sociopathy is a thing. It's you're self-centered because that's part of the joke. See also Bender Rodriguez for like a master class in this. It's when you're so self-centered that is actually genuinely funny.
Yep.
Bender is great.
That
Bender is great.
worried about more lions,
Yep.
and that Simba might not be able to protect him, not him, them from the rest of the pride. Of course, that's not how it turns out, but it's a genuine concern of his before he gets to know the rest of the lions.
Yep. Let's keep going.
It's another question for you all. What is the moral of this story? To take responsibility and not to run from your past, right?
Yes.
Now, here is another question. What is the antithesis of that moral?
Hakuna Matata.
No!
I just don't get it. This statement and this song could not be more antithetical to what you're supposed to take away from the
Oh
film.
my God.
And yet it's a catchphrase and
No. Okay, so Simba starts out too far on the responsibility side. After Hakuna Matata, he goes too far in the other direction, and he must learn to come into the center and to take responsibility while still taking the time to have time to himself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like here's a thought. It's like the balance that Simba has to find in himself is like parallel to the balance of the ecology of that region. Whereas the region goes from very prosperous before to overrun by the hyenas later. The hyenas disrupt the balance. Son of a bitch! Oh, come on!
Yeah, it was the song that got us. Oh my God, he wasn't talking enough.
We can't do anything otherwise. Dunk it here. Wow.
You're supposed to take away from the film. And yet it's a catchphrase and moral that people usually remember more than they remember the film's moral itself. Why? Why would you give the main character a bad moral philosophy, one that he carries with him for years, and then never have the movie correct that false moral? It makes no...
It's character development, you idiots!
It's like Let It Go had the same problem. It was basically a song devoted to taking the wrong moral away from the situation.
Another thing about this is Hakuna Matata is exceptionally catchy. That's a reason why people love Hakuna Matata. Though there are people like
or hate it.
Or hate it. Like there are some people that don't like it, and that's totally fine.
Yeah, and when you were playing the actual song, I had to bite my lip to not sing because
when you played the song, YouTube killed us all because that's how popular it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Wolfie's gone. Wolfie's going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, at least we're back. Let's keep going.
Oh, sense. Hakuna Matata
We're
is the
gone.
reason Simba never went back and dealt with any of this.
We're gone.
Ergo.
Again, are you kidding me?
We're gone.
Oh my god.
Damn it!
That's the fourth time in a row.
We're not even playing the
Hey, Don, here's a thought. I got an idea. Go click the gear icon.
Gear.
Yeah.
Change this playback speed.
Playback speed, okay. How fast?
1.25.
Okay, let's go 1.25. Okay.
That'll make it so that it doesn't play exactly the same, and then take
Matata is the reason Simba never went back and dealt with any of this.
And drag it in the center.
Ergo,
Just
Timon and
like
Pumbaa
that.
are actually kind of responsible for the fact that Simba never went back and rescued these people.
How would he go back and solve the problem? He's a cub.
Granted, I don't know what would have happened if they hadn't taught him this. Maybe Simba would have wised up on his own and returned to Pride Rock. Maybe he would have gotten eaten to death by vultures. But one thing I am sure of, Simba would have had a much better chance of learning to take responsibility if his own parental figures hadn't taught him not to. And again, even giving every possible benefit of the doubt, even assuming the opposing view is correct, that these two taught him Hakuna Matata just to make him feel better and to help him not feel so down, that they don't know that he was a king who ran away and so are not somehow responsible for Simba never going back and taking responsibility for this, fine. But the fact still remains that the one thing they ever taught Simba in his life was the wrong thing. And even after it's revealed that their advice may have led to Simba never trying to save his kingdom, that advice never gets corrected. We never have words between Simba and Timon explaining that maybe he was wrong or at least going...
Because...
Stupid.
He doesn't need to spell it out. The fact that he goes back to save the kingdom is the point. That is the proof that it was wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, Crow. We are.
Yeah, Crow.
still
Sorry,
going.
I couldn't actually go into your stream, but this was more pressing.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Crow. But I would see you guys. We would see you, Crow. But unfortunately, we had to take care of this.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he managed to finish a whole.
Yes, we're on the second video.
And guess what, Crow? We've beat the record. We have the longest live stream in Dunn's history now.
Yep.
I will probably split this into 2 halves and re-upload it. Then we'll have the complete version later. Let's keep going.
And then
overboard with what he taught him.
And then
How it's okay to give yourself a break and relax every once in a while, but you also need to do what you have to do. No, Nala had...
What?
We're dead!
Damn it!
Okay. So what is happening is every time we are pausing to comment, the stream is going down.
It could be that
That is like the opposite of what should happen.
Yeah, I know. It's like
it doesn't make any sense.
We can't win.
No.
We just cannot win. Period.
No, we can't seem to win.
To tell him he can relax every once in a while, but you also need to do what you have to do. No, Nala had to tell him that. It's like the writers have a good idea here, but they only...
Yeah.
Does it not occur to him that Timon, Pumbaa, and Nala are the ones that are coping him? All three matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nala talks to Timon and Pumbaa, I believe, after Simba leaves.
Yep.
Yes. So she's the one that says he's going to need help. You guys have to help him. And I'm going to help him too. Or something like that. Because they all end up going.
And we're back.
Okay, cool. This is so annoying.
It's like Timon and Pumbaa are going to
They
be
made
like
Simba feel responsible for his father's death, but forgot to explain why. They made Timon a louse with a heart of gold and forgot to add the heart of gold. When I think of a louse character that has a good heart underneath, I think of Baloo in the Jungle Book.
Baloo's a hippie.
No.
Baloo's kind of a hippie. Like, he's just like, the bare necessities is a hippie song. Would you agree?
More of a like simplistic song, more like Spartan.
Yeah.
It's like you need only what you need, and everything else is really not important.
Yeah.
They do raise him. Agreed.
They do. They really do.
Stupid Peter Parker caring about that Uncle Ben freak. What a story.
Yeah, why would I care about my parents?
Yep. Let's keep going. And let's keep it at 1.25.
Bare Necessities was a song that was actually very similar in theme to Hakuna Matata, and Baloo had a similar role to Mowgli as Timon did to Simba. He took him under his wing and tried to raise him. But Baloo's more selfish and lazy qualities were balanced out by Bagheera's sensible, down-to-earth qualities. And after making a lot of
And how is that not like what Pumbaa does for Timon? They're a comedy duo.
Yeah,
They
They're meant
are.
to be foils. They're meant to be foils. It's not terribly... It's... Let's keep going.
responsible mistakes with Mowgli, Baloo actually learns to be more responsible in the end, and he learns to have a bit more moderation in his life. Timon learns none of that. He has no counterbalance. His only side character is Pumbaa, who is really too stupid to teach anyone anything, and Timon actually spends most of his time countermanding whatever Pumbaa has to say. The Lion King 1.5 actually did a better job of balancing Timon's character out than this movie did. There were scenes in that silly movie that had this whole other side to this character shine through. In fact,
yeah. Okay.
1.5 was about them.
Yeah, it's about Timon, of how Timon just does not want to be a meerkat sentry guy. He doesn't want to live like scurry, sniff, flinch life.
No, he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, and he doesn't just want to dig tunnels for most of his life. He wants to... Let's keep going. Let's finish this.
if you edited some of these scenes into this movie, it would just fix everything for me.
No, it wouldn't.
Unfortunately, whatever that movie would have been,
it would cause the movie to drag.
Yeah, and the pacing of Lion King is pretty much golden. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think
it is.
there's no wasted time. There's no fat on it. Are we? Why are we dead? Why? What the living fat?
Come on, I got an idea. I got an idea.
It only happens. Yeah, no. According to Alex Halo, it only happens when we pause for some reason.
I can't even.
I know.
Hey, Doug, can you take your Soren avatar off in the corner of the screen? Drag it into the center. Maybe that'll do something.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, this is how we're going to have to do this. It's just not play the audio.
Is not what we ended up with here. They put in Hakuna Matata, but forgot to drive home the point that Hakuna Matata may be all right in some situations, but not in all of them. Yes, don't worry, be happy. But maybe there's a time where you actually do need to take responsibility, which, by the way, is the entire point of the film. No matter how many ways you slice it, and no matter how much benefit of the doubt is given, this is just sloppy writing.
Shall I slow it down?
So back at Pride Rock, Scar is kind of
slow it down, please.
laying around,
Okay.
Not much happening. Oh, except for the fact that he's being pestered by the hyenas for food.
We got a bone to pick with you. I'll handle this. Scar, there's no food, no water. Yeah, it's dinner time, and we ain't got no stinking entrees.
It's the lion.
It's because Scar disregarded the ecosystem.
You know, this whole being king thing seems like it's just one big pain in the ass for Scar. Everyone's asking him for things. Nobody's happy. Scar has to be starving himself. It almost begs the question of why he wants this place anymore.
Because he was
keep that in the back of your mind as we go along. So anyway, back at...
Oh, he's going to bring this up in regards to the fight at the end. Great.
Oh, no. Matthew.
Fuck it, Lagoon. Simba, Pumbaa...
This, but the conflict is between Simba and Scar.
A conflict.
It is a conflict.
Yes.
Let's keep going.
An asshole are hanging out and swapping stories about what they think the stars are. I got on their case the last time for basically laughing in Simba's face over what he thinks they are, but as I look at the scene now, I don't know, you be the judge.
Somebody once told me
You're removing a lot of context there, bub.
that the great kings of the past are up there, watching over us.
You mean a bunch of royal dead guys are watching us?
They're not spiritual, and therefore they think it's dumb.
Yeah, that's why they're laughing. They don't understand.
You should understand that.
Oh, guys, good news.
Oh?
Netflix is getting sued.
For what?
That is
Take a
so
guess.
off topic.
For what?
Take
Quickly,
a guess.
just 1 minute.
I'm not saying the word. You know it.
For cuties.
I know what it
No.
was, and it's very much a rabbit hole. That's not even close.
Yeah,
relevant.
I'm not trying to
We'll
spare
talk about it
yourself.
after. We'll talk about it after.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll talk it after. They're laughing because they think it's dumb.
What mook made that up? Oh!
Yeah, pretty dumb, huh?
I mean, he was kind of laughing with them and giving them the impression that this was a silly idea, that it was okay to laugh at. So, I don't know. It wasn't really as bad as I was making it out the first time. Whatever. Speaking of fuck me, I also complained about Rafiki knowing that Simba was alive, where he was, and how to get there simply by looking at a turtle shell. But I don't really know where all of that was coming from either. That's pretty par for the course in an animated story like this. I mean,
Thank
Gaston
you.
sure seemed to know everything there was to know about the beast, where the castle was, and how to get there.
He didn't.
He had a magic mirror. He had a magic mirror. You are an idiot. You're not picking up context clues even in one of your favorite movies. Please try again.
By looking
Yeah,
at the
you
mirror
have
for a
failed.
few
You have
seconds.
failed the
So
intelligence
really,
test.
this is
Please
no big
try
deal.
again.
I completely deny that all I do is nitpick on the show, but those really were just nitpicks on my part.
Thank you for acknowledging
So
that.
anyway, we're then introduced to Nala, and by the magic of nothing, these two fall in love. I really don't have much else to say about this one.
it's
Nala
two
is a blank character,
friends
and their relationship is
reconnecting and
superficial
realizing,
at
oh,
best.
I like
It's a
them.
love story that isn't particularly loving, nor is it that much of a story. She shows up and boom.
Also, there's the setup. Zazu said, "One day you two are going to be married," and they immediately go yuck because they're kids and cootie. They think that cooties are still a thing.
Was it an arranged marriage? I forget that plot line.
I don't think it was an arranged, but they're just saying that like
I would have bought it if it was an arranged marriage, because royals love doing that.
Yeah.
That's partly my headcanon, but I don't know if it's actually true or not.
I'll have to rewatch it, but I do know that like Zazu says that one day you two are going to be married, and they immediately go yuck.
Yes, exactly.
Let's keep going. We got 20 minutes left. We can do this.
Also,
Some have commented, however, that this is helped by Can You Feel the Love Tonight? That the job of a good soundtrack is to sometimes make you believe in something, even when it's not all that believable by itself. And I'll grant you that. It's a very good song that does bolster the scene at the very least. But other than that, this relationship is absolutely nothing to speak of. And I actually haven't heard too many defenses of the Simba-Nala relationship.
That's because nobody feels the need to defend it. Everybody
pretty
gets
obvious because they have been friends. They're different people, but she still provides a moral backbone so that Simba is primed to say yes to Rafiki and actually listen to him.
Or there's some kind of bone involved. And her providing things.
That is true. Let's keep going.
The only thing I have heard over and over again is that these two supposedly have chemistry and fall in love because they grew up together, which is untrue. These two did not grow up together. They were just kids together.
You just don't buy it.
They were kids.
Back
Childhood friends, childhood sweethearts. It's a thing.
Back when we were kids.
There are plenty of stories of a pair of kids growing up and getting married. There are. It happens in real life.
Yep. But we'll let this go. We'll keep going. We've debunked this already. He's an idiot. Let's keep going.
Grew up apart.
That's why we're just.
I mean, if I ever ran into little Sarah Conway that I knew in first grade today, I'd be like, "Who are you? Who are you again?" Anyway, so Nala has some words to Simba about how he needs to go back and help everyone whose lives were destroyed after Scar won. And to reinforce this, she tells him one thing that actually exemplifies what the point of this conflict is.
Hakuna Matata. It's something I learned out here. Look, sometimes bad things happen.
Simba.
And there's nothing you can do about it. So why worry?
Because it's your responsibility.
Exactly. See, now if Timon were somehow a part of this conversation and actually learned something from Nala's words, then maybe we'd have...
He learns later.
Slight difference. Timon has no responsibility. He's a meerkat. A nobody. And nothing is ever expected of him. So it's okay for him to be a slacker.
He doesn't care about anything but his own amusement / life, which is what most people do.
He is not a crown prince. He does not have the same responsibility that Simba does.
Exactly. Let's keep going. Timon does not need this. But he does get it, and he does come out to help. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Repeating myself again. People are always accusing me of doing that in
Yes,
my
you
reviews,
do.
but I don't think I repeat myself. I really don't think I do. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. But unfortunately, Nala's words aren't enough to bring Simba around, so the mystic monkey tries taking a stab at it. We get a lot of generalized platitudes and fortune cookie advice from this.
No.
No, just no. Matthew, you don't get it.
One person's platitudes are another person's huge character moment.
Yeah. This is a huge moment for Simba.
Case in point, failure is the greatest teacher. Could be good, theoretically.
Yeah, come to think of it, this is how to do Canto Bite right. Make it so that everything the character learns matters, not just, lol, you just wasted 30 minutes because everything you learned was wrong.
Yeah. It's all a machine, partner. It's like, okay.
Says the guy who
Great.
literally betrays him like half an hour later.
Yeah, let's keep going.
This guy, and then a scene that's just awesome as far as the atmosphere goes. I'm serious. Check this out.
We can...
Find when they get there. This scene is seriously, I don't even care where they're going. I don't even care what they're going to find when they get there. This scene is just riveting.
What is he describing?
I mean, this is a good soundtrack. But then Simba gets to the spot, gets the lesson that his father is alive inside of him, and then we get
what
the
he's
thing.
Showing is the
thing that turns this movie from just being a problematic film with character.
I can't hear you.
What he's referring to is the moment where he chases after Rafiki through the dark jungle. That's what he's referring to.
Okay.
Let me show it real quick. Hopefully it doesn't kill me.
Then we died.
Okay.
This is not the hill you want to die on. Matthew.
So
He's
basically,
already.
I mean, man, this is a good soundtrack. But then Simba gets to the spot, gets the lesson that his father is alive inside of him, and then we get the thing. The thing that turns this movie from just being a problematic film with character problems, false conflicts, and a confused moral message
How
to
is it
just being
problematic?
downright broken. Mufasa.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the memes.
oh,
Here's Simba in the sky.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's repeat what he said. Let's repeat
Character problems. The thing that turns this movie from just being a problematic film with character problems, false conflicts, and a confused moral message to just being downright broken. Mufasa appears to Simba in the sky, and here is what he says to him.
Simba, you have forgotten me.
No. How could I?
You have forgotten who you are, and so forgotten me. You must take your place in...
Wait. He cut out a line.
You must take your place in the great circle of stuff.
No, he doesn't mean problematic in terms of not woke enough, because this is pre-woke craziness. Confused Matthew isn't that woke at all. Like, he's just a dude. He's just an idiot on the internet, that's all.
Yeah.
But what he's saying is this is a movie with problems in the script. That's what he means by problematic. He doesn't mean what most, like, woke
He
people...
doesn't know the way words are used.
He doesn't get it. There are no problems that I can see in the writing.
How much time is left?
16 minutes.
Oh, thank God, we're almost over.
Thank God,
Yeah.
we're almost done.
Saying, like, he cut out, but he also cut out a line that's actually very pertinent. He cut out the line, "You are more than what you have become." Basically, you, Simba, as a prince, are more than this stoner dude that you are.
Yeah.
The circle of life.
How can I go back? I'm not who I used to be.
Remember who you are. You are my son, and the one true king.
See, this is why the first...
He cut out a really important line. That line makes the entire
After
scene.
the film was so complete.
Yeah.
It's
I'm getting
just-
Can we just...
I hate this so much.
You and all of us.
Those words just don't mean anything in the context of what we've
That's
seen.
because you cut out a line that is incredibly important.
Also, you're wrong. He has an arc. He was a kid, and he just didn't understand his responsibilities. Now he's mellowed out and doesn't necessarily want the throne for selfish reasons. Let's keep going.
Interesting. Remember who you are, not remember who you were.
Basically, who he is kind of that once and future king thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You are, were, and always will be the king / the prince. It's just the time is not the time when it will be when you will be ready will become evident to you. But that time is not now, at least when he's a kid. Because he's not strong enough to hold it, nor is he like wise enough to hold it. He gains strength, and then he gains wisdom. That's the trajectory of the film. You don't understand it. Let's keep going.
Hey, what does Confused Matthew
Remember
not
who you
understand?
are? Who is that supposed to be referring to? Let me give you an example of what my problem is here. Now, please,
Mufasa
don't
talks
take
to
this to mean that I'm
Simba.
arguing that the following film is somehow better than The Lion King. I'm not making any comparisons of quality here. This is just an example. The Lorax, I can feel you accusing me of calling this movie better. Now just stop it. The Lorax, the crappy film version anyway, is the story of the Onceler trying to sell his Thneed. But in doing so, he cuts down a truffula tree, which his friends protest. So he vows never to cut down the trees again, and to do all of this honestly. Eventually, his Thneed is a hit, and his nefarious family comes to take over the operation, eventually convincing him that they need to cut down the trees in order to increase production. To which the Onceler responds,
I guess it couldn't hurt to chop down a few trees.
But after cutting down those few trees, the exceptions turn into the rule, and we see the Onceler transform from a good, honest man to one consumed with greed, giving no thought to the promises he breaks or the lives he destroys. And finally, the Lorax comes to confront him on this, and we have this exchange.
I need you to get out now. Why? Do I make you uncomfortable? Remind you of the promises you made? The man you used to be?
See, when the Lorax mentions the man he used to be, we have something to compare that to, because for the first half of this film, we saw the good-natured, kind of goofy, but still good-hearted man that the Onceler was. And that stands in
false equivalence.
No.
Also, terrible example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very, very terrible example.
Yep.
I've not seen the Lorax.
It's not a good movie.
Basically, remember the old Dr. Seuss cartoon of the Lorax? The CGI Lorax decided that needed to be way more anvilicious. And you basically have this.
Yeah.
No.
Total contrast to who he is now.
His two
This statement
stories are not at all similar.
The
They are
problem
not.
the problem with this is the problem with the Lorax is very simply it is a stupid movie that doesn't understand the message of the original book. How you are equating these two is another issue. It is not a matter of who Simba was as a kid, it is who Simba is. He is and always will be the king. That's how this works. You just don't understand this because you have strange ideas.
Simba, in this
Total
instance, is basically King Arthur. He is the once and future king of the Pride Lands. And that's what he's always been.
Yep.
But the person we knew Simba to be before he ran away from the kingdom is when he was a little kid. So when Mufasa says, remember who you are, all we have as a reference is when Simba was a little kid.
No,
getting
he's
into
not
trouble and wanting to have everything his
as a
way.
person. He is
that what he's supposed to remember? Yeah. I really think this movie would have benefited from starting later in this character's life. Simba should have been introduced as a young adult, maybe a little prideful, but someone who also wanted to rule the kingdom well and do right by his father. A character of nobility and justice who would lead Pride Rock into a golden age. If that had been the case, then Remember Who You Are would have yielded immediate context and meaning for us. That is who Simba loves, and that's who we need to find again. Not a rambunctious little kid, someone who...
The context is readily apparent, especially if you don't cut out an important line. Mufasa is not referring to Simba the child. He is referring to Simba the prince.
Exactly. Let's keep going.
Who was on the fast track to being a great king, but who no longer believes in himself. That would have tied the first act perfectly into Act 2.
Let it go.
Why are you trying to make this movie worse?
2 and 3. And it honestly would have been pretty fulfilling. But making the first act about something totally unrelated to the central conflict we have here absolutely removes any relevance to this scene at all. But even aside from that, the scene is just so stupid. I mean, Ghost Mufasa gives Simba the same fortune cookie wisdom and platitudes that the monkey gave him.
That is not fortune. You played it. How can you say that that is fortune cookie wisdom?
It's not fortune cookie wisdom.
This guy would be amazed the kind of wisdom you can get out of a fortune cookie.
No. He's talking about Simba the prince, not Simba the selfish child. It's that simple. Ugh.
Yep. Let's keep going.
I'm blanking out a lot of the words that's at this point, just saying nothing but stupid.
And call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure there was something far, far more relevant that he could have told him here.
No.
Simba, remember who you are. Oh, and also, you didn't have anything to do with my death. Scar had me over a cliff and was all like,
No, Matthew.
This is giving me belated media flashbacks.
Okay, what's going on here is it's not entirely clear whether Mufasa is actually literally speaking from the dead or whether it's just Simba's memory. If he gave new information instead of older and, in fact, timeless wisdom, that would have spelled it out way too much.
Yeah, this was back when the people making films didn't think that we were absolute freaking morons. This is when they thought we were smart enough to be able to pick up context clues and subtle hints as to what is going on.
Simba, you must not fight what you hate. You must say what you love.
Simba, failure is the greatest teacher.
Yeah, let's keep going.
I'm the king, and you threw me off. You didn't start the stampede. You certainly didn't throw me off a cliff. So basically, you've been hanging out with these two assholes your whole life for no reason. So, go be the king, I guess. Yeah, I probably should have opened with this information rather than that far less useful statement. Remember who you are. You didn't do it.
No. Just no.
Also, case in point, a lot of people point out the Hamlet similarities. When Hamlet was told by his dead dad that his uncle killed him, he had enormous reservations about whether or not he could trust that information. So if Simba went off and treated like the dream Mufasa as if it was actually his dad, he would have been flying way off the handle without any proof whatsoever.
Yeah.
In fact, that was one of the points of Hamlet.
Yep. Exactly. Let's keep going.
Anything. That's what I should have said. You didn't do anything. Sorry, I've been dead for a while. It affects my brain functioning sometimes. Alright, I gotta bounce. Peace.
But instead, he leaves Simba to run off armed with nothing but doubt over something Mufasa could have cleared up for him on the spot. And all of his supposed friends come.
Obvious, but that's a memory. That is a memory from when he was younger.
It could also be that he doesn't want Simba to go off for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that too. I mean, seriously.
Like, even if you go with that was literally Mufasa's ghost, why does it occur to you maybe that Mufasa does not want to incur the Hamlet scenario and is trying to subvert it on purpose?
Well, that could also be true, yes.
He wants Simba to figure it out on his own. And that's if that actually is Mufasa's ghost.
It might not be. It could simply be Simba seeing something in the water and having a memory play in his head.
He's also removed the part where he hits, where Rafiki hits him.
In the head, yeah.
Are you saying that Rafiki concussed him?
What?
Yeah, let's keep going. We can do this. We got 12
Well,
minutes
Simba,
left.
if it's important to you, we're with you to the end.
Huh. I guess you saying that at the last minute makes it true, huh?
No, it's always been true. You are just stupid.
Let's just keep going.
I mean, come on, movie, please. You've been giving me nothing but problems from the start. Please, just do something I like.
What do you want me to do? Dress and drag and do the hula? Wow! If you're hungry for a
No.
Over here because he is
Just keep going on for.
That was good. I'll give him that. That was funny. So Simba makes it to the main rock where Scar is abusing women in front of everyone, and yet no one makes an attempt to help. Simba steps up, is mistaken for Mufasa for a bit, and then everyone realizes it's him.
It's muscle, you freaking idiot.
Let's just keep going.
Now, I don't know about you, but I have never, and I mean never, seen a jig that was more up than the jig is up right here. I mean, that's it. Scar's lies are exposed. Simba is alive. Everything he told these people about Simba being killed in a stampede
Those are not mutually exclusive. We've gone over this. Let's keep going.
is now seen to be a deceit. I didn't even know where the hell they were planning on going with this after that. There's no need for heroes versus villains here. No need for any more plan thwarting. It's done. Simba's alive. Everyone can see Scar's lies now.
Also,
But
doesn't they
of
just
course
shoot him
not.
in the face?
Nobody
about
holds
that whole
Scar's feet to the
Scar one
fire.
thing?
No one questions.
If you won, that means it can't be reversed this easily. So no, Scar did not win. Suck my nuts.
Yes.
Alex Hill says we lost our minds.
Yeah.
But
he was playing something from the movie, and if we don't
Tim
do
about
something
what
about it,
happened that day. They all just hang back and let him talk. And when he spews even more transparent lies that don't make any sense, they're still freaking buying this.
Tell them. It's not that they're buying it. They are in shock. There's a difference. We've covered this. Moving on.
Who is responsible for Mufasa's death?
I am.
It's not true.
It's true.
You say he'll be alive. It's your fault he's dead. Do you deny it?
No.
Then you're...
Logic, it's no... Boy, oh boy, with that specific and airtight logic, it's no wonder nobody is calling him out or questioning him on any of this. Hey, morons! Fucking morons! He told you specifically that both Mufasa and Simba were dead. Now he's telling you that Simba is alive and was responsible for Mufasa being dead in the first place.
No.
Does this not raise a few questions? Like, maybe, I don't know, just a few?
You see, he admits it.
No, it was an accident.
How?
If it weren't for you, Mufasa...
How is this?
But how, though?
No.
Oh my god. You are the moron.
But no, everyone just accepts everything Scar continues to lie about well past the time his lies have already been exposed.
Scar
because
has
the film
been
needs
at
these
this
people to
lie
be
for like a decade.
Yeah. He's been at this for a very long time. They're not going to easily... Ugh. It is going to shock them. They are in shock.
And he's got the hyenas.
Yeah.
The thing that breaks them out is the revelation that he was the murderer of Mufasa because he was a good king.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
imagine
keep
how
going.
crazy things are going to be when it's revealed that Epstein actually didn't kill
Stupid, so that it can continue to be off. You know, the crappy thing is that for all of this film's faults, I actually kind of felt like I understood Scar as a person up to this point. He wanted power, he felt he was cheated out of it, and he took steps to claim what he believed was his by right. But now, I just don't understand him at all. He got power and it sucked. Everyone's always pestering him for things. There's no food or water. So what exactly is he even protecting anymore? If I were Scar, I would have...
His pride, not the lion type pride, but his literal pride, like his arrogance.
His ego. He is protecting his ego at this point.
Or maybe what happened to the savannah was the plan all along. Who knows?
Maybe.
Maybe. Let's keep going. But yeah, he's defending his pride. He will not run away. He wants to keep what he believes he's earned.
Said, Simba, thank God you're alive. This whole king thing was way more of a pain in the ass than I thought it was going to be. You want to be king? You can freaking have it. Please.
That Scar is.
That would be character assassination.
Yeah.
That would be
Which is why I kind of think that what happened to the Pride Lands is Scar's plan. He wanted it to be a hyena paradise or something. Maybe he had some kind of ideological alignment with the hyenas. Because they were also weak scavengers, just like him.
Yeah, he's a loser. And that's why Mufasa doesn't take him seriously.
Losers gravitate towards
Please
losers.
take this stupid place off my hands for me. And I know that Scar wants to believe he's a great king. I know he wants to believe that he's a better...
No.
He is a better... He does believe it. He is an asshole. He believes
He
himself
is
that he
exactly what you accused Simba of being.
He's a narcissist, like David Benioff.
Yes.
He does not... He believes everything he does is great.
The hyenas were literally goose-stepping.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I didn't notice that before.
Yeah. Let's keep going. Come on.
King than his brother was, and when a lie that big grows in your heart, you'll do anything you can to defend it. Sure, but this is too much. Now he's trying...
No, it's
No, it's not.
It's perfectly in character.
...to keep a hold on this place just because he's the villain, and that's what villains do.
No.
So Simba is over a cliff, and Scar finally tells him the truth, due to him wanting Simba having some kind of ironic twist death, because that's also what villains...
No, that's because it's in character. He's a sadist. This is paralleling when he killed Mufasa. It's just that this time, Simba's able to pull himself up. He's not tired like Mufasa was.
Villains do.
Here's my little secret. I killed Mufasa. No! Murderer!
I don't get this.
Why?
I just don't get what the conflict and resolution of this movie is supposed to be anymore. Just please bear with me and try to follow me on this. Again, the central conflict in this movie is that Simba feels responsible for his father's death and learns that he needs to accept his mistakes and move forward with his life, correct?
Okay.
So if all Simba
No,
learns when he comes back, he wasn't responsible for his father.
Okay, Drake, unleash.
Go ahead.
Do it, Drake.
The entire point of this is that the savannah, much like what's going on inside Simba's heart, must be in balance. It is the circle of life. This is what Mufasa was going on about. It wasn't that he was supposed to go from one extreme to the other. The point was not to hit the extreme. The point was to find harmony.
Let's keep going. We got 6 minutes left.
Father's death and doesn't need to accept and move on from anything, then what's the point of any of this? Part of the moral of this story was supposed to be that even when bad things happen, you shouldn't run from them. Face it and take responsibility. So what's the moral now? Even when bad things happen, you shouldn't run from it because maybe, just maybe, it will turn out you never had anything to run for in the first place because you were just being tricked? I'm sorry, this is a huge flaw in the very core of the film's moral.
No, it is not a flaw. Okay. I used to think this. I was wrong. Okay, so in terms of what this movie is trying to be about, this is just a simple hero's journey movie, but it's told with enough nuance that it doesn't feel totally asinine or simplistic. The responsibility, he is going back to take responsibility. He is going to take the throne because it's his responsibility. He has departed and left it behind. Now he's taking responsibility and saying, I am the king and I'm going to face up to some things. There is no problem but the fact that he is not actually responsible for his father's death. That's not a flaw in the film's theme at all.
No, it's not.
He is taking responsibility as for who he is, not for what he has done. There's a difference. The film is not flawed because of this. Besides, broken theming is not a totally bad thing.
Or even provable.
Or, yeah, agreed. It's not even provable. It can prove that there are contradictory themes. Aims, like The Last Jedi's failure theme is contradictory because nobody really fails, even though the film states it as failure. You could even do the thing of like what Mahler did, where he says, like, let me random theme, resurrection. And he does it. And he has references, and they're sort of accurate, but the problem is theming is so nebulous that you can't really do a whole lot in terms of proving whether or not it works. It's the problem that Bellin has. But let's keep going. Or most of you all have thoughts on it. Do y'all have any thoughts on it?
Not right now.
You spoke
right now.
You spoke word. You spoke truth.
You can't have the moral be to face your problems, no matter how horrible they are, and then turn around and say that the problem was just a lie to begin with. You learn nothing from that. It was all just a trick. And once again, there actually was a way to fix this. It would have been horrible, but there would have been a way. This is going to sound bad, but imagine if Mufasa didn't die in the stampede. Imagine if instead he died saving Simba from the hyenas. That would have hit this message home, because in that case...
That would have been stupid.
That would have been incredibly dumb. No.
The point was that the wildebeests were Scar's plausible deniability.
Yes, exactly.
It's like throwing somebody over an overpass over a busy freeway. It's not as precise as you would like, but at least he can claim he didn't actually do it.
I mean, you can't prove I didn't do it.
Yeah. Alrighty, let's finish this.
Finally.
Simba really does have a hard truth that he's been running from his whole life. And he actually does have a very real part of his past that he needs to face. But this is just...
The thing that he faces is the fact that he left behind his responsibility. That's the thing he's facing, not that he killed his dad. That's been his conflict. You are not watching this movie correctly / critiquing it properly. You clearly weren't paying attention. Let's keep going.
This man can't
trickery being unmasked. There's nothing for Simba to face here. He just foiled a plot a la yanking a mask off a Scooby-Doo villain.
Whoa. What? Okay, wow.
Oh, no.
When you yank the mask off the Scooby-Doo villain, that's because he's tied up and everyone is watching. Scar whispered what was going on in Simba's ear before intending to kill him.
And that gave Simba his second wind.
Yeah, because that, and this is an actual logical second wind, unlike... Well... I think this is worse, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I think it is.
That's like comparing poop to. That's like comparing two piles of poo.
Yeah, true.
Who cares? The conflict was false to begin with.
No,
No!
it wasn't. It wasn't. But let's keep
So
going.
after a bit of action, Simba and Scar have their final showdown. And for all that the ending is pretty much meaningless for almost all parties, we actually do have one moment
It's
that is
not
quite poignant,
meaningless.
where Simba uses Scar's own words against him in a very satisfying way.
Run. Run away, Scar. And never return.
What the hell?
Okay, no. Hold on.
Again, you dumb mother effer.
Oh my god.
I will slit your throat. Yes.
The copyright music has stopped. No need for the cacophony.
Yeah.
I skipped back. I deliberately
Hold
skipped
on.
back.
You just ruined it. What are you guys doing? Even if you believe that Scar fighting for this barren wasteland in the first place was understandable, even if you want to argue that he was defending his own
pride.
Yes, it is the one thing he will not do. Like he says, run away because that's the worst thing. That is the worst thing for him. It makes total sense. You just don't fully understand it because you're not paying attention.
And he's an idiot.
Even
That too.
as a 7-year-old kid, I understood this.
Yes, because you are not Mr. Matthew.
Yeah.
Okay, so the point that he's trying to make is that letting Scar escape and essentially exiling him is something he shouldn't have done.
Probably. Well, he's saying
Exile is a sentence. Killing is vengeance. He's choosing justice.
Yes.
Well, what
Not
he's saying is that
matters because the hyenas end up killing him. But
actually, what Matthew is saying that like it's good that Simba sentences him, but it's bad that Scar decides to fight Simba.
no, that's oh my god, that's not how that works. Scar was never ever going to run because his pride was more important than the people around him.
Yep.
That's what that is.
Yeah, that's why he says it's the lioness's job to do the hunting. He's just a lazy git. That's all he is.
Own delusional ego at that point? Fine. But I think you would have to agree that this is just pushing the character too far into bullshit.
No, it is not.
Perfectly in character.
What is wrong with you? He's desperate. No matter, mice will desperately fight a cat. If
a small animal, if any animal at all, is cornered, they are going to fight and they are going to do their best to survive, even if they can't.
And he tries to get the upper hand by spraying Simba with his face with embers to temporarily blind him to get an advantage.
It doesn't work.
It's not effective.
No, it's not.
Nope. Let's keep going.
He admitted in front of everyone that he killed Mufasa. He has an uprising on his hands. If Scar thought controlling...
He actually did.
Not. Well,
he did.
Yeah, he did.
When?
But
he did. He said, "I killed Mufasa."
He whispered that to Simba. Did he say it later?
Yes.
Okay.
Simba yells out "murderer," grabs him, pushes him onto the ground, and says, "Tell them the truth." And then he says, "I killed Mufasa," and he says, "So they can hear you." And he says, yells out, "I killed Mufasa."
Okay, I didn't remember that plot line, and without visual aids, it's hard to remember.
That's fine. Yeah, it's just Disney is.
I didn't remember that either. I remembered that he whispered it to Simba, but I didn't remember that Simba had retaliated that way.
See, asking for clarification when you don't understand a plot point. That's what actual reviewers do.
Oh my gosh. I think he actually cut it out.
He cut it out?
I think.
What a wimp.
I think, well, he cut out the audio. He shows, like, kind of the moment, but he doesn't show the audio.
And the kingdom was hard before. It's just impossible now. What the hell is he fighting for at this point?
Pride.
Other than just giving us a satisfying action climax.
Well,
And
theoretically,
just
if
the
he
notion
kills
that
Simba,
Scar would
he
ever
is
get into
in the line.
Technically, if he kills him, yeah, he will win. If he kills Simba, he wins. That's the win condition.
But he doesn't win, obviously.
Yes, and he doesn't, and it ends up biting him in the butt where he says, like, it's the hyena's fault, but he doesn't realize the hyenas are there, and then they eat him, and it's really satisfying.
Yes, it is.
To a physical altercation at all completely betrays what we know about this character.
No, it's
No,
not.
it doesn't.
Let's not forget what he told Mufasa after his oh-so-subtle challenge.
Temper. I wouldn't dream of challenging you.
Pity. No.
Why not? Well, as far as brains go, I got the lion's share, but when it comes to brute strength...
Are we still okay?
Yep, I think we're okay so far.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
I'm afraid I'm at the shallow end of the gene pool.
Aha, you see? The reaction to that line by the other characters may have been stupid, but the line was not. This line was very deliberately and very strategically placed in the film in order to answer.
There's also the point of Simba doesn't look like he's been in that many fights.
No, his mane is full and rather dark. Not as dark as Scar's, but he's got a full mane. And lions only have full manes if they have not lost fights. Because if they've lost fights, their manes fall out.
Yeah. He's thinking it's a Hail Mary. It's not pushing the character into BS at all. You are being reductive and myopic.
For what the writers knew the audience would be asking themselves. If Scar wants the kingdom so badly, why doesn't he just challenge Mufasa for it? Before the audience even has a chance to ask, they answered this. It's because Scar knows he doesn't have a chance.
Stupid. Nobody was asking that question, Matthew. You're the only one.
They actually do cover it relatively well. I think, like, it's pretty obvious, but yes, they do cover it.
Yeah.
But the problem is, with your line of thinking at least, is that Simba is not Mufasa. Scar is probably lost in a fight against Mufasa before. And
which is one of the reasons why his mane is ragged compared to Mufasa's, which is full.
Also, like, he has a scar on his eye. Admittedly, like, some third-party material. Apparently, that was from their dad, who is not a good guy. But, like, within the continuity of the movie, it seems as though he probably challenged Mufasa and he lost. I think we can safely assume that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's in a physical fight. That's why he had to use underhanded tactics in the first place. So why?
And nobody was asking this question because they set it up and answered it right
away. He knows he has no chance of winning.
He's not saying that
desperate.
Also, he's not saying that he sucks in a fight. He's saying that he sucks in comparison to his brother. Simba is not Mufasa.
In fact, Simba is probably really lucky that he won this fight at all.
Yeah. He's probably, like, yeah, because Simba's not been in that many fights, but we'll keep going. We got 2 minutes left. We can finish this.
Especially after all of his lies were exposed and he has no chance of holding the kingdom anymore. And if he was going to do this, why didn't he just fight Mufasa for the throne? It makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense. He says at the beginning that he cannot, in a physical fight, his older brother would win. 10 times out of 10, he says that.
And Simba is not Mufasa.
Simba is the untested prince at this point.
The
Simba
exile
is
prince.
lucky he wins this fight.
Yep. But confused Matthew doesn't quite understand this.
He doesn't understand
No, and he
anything.
doesn't understand how lions work either.
He doesn't understand writing.
No.
Yep, let's finish this.
But eventually the hyenas take care of him and scurry off. Simba takes his
Oh, you
place as
cut out the
king
moment.
after so many false conflicts and contradictory moral dilemmas.
Oh, you cut out the moment where he reveals, it's the hyenas, it's their problem, and they kill him in revenge. Great. Thank you.
And now everyone in the
False
kingdom
moral
is probably
dilemmas.
going to need
No.
buttloads of therapy after everything Scar put them through after he won. But Simba made the sun come out, so
win.
He gained a temporary victory in the long war, but then he lost the war. There's a difference. Also he forgets the really cool visual symbolism of a wildebeest skull being washed away by the water. It's a neat visual touch of Simba's trauma being washed away. It's a neat bit. And also the fact that Rafiki comes in and says, "It is time," Simba roars. And it's one of the best moments ever.
Yes.
But yeah.
It is.
yay.
We made it.
The film isn't altogether worthless. And I'll admit that even after everything I just said about the piece, I honestly don't hate watching this. It's got some great atmosphere most of the time. The balance between comedy and tragedy is expertly paced. And
Comedy and tragedy? This is not a
But at
tragedy.
its core, the film is just so backwards, so thin, and just downright at its core. The film is just so backwards, so
Okay, so
thin,
what are you saying,
and just
like,
downright
tragic
stupid most of
So what he's saying is tragic moment.
just so. And there are a few nice moments here and there, but at its
So basically, he's saying balance of comedy and tragedy, the moments of comedy and tragedy, where it's that's what he's saying, and it's saying that, yeah. But this is kind of where he gets
core,
wrong.
the film is just so backwards, so thin, and just
Backwards
downright
and
stupid most of the time. Just about.
And you have done a terrible job of proving this. This is about as bad as Cinematic Venom's Lord of the Rings review.
It's a movie about people traveling across the fence to destroy a piece of jewelry for no reason.
It's a movie about space wizards intended for children.
Yep. It's a movie about
Everything
monkey
in the film
wizards intended for children.
contradicts or misses the point of what the moral is supposed to be, and that's when what we're watching has any point at all. The characters are underdeveloped, usually awful, and just
they're
plain
not.
idiotic.
No, they're not.
They were very well developed, Matthew.
You just don't get it.
Nope.
This is kind of a point where I can unironically say you did not get it, and that's okay. But because you put yourself out there, we are permitted to mock your dumb takes. That's my policy. You say something stupid, I get to laugh at you.
Oh, you know what we should do? We should do a review of The Lion King ourselves.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. Though a lot of it will be oh my gosh, isn't this so great? Or
Yes.
little visual details.
Yes, it will be, but it'll be worth it. How about we do that first week of November?
We have way too much on our plate already.
Yeah, which is why I said first week of November.
No, I'm still me. We have way too much on our plate. We had too much on our plate before this started.
Yeah, that's true.
The time.
We're not getting
Good
paid
on the
enough.
paper of aesthetics, but quite bad in the practice of actually writing a film.
No, it's not.
So with all of that said, again,
I hope I was able to better articulate why I feel this is the case.
No.
And even if I wasn't, I hope you found
actually
this
made it
revisiting
worse.
to be at least somewhat
You
interesting.
made it much worse.
I mean, hey, we'll always have Timon dressing and Dragon doing the hula. Am I right? Am I right?
That's not even the best part of the movie.
Is that right? It's
No, Matthew, that's wrong.
I can't seem to decide.
And we're done.
No,
Tell me
Matt.
we're done.
Finally. With only 2 more minutes until we start Crapula.
Okay, we'll
But
just.
we need food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need
okay.
food.
Okay. How about this? Would it be okay if we started at 7 rather than 6?
Yes.
Would that be okay? We'll just.
Yes,
finish
that's
it.
perfectly fine.
We'll just finish.
That's
We'll just.
perfectly fine.
We'll just go from 7 MST to 10 MST.
All right.
And I'll record this one just so because I know this is going to be funny, especially the ending.
Yeah.
It's going to piss off everybody.
You've been warning about that. You're not usually wrong about that sort of thing.
I can just tell this is going to be awesome and all.
I ain't caffeinated enough of this shit.
Alrighty. Well, thank you. Well, do you want us to like shoot the breeze for 8 minutes? Then we can just say that we got to 6 hours, or show?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
That's fine. Hey, since this is the Lion King re-review, why don't we talk about our favorite parts of the movies?
Or memes.
Yeah.
You can show memes.
Oh yeah, let's do memes. Let's do memes. Let me pull up the memes. But yeah, I think my favorite part of I like most elements of The Lion King. I think like the dressing and dragon doing the hula, that's hilarious.
Yes, it is, but it's not. It's not by far the funniest thing.
I think
It is one of the funniest things about the movie, but it is not the only funny thing.
I think that one of the funniest parts is actually just Scar's one-liners. They're actually the funniest parts of the movie for me.
Yes.
It's so
Scar's
like,
one-liners are the best.
Like, you're so weird. You have no idea. He's kind of playing the same role like Jafar is, with kind of similar intonations.
Yeah, Jafar if he was a lion, basically.
Wasn't he the one who did the I'm surrounded by idiots?
Yes,
Was that
which I
him?
need
That
to.
was Scar?
Yeah, that was Scar, which I need to get that.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
I need to clip that because that's perfect.
It is. It's absolutely perfect. But yeah, Be Prepared is certainly my favorite villain song ever.
Alrighty, let's.
Every time it plays, I have to bite my lip, or else I burst into song.
Be prepared. Let's see.
You know, I want to state my hot take now.
What is it?
Kill Bill's awful.
See, what was today?
All right, John Rolfe managed to make.
Phase 7.
Okay.
Not a whole lot of memes, but hey.
Every Greek. Yes, Zeus is the man of one night stands.
Yes, he is.
Literally, every Greek myth is started because Zeus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most writers, when their heroes have to accomplish a grandiose task, have them accomplish tasks to gain in the key to fixing it. Wolf, I want you to join their army. I don't quite understand it, but that works.
Okay, I keep thinking up of new stories, and every time it always ends up with being, hey, let's have them make an army.
Hey, you, join the Navy.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't get it.
My
It's like-
reaction to the death of Mufasa. Oh no. Anyway.
Anyway.
Matthews.
Oh, it's Matthews.
Yeah.
Mine is, oh no. Matthews. Anyway. The circle of life.
Everybody's done that joke ever since the Core Gundam came out. Just have a perfect grade to lift up the Core Gundam like Rafiki.
Yep. The commissar started shooting at confused Matthew. When the situation is so screwed, the commissar starts shooting at the enemy.
That is a very bad sign, because usually they're shooting at you.
Yeah.
Yep.
When there's something scary in front, put something even scarier in the back.
Because here's the thing, the commissar's job is not to just kill people on random. It's to prevent everyone else from running.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when he starts shooting at people, you know things have gone pear-shaped.
Yeah, and let's just say
What I always thought would be funny is if the commissar shoots the guy and he goes, "It's a flesh wound," and then he keeps shooting him. All right, we'll call it a draw.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Okay,
What happened?
I'm looking at the suggestions. Apparently, Jack Sane or somebody else made the take that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is apparently about eugenics.
What?
Where?
Eugenics? Are you serious?
Are you looking at Smut Boys Discord?
Yeah, Smut Boys. Yeah, Smut Boys Discord. In the suggestions, it says apparently like Jack Saint, the Venture Brothers, Nostalgia, and the Price of Sincerity. I'm surprised he didn't say it was secretly about eugenics. Okay, never mind. And somebody asked, "How is Yu-Gi-Oh about eugenics?"
I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm not even
basically
sure.
just throwing up stupid questions.
Yeah.
Okay, Jack Saint didn't actually say that. Okay, he is not that stupid.
Yeah, thank
we still
God
defended
for that.
cuties.
No,
Everything.
there is no defense of cuties.
Okay, he said that everything is about eugenics. Wow.
Oh, good God.
Jesus, are you sure he isn't a closet Nazi?
I think that a lot of the left is going to characterize him as a soy boy, to be perfectly honest, even though he's married.
And that stops him from being a soy boy anyway. How?
Here we go. We're almost there.
I don't know.
20 seconds. Play the outro now.
Yeah. Thank you all for coming. We're gonna have a fun horror month this week. This was not exactly horror; it was horror of the brain. But we will call it a day.
My brain cells died.
Yeah,
We made it 6 hours.
Yep, we made it for 6 hours. We had the longest stream ever. Wow, it took us 4 hours to cover that hour-long video. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's some good hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good work, fam.
Yep. All right, let's call it a day, shall we?
Yep.
Okay, we're going. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.